be able to see it. Okay, we are live. Okay, welcome, guys. Welcome. There's just a few things. You know who this is already. I'm sorry I've been MIA. We have been working hard. I do have my partner in business here, Mrs. Candy. So I want you guys to welcome her. You'll hear a lot from her coming up. So that is a great thing. So there's a lot of things happening as Miss Sylvia's went live. She said, you know, she is one of the ones that is being affected right now. And it's sad. There's a lot of things that are coming to fruition within this case that we are here to shed some light on. A lot of people had hope with this new judge. A lot of people had a lot of I guess wordplay that they were holding on to, the if and the whens and things like that. Well, unfortunately, what we have found is the YSL trial is caught up into the election. And it really didn't matter who was sitting up there on that bench. Because there is some underhanded things that are taking place that we're going to uncover with you right now. So we did a 24-year comparison study. And the 24-year has showed that everything that has been ran in the campaigns has not been accurate according to the new campaign. I know that Miss Sylvia and Miss Candy, you both and all of our viewers have heard that, or how many times have you heard throughout this trial and throughout interviews from the DA prior to this trial starting, where they have said that Fulton County increase in crime was outrageous during 2015?
Yeah, that was the thing they was hanging on.
And that was a big thing that was, so we're going to actually go over some numbers. We're going to actually get the facts to you guys today. And we went all the way back to 2000. So 2000, they were looking murder rate about 150. Aggravated assaults have everything included. Those are going to be gunshots, anything that could assault you, fights, any of those are all wrapped up into one. That was at 7390. And the robbery was at 4447. So that was 2000. Keep that in mind, guys. Follow. 2006, we'll jump 6 years. It was 147 for the murder. We're only a few shy of 2000. Aggravated assaults were at 5614, and robberies were at 4253. So we're going to fast forward a little bit here. So you see 2007, that was at 184. 2010, we seen 132, 2011, 120, 2012, 128, 2013.
JC, I'm sorry, but we don't see the
statistics.
We don't see the statistics. It's not showing.
You guys can't see them?
No.
I had to figure, I thought that was going to happen because you're streaming on your side.
I'm looking
I have it up on my screen.
I'm looking at yours, but I don't see it on. Do you see it, Candy?
No, I have my own statistics pulled up right here. I don't know if I can share the screen or not, but
yeah, you can. Just hit share, and you should be able to share it from yours.
So Candy, pull up. I can actually even send to you. Let me review the numbers, and then she can put them up as we go, so that way they can hear the comparison and then see the comparison.
Okay.
So 2011, the murders, we were seeing 120.
Right.
2012, we were seeing the murders at 128.
Mm-hmm.
2013 went up to 138.
Yes.
2014, it went up by 1 to 139.
139.
In 2015, it dropped 1. Aggravated assaults decreased and robbery decreased. 2016, they had a slight increase. In 2017, it went right back down to 124. 2018 was at 101. 2019 was at an all-time lowest at 94. 2020, it went 121. And then it broke loose. 2021, they doubled in murder, 2004. Aggravated assaults doubled. The year prior, it was at 22,733. And the following year, 2021, it went to 5,073. And robbery doubled into 1,021. 2022 had a significant increase again. 2022, 222 for murder, 4585 for aggravated, and 918 for robbery. So it goes to show that the numbers have not increased significantly. And we want to put the reports of where we pulled it from. Can just make sure you chop the top when you put that up. The only thing is the doubling that we're seeing is when she took office. That is when Miss Willis took office, where these numbers went out of control. So if you are a Fulton County resident and you're out there and you say, well, why would the campaign say this? Why would the campaign say these numbers are down? And what the campaign trail was she said that they deserved DA in seat that was not going to sleep with staff, that was not going to steal from inner city children, and that Fulton County deserved better. She states exact words that the office was in dysfunction and corruption. And these are all things that she had pushed forth. So what we had discovered is every single one of the campaigns are inaccurate with numbers. So what does that tell you guys? That tells you guys that so if you guys are not really familiarized with how elections work, when your first term into seat, you have to do groundbreaking things to really get a second seat and to receive endorsements by your higher peers that are sitting in seats already. And that doesn't mean fellow district attorneys. I'm talking about the politicians. So in order to get their support, to get those fundings, you have to do some pretty groundbreaking things. And one thing that has stood out for Mrs. Willis and Mrs. Love is gangs. And that is where they wanted to go full force and really hard. So what this has become is a poster board for the election that they are tackling down gangs to beat the numbers. So does it matter who's sitting on that bench? Please keep in mind that when an indictment comes forth and you have to push those papers to a grand jury, the chief judge has to sign off on that. So that would be Glanville. Glanville has to take a vote with his peers. They had a 12-12. So it all ties in together to let you know. So what would be I can't see their comments because you're streaming on the other side. I want to be able to answer any questions they have.
Well, they're saying it makes sense. Somebody says Kramer 24.
Absolutely. So we are, of course, endorsing Kramer, obviously. because she does have these core issues at heart that are happening. I'm going to take you guys back down memory lane. I'm going to take you guys back to a connection. This is not just a poster board for elections. And this is what will help secure her second seat. And that her goal is 3 terms. That is her goal. 3 terms.
I'm
And then,
sorry. JC, they
Mhm.
some people are asking for the numbers. They said they're visual people and they want to see the numbers that you will.
yeah, Candy's working on that to get that up on the screen
I
share.
just need to know how to screen share because I already have it highlighted. So how I had broken it down was like JL was stating that the numbers are not correlating with either who is in the seat right now, because when it was Paul Howard, we could see that the crime rate has either went down or it stayed steady. When he had come into office, this, I do believe 97. And then 2000, 2001, you would see that it had increased once Miss Willis had taken office.
Okay, all you got to do is hit present on your
Right.
your screen. Hit present, and you should be able to show what you have on your
I would
screen.
do for you all.
So while she's clicking through that to get that up there for you guys, we can keep on discussing the issue. So with that being said, obviously there was some bad things. I don't know if you remember, Miss Sylvia's, when the election was taking place and she was going into seat in 2021, they
Mhm.
filed a federal lawsuit 2 weeks before election on Paul Howard.
Yeah, I remember.
That was brought upon the accusations that Mrs. Willis brought forward. So what I say in Power of the Tongue, and why I say that where she's going to upload these documents for you guys. Power of the Tongue. Fast forward. Candy, it's your entire screen.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
I don't want my entire screen
Yeah.
showing.
Just pull it up. Actually, I can send it
Click
to
the
you.
tab. Click the tab, and it'll just pick out the tab.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
So with the federal lawsuit that was filed 2 to 3 weeks before the election, it was a really big deal because that really hurt him in that area with all of the accusations that had came forward. So you fast forward now here to 2024, we have a groundbreaking, longest trial in history. We have a longest, most money paid in Georgia history of taxpayer dollars. Georgia is suffering one of the highest inflations through the economy right now. So it does show statistically for the states that when you folks go into a local grocery store with the same amount of money you did 4 years ago, you're not going to come out with the same amount of groceries. I'm pretty sure everybody has suffered that. But Atlanta in particular has had several increases, and they have been suffering through that. So these taxpayer dollars are very important, and how they're being spent is very neglectful, especially in a case like this. Just want to give you guys a reminder, Paul Howard had this case and he rejected it due to the only evidence being Woody, and stated that Woody was not stable enough to be able to hold a RICO due to his testimony of what he was giving. It was not believable of what Paul Howard said in the investigation rooms to be able to bring it full forth. The feds had also rejected it. So this is also, a lot of good information for you guys.
Can you make it bigger?
Here, I'll just give you the GBI. They can have it straight from the feds. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Let me give you that. I have
So you
all
look for
of
the
that.
Fulton County statistics if you want to go and do your own research. Pull up the Fulton County statistics from the GBI and then put
Nope,
in.
I got it. I got it right here. I got it
Okay.
right here. I got it right here. I got it right here. We don't even got to do that. You know what? Let me let me switch with you really quick.
Yes.
Let me let me just show this tab here. They're visual. They need to see it, and I am with them on that because I would want to see it too.
If you put it in the private, I can take the link and then share it in the link in my channel. If you want, if you put it in the private chat, I can do it.
Okay. So let's show them the 2015. We'll show them the 2016, and we will show them. We'll show them the 2016 that was revised, and we'll also show them their 2021, and we'll also show them the 2022. All right. I got it up.
You got it up on the other side? Let me go on your channel and get it up. Just bear with us, guys. Hold on a second. Just trying to get it so you guys can have it. Share the link on the private chat and now so I can copy it and put it in my thing.
I got you right now.
Thanks.
Here's the one for 2021.
Okay.
All right, Sylvia, I got the one in the chat pasted. I took it right out of my file.
Okay.
And then I'm going to post the other one right on there. It'll be a lot faster for the folks to be able to see it and follow along on some things.
Jen, I did 2021. I'm doing 6 right now.
Awesome. I just posted 3 of them just super fast in there.
I got it. I'm putting it in there for them.
Okay. You do see them?
It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 2021. So we got 16 in 2006.
And then I sent 2015.
Okay.
I did 2020. I did 2022 because they got to be able to see that comparison. Sylvia, I'm just doing the ones that really matter because we have 24 years of documentation. So we obviously don't want to cover the 24 years, but we want to highlight some important. We just really did a deep dive.
Okay.
Okay, do you see it?
Well, I'm putting it in the I got those tabs and I.
Okay, great. Okay, perfect.
They can't click it. They're not able to click it.
That's why I think it's better to do the screen share.
Okay. Let me just go ahead on into your
Here it goes, right here.
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. They got it.
All right, guys. Can you see the 2015?
You close out your private chat part so they can be bigger. The chat on this side so they can see it. Okay, can y'all see it now?
I can't see that on the screen.
They can see it on mine now. We got it. Can y'all see it now, guys?
It's probably easier if they were over here so they could be able to see it and we could be able to respond to their comments. Are they able to see the front GBI State of Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, so this is 2015. I'm just going to bring you guys down to the report here. This information is not something we're going to review. We're going to go down to did I pass it? All right, guys, see that here? I'm going to highlight it for you guys. You see that there?
We see the Bureau of Investigation November report sign in the front. That's all I see.
Jen, it's not showing the statistics.
We gotta move it up.
What? Okay. Can you guys see it now?
We still see it says Georgia Bureau of Investigation November report 2015.
Oh, you guys are on. Hold on.
You probably have to hit that
Okay.
text.
There you go.
You guys should be in the 2016.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Here goes your numbers right here. At the top here, guys, I'm going to kind of just hover over it. You'll see the population number, the murder, the rape, the robbery, all of the things that go aside. And then you have Atlanta here. Fulton is within the Atlanta. And I have it highlighted here. So the murders are here. The aggravated is, it would be this one here. And so it has all the numbers. So we're focused on the aggravated and we're focused on the murders because that was the biggest one that ran that stated why they needed to be taken. So you see that number there, a slight increase on there. Now I'm going to bring you guys to this one over here. 2021, this is when she took seat. See that significant climb there? Bring you down to those numbers. Those numbers are doubled.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, they're doubled there. Let me bring you into a whole nother year.
2022.
Yeah. We are doubled again. So I'm going to bring you to this one here. Let me bring you to this one too. So I have you guys here on this one, 2014, and this was a significant one that we were able to put forth.
And this is when Paul Howard was in office, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have all the years from when Paul was in. We also have how many hours on worked hours, how many staff they had on ground, how many examinations, crime analysis, how much money gone into it, where the investigations have gone. We really did some extensive deep dives to see what is the connection here. So I do got to get the other one. This is just the basis of the report. 1 second. Let me grab that one for you guys. Okay, 1 second, guys, getting you guys more. So that gives you guys a little bit more of a visual, and then Candy's in the background doing those. So that way you guys can see, and I can also post those underneath our page. So that way that is there. So that way you guys can see that. Now I'm gonna bring you guys to a different part of this, so that way it's followed along. Right now, the campaign is stating, and this is for Mrs. Willis, that the homicides are down 21%, violent crime is 20%, and those are not facts. We have made sure that we have done all of the legwork to see, okay, are these factual evidence? No, they're not. Okay, we got that. Now we want to go on, is it okay for the voters to have to vote off of false pretense? Because whoever's running the campaign is not running off of accurate statistics. And to say that 2015 was a horrible gang year is just not accurate. It's not there. The numbers are not supporting that. And as I said, if you view the Atlanta Voice interview, which we do have, going to bring you guys to that really quick. Has the chat, Sylvia, watched Welcome to Gitmo?
I don't know. I've never watched it.
You haven't watched it?
Mm-mm.
Mm.
You talking about the interview that she did? I didn't know it was called Welcome to Gizmo.
It's Welcome to Gitmo, Gitmo. So Gitmo, when they did that big old thing on the prisons, they're saying that Atlanta is basically the same way. There's blame being placed between three people. The three people is the sheriff, Mr. Labatt, the chief judge, Mr. Glanville, and the head DA, Mrs. Willis. So those are the three that are tied in to clean up all of these backgrounds. Right now, we know that the jail is overcrowded. We do know that over 11 million is being sent over to Cobb County to house their overstaffing crowded jail. They already have too many in there now, and there is over 1,800 waiting to be charged. There is a small portion of those that are waiting to be found competent, but there is other ways for the state to have them to be found competent. There's different ways of doing that. So that's one of our things that we are going to bring forward. We are going to DC next month. We will be there for 4 days just to speak about everything that has occurred within this trial, before this trial, during this trial, and all of the things that have been uncovered. One of our biggest passion is changing laws and making sure that laws go into place. So one of the things that I'm going to show you now is what we were able to come together and do for the people. And we worked on this diligently to uncover these things. I'm going to share it with you guys, share this screen. This is a project that Jeffrey's dad and our firm has worked on. It's Justice for All in Fulton County, and we will be at the polls. There is an active petition that is now live. This is you can scan that or you can find it on our page. And what we're doing is bringing this petition to DC. We have Trump that has a RICO there. We have YSL that has a RICO there. We have the Housing Authority that has some issues, and we have the courthouse. So we have wrapped everything up into one for Justice for All for Fulton County. That is the link. There is a paragraph.
Could you hold it up a little longer so they can screenshot it?
Sure. Do I need to go up or down for the people?
You're good. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get it too.
I can also send the share the link.
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Mhm.
So this is something Mr. Williams worked with us on. He is very passionate about change, and he is very passionate. He is very well aware that it is very hard to win this with the things that have been uncovered and the things that are happening. So we do know that how to make a difference. We do know that we have to be in Washington. We do know that we have to be at the polls. We do know that we have to voice everything that is going on. And we have to have the documents to be able to back it up. And that is what we work diligently on, to be able to present. We have written all of the higher ups of every single reporting command. They have been addressed formally. So we're now publicly able to come out to say, hey, we are the people. We are the people. And that's what matters for those seats, for district attorneys, for all of that. It is the people. It is us. It is what we do. It is the work we do. So what we are doing is a call to action right at the footsteps of the courthouse. We will be there before we go to Washington. And then after that, we will be at the polls. So what we are putting together now is a team that wants to fight in Washington with us, a team that wants to do the footsteps at the courthouse with us, and encourage everyone to share the petition, sign the petition. You can sign it and not have your name publicly on it, but your vote, your signature will count. You also can donate, and you don't have to donate. It does not come to anything of the YSL trial, anything that's going on. It is strictly for change.org. All you have to click is know that you are going to participate by sharing the petition, or you can't at this time. Just know that none of those proceeds go to the families and none of those proceeds go to us. So we just say, if you do it to help change.org, that's up to you. We don't request it and we don't see it. So we just want to be very transparent about where the petition is housed, in case you're asked that.
Okay, Melissa says Washington isn't going to do anything. This is a state issue. Be real.
We know that.
No, it's not. That's not how it works.
And we always have to challenge. So if you don't do anything, you're just as to blame as the oppressor.
So it doesn't work like that, because you have to remember every single state is headed by what?
The White House.
Where does the state officials report to? Where does the bosses that all the councils, where does the chairman, where does the Senate, where do they all go back to? They have to go to the White House. You got to know the chain of commands and how to make a difference. So it does make a difference. You can't just say it's a state issue. Absolutely, it's a state issue. But I can't. No, I take that back. Not a state issue, because you have other DAs in that state that are stating that these actions within this county is smearing the reputation of other district attorneys within Georgia, and they don't agree with it. They have come out publicly to say that. They had said that it is not serving. They want the people of Georgia to know that this is not a statewide thing. This is a county thing. And you have to understand where county money comes from. You got to understand how they're paid. You got to understand where they're getting their grants from. Three major revenues for district attorney's office is state, county, and grants. Their primary is through grants. Where do you think that comes from?
It comes from
When
taxpayers.
And when you have grants that are being taken, you have county. The county provides a significant amount to Fulton County. They have been very generous on funding and where they're at with repairs. So you have to connect them all and understand how one hand washes the other and where they go to report. And that is how you make a difference. The other thing that we do have is there is a backlinking connection. How many of you guys remember in the trial? Oh, I can't see the comments because they're not on this side. How many of you guys have watched the testimony of the DA in the Trump trial? Sylvia, what you're going to have to read what you're seeing because I can't see it.
They haven't responded to it yet.
Have you watched that one?
When Bonnie was on the stand, yeah, I watched it.
Mm-hmm. And then did you watch her father's?
Yeah, I watched her father.
Okay. And so you remember hearing about Mr. York?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Mr. York is administrative coordinator within the Fulton County courthouse during this period of time. So he was responsible for a lot of, I'm going to show you guys right now. He was responsible for a lot of different where's it at right here? Okay. I'm going to show you guys this one right here. Can you guys see that?
No, you're still showing the county change logo.
Okay, one moment. Let me get you guys this. Okay, this other one here is letter to Jordan. I'm going to show them this. Can you pull up the job details right from Fulton County that they posted for his job title?
Let me see.
We have the actual prerequisites and what is exactly handled within that. So as she's going through our dockets to be able to show you guys that, very important that we talk about that because there is an underhand connection. And so what I'm going to bring you guys back to is the ones that have watched this testimony and they have watched the testimony of the father. You know, he had spoke about the relationship with Mr. York. Well, Mr. York worked in the Fulton County, as I said, the courthouse as administrative coordinator. He was in control of all the records, reports, and make sure that they are filed. And if anybody needs anything, he is the person to go to. We have his actual job description that we're getting ready to pull up. He also, by night, is a DJ. He's also an owner of a music company, DJ in Service. Well, he has done a AC3G festival within Fulton County with Think It's a Game Records. And this was dating all the way back years before the unaliving of the individual that is at the center of the YSL trial right now, Mr. Thomas. And so he had a connection through music there, through producing and making beats, and also doing a festival that was promoted from the county, the courthouse, for funding to have that happen for the county. And it was a music festival, and it was primarily ran with Think It's a Game. So fast forward, even after the couple years, well, they were dating. They had a personal relationship that has been testified to on record. So with that connection there, it is more of you had a daytime job with them. That was your partner. That was your significant other. And then.
Sorry, they just missed what you said. Could you repeat that again?
I'm sorry, which part?
From the guy, you think it's a game. They said, she said, roll it back. Could you repeat? She missed something.
So the connection is they had a love interest. They were together. It was testified to on record in trial on the Trump trial. Mrs. Willis's father testified to the personal relationship that his daughter had with Mr. York. And Mr. York, as I said, was an administrator coordinator within the courthouse. His job was to oversee basically the files, the reports, attend to those. And if anybody had any requests, his roles is right up on the screen. That is for Fulton County. Those are his job duties. Okay. 2015 was the issue. Well, their relationship didn't stop until 2019. That is when the relationship with Mr. Wade had picked up. So this other gentleman just can't go under the water, under the clear there, because there was a direct connection. And the direct connection is through Mrs. Willis. That was her partner, her whatever you want to call it, dating partner, her boyfriend or significant other or whatever else. But he also had a role within the Fulton County Courthouse. And he also had a role at nighttime with the label on making the beats. They also did a music festival together where they are on the flyer together. They are on the flyer together.
Here's the breakdown. The diagram.
And it really, really shows, can you put back up the roles and the responsibilities again?
Yes.
So if you guys think of it there, so you have that at nighttime, they have that, the unaliving of Mr. Thomas in 2015. This relationship went to 2019. So it's not just of a personal interest to make sure that this is because of the background history that you had. Mind you, that before their interests, before their love interests, they were both Howard students together. Also, Mrs. Hilton was at Howard.
I'm sorry, Candy, can you do me a favor? Can you click the box that has just the without a picture in it, the box with just a square at the bottom?
What do you need?
No.
I need us to remove us from the side so that the what you're showing to be bigger. Because they're saying it's blurry.
I can paste it. I can paste it on my page. I'm gonna paste all the links for them.
Okay, it's
So
bigger
they
now.
can, yep, I'll paste
You
all
can
the
see it
links for
now?
you.
No, I was just trying to move us out the way.
Yeah, she was just trying
Okay.
to move us. Yeah, it's fine, Candy, because I'm going to paste everything for them so they can actually go through on their own time and read everything with a fine comb so they can even have a deeper understanding of the connections.
Okay.
So that way they have those, because absolutely I'd want to look at those too. And I'll also include the reports of the study of the 20 years too, so they can be able to see that. I think that's very important. So one of the underlying connections there is, this relationship not only tied from their college days, right? Fani also went on to teach there. So she was of a professor basically to the both of them as well. So it all correlated. And then you fast forward all these years and they're still within the same courthouse. Mind you, this individual has been in the courthouse since the early 2000s with her. There's a big thing that they say that when this election had ran, there was deep-seated corruption. And this is all the things she claimed on why she needed to come into office. These are all of the things that are being uncovered. The same team that was there are the same veterans that are still within there. So there's no one that's changed but the DA. And so it's important for the people to know that. Nothing else has changed. The backlog has grew. The overcrowding has grown. There is over 1,000 of inmates that don't even know what they're being charged with. They've been held for months, and now they have a couple that have reached over the year mark. So you look at all these things and you roll them up and you say, okay, well, you had a personal relationship. You also had a personal friendship with this gentleman, and he also can go to the courthouse during the day and deal with all the records. To me, there's too many conflicts of interest within that circle. Way too many conflicts of interest that should not be there. And that is very concerning, to say the least. How many of you guys knew that connection?
I did.
And how many of you guys know that that it does make a difference when you are doing it for a friend? This is your personal friend that you were affected. So you obviously, by nighttime, you would have to go there. There was a part of it where they said, I would go bring somebody dinner or something like that. Well, was it at the studio? Is what we, the people, need to know. Was it at the studio? And how many times have you visited the studio? And how many occasions have you met with Mr. Thomas? How many times have you been around when your significant other was producing and mixing music? Or how many times, or did you participate in the concert that was held right there in Fulton that was funded by I Think It's a Game? So we're going to fast forward to why that matters. And I'm going to show you guys a document right here on why it matters. We don't come to play. We come to lay it all out on the wood. We are not interested what people wear, what people look like. We're interested in true justice and making a difference. And we show up and we show out and we join together. And we bring in people from all over the world to help fight. And that is the call of action that we've called for Fulton County. Everyone needs it. The citizens need it. The defendants need it. The jail needs it. Everybody needs it. The housing authority needs it. There is so many people affected by just the person sitting in seat. How many times have you seen corrupted behavior happen within this trial?
Someone said, I thought it was Armando.
No, that's what the people were thinking. the people totally thought, oh, it was Mondo and there was a relationship with Mondo. No, she represented him when she went back to her private practice. She had had lost, and then she went back to her private practice. And then she came back and ran against Howard. So a lot of people didn't know she had lost the first one and it couldn't go. And then she came back with a vengeance. So she had went off into her personal. Can you pull up the letter?
The resignation?
No, we're not going to show that one yet. That's going to be for them on the next one. Pull up the YFN letter.
You talking about the one she did for Lucci?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that's I think it's a game artist. He was able to get a reachable bond. He had a RICO indictment as well. He had murder attached to him. He had robbery, assault, and then the gang RICO affiliation charge. He was able to meet the reachable bond, and then that the letter is going to go up on the screen. Why do you think he was endorsed and falsified a letter for him? He has on record been stabbed in the jail, been transferred out for treatment.
Yep.
He has been caught with a shank in the jail.
Yep.
He has been caught with a fight that he was participated in. So just to give you guys a reminder as a professional here, anytime anything occurs, documentation has to take place. You have to document where it took place, how it took place, who was involved, anyone was hurt, and if anyone was transferred out. I did plenty of audits on these things in my time. And I can tell you that there is no way. Can you just zoom in on that a little bit? I want to highlight something for the people. A little bit more. We're a little blind up in here. Looks like the people got a little bit more. There you go. Come out just a little bit. Okay, right there. Thank you so much. Okay. It says, to the state's position concerning Rayshon Bennett parole eligibility, dear board members, pursuant to the parties' negotiated agreement, the state does not object to defendant Rayshon Bennett being released from Department of Corrections the first time he becomes eligible for parole or after serving 1/3 of his prison sentence, whichever comes first. The recommendation by the state is conditioned upon the defendant's compliance with the lawful authority of all Department of Corrections personnel, and having had no incidents of any kind in any facility in which he has been housed, which, while in custody of the Department of Corrections, attached to the letter is a file stamped copy of the defendant's final deposition. Should any of the board members have questions regarding the state's recommendation, please feel free to contact my office. So the big part here, oh, what just happened?
You just got one smaller.
Candy, did you zoom out? So the biggest part here, that whichever the recommendation by the states conditioned upon the defendant's compliance with the lawful authority of all Department of Corrections personnel and having had no incidents of any kind in any facility in which he has been housed while he's been in custody. The news has proved that to be not sufficient, and that was falsified. Also, the reports that the jail should have on the stabbing of the getting caught with contraband, the fight, all of those things are wrote up in his name. So does that equal a a letter of endorsement. No, it's falsified. Why would it be falsified? Were you asked to do this because of the connection? Were you asked to do this by your partner who was mixing some beats at that time? We, the people, need to know. We have questions, and all we want to know is if that's true. And we also want to know, where did you get the information that there had been no incidents? Is that an insinuation that the sheriffs are not writing reports on what is happening within that jail? Or is it that you ignored those to endorse? So it's very important for the State Board of for parole and pardons to know this is falsified and these are not accurate. And they can go right to news clippings and show where he was transported. We do have a picture of him on the stretcher as well, that we have included in our letter. So that's a piece there. I want to bring you to another piece that is connected, and it is through Howard University. Howard University is where everyone has come together. So why? Why have they all come together at Howard University? They're just getting a college degree. They formed bonds. They formed relationships, particularly Miss Hilton and Miss Willis, sorority sisters. And that's a very important oath that everybody, if you do know, college life, we take it very serious. And our duties, we take serious to that. So with the connection there, not only did you go to school with them, you're in a sorority with one of them, you also had a love interest, but first you had a deep, long years of friendship. Now I'm going to bring you back in a little bit of history of why it matters. These are the ones that are running Fulton County. They have no back history, no upbringing in Georgia. They're not from Georgia. They're not Fulton County natives. So the deep history of that county wouldn't be at their core. But election status and winning and having that under their title for a second seat would fit the bill. So very different here. So if we're looking back and say, okay, well, why is that? And why does that happen? Miss Love is a native, not of Fulton, but a neighboring county. She is a born, what do you guys call yourself? Georgia Peaches? What do you guys call yourself there?
What they call themselves? I'm not a Georgia Peach. I'm a New York.
You're not a born and raised there neither. Okay, so what is the appropriate name?
I think that's Georgia Peach.
I thought that, I didn't know if I got that off of the show that was on TV or if that's accurate. Like
Georgia. The ladies are Georgia Peaches.
Okay, so what do the gentlemen say? Georginians or? I
don't know. Okay, Felicia Fee said Georginians.
Okay, so I knew I heard like something of, but I need some real Georgia natives to connect with us, because I really am trying to figure out the lingo and where's where and what's what and whatever else. So as we're going through this, we're just giving you guys, the back end connection there. So not only did it start with a personal friendship, that was a friendship. You worked with them during the day. You got to know them at night. You got to go to school with them. So you got a history with them. So when he's hurting, of course, you're going to be hurt. That's your significant other. That's your partner. So when someone within where he's able to establish his DJing career is taken away because there has been someone who is deceased, it's going to be a little bit more personal, don't you think?
Interesting.
It's going to be a little bit more personable. But not only that, now you say, I'm going to run this for this seat. I'm going to get into seat and I'm going to fast forward and I'm getting justice. And you even went live on the news and said that she had extra resources. Do you guys know that 50 positions were filled within that courthouse for YSL? Do you know that the funding from the inner youth children was not used for the youth? Do you know that a promise had been made to the mother that she promised justice? She promised to deliver. How can you promise something that you don't know what we, the people, and the jurors are going to think? Because you took a case that was said no on when you were there. You have to remember the lingo that you're hearing. Prior to my office, there was corruption. There was this, there was that. That's what you hear. That is what you constantly hear. There's corruption, there's this, there's that. These the very same people are sitting in those seats. They're just higher up now. They're not ADAs no more. So I need the people to see the full on picture here and what is exactly happening and how this YSL trial is held up in this election. It is for status. It is for ranking. It is for campaigning. It is for the dollar. For the dollar. Her voters are primarily upper class and middle class. It's not coming from the inner city. And you have her on national news saying the crime was terrible, but the statistics show that it actually decreased that year. It actually decreased that year. And before you got in office, that county was at an all-time low. And you got in and you doubled it for consecutive years now. The people don't know that. The voters don't know that. The people is what gives them the seat. And that is why it's very important to be very transparent. What we're seeing here is abuse of power. We're seeing a lot of prosecutorial misconduct. You're seeing a lot of ethical issues. And you are seeking a win versus justice. Well, the law says the exact opposite. You can't seek a win. You have to pursue it for justice. That's not what's happening. So do they have a fair shot if she sits in another term? Absolutely not. Will she come forward and pull the plug on this trial? No. You have to remember that Chief, this is a veteran district attorney. And Mrs. Hilton has been in office for many years. She's seasoned. Love, believe it or not, she is seasoned. She's been in that job for a very, 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 very long time. So with that being said, do you think appropriate remedy for Brady would be to watch a pre-recorded video on what is Brady? Just want to give you guys an inside look. These same prosecutors actually teach that course in summer camp to the newbies coming into law. What do you think, Sylvia?
Sorry,
Sylvia?
I'm sorry. I had gotten a call and I had stepped away. You said, what did I think?
Yeah. What? Yeah. Where you at? Where you at on that?
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I had gotten a call. I had to step away from the room.
So I said I was discussing Miss Love and Miss Hilton that they are seasoned veteran DAs. Whether we want to say otherwise, they have been in seat for many, many years. They have been in this field for many, many years, and they have been doing what they do for many, many years. Do you think it's an appropriate remedy for the courts to say you need to watch a pre-recorded video on Brady when insultingly, this is the same course that DAs are responsible to teach at summer camp for the newbies of law coming in? So do you think that this is an appropriate remedy?
I think it should have been more than just going to take a remedial class.
Well, not only a remedial class, they teach this class in the summer.
Yeah.
So they know this course by the backhand. This is seasoned veteran behaviors that we're seeing. And it can't just say, well, this has to go to the state bar. No, there's actual underhanded things that are not okay. And we, the people, have questions because we, the people, are what put you in seat. The seat is only yours because the people allowed you to sit in it. It is by their vote. Everyone cannot want change and not be a part of the change. You have to get involved. You have to show up. You have to go to the call of action. You got to show up and fight. If there are any of the viewers that want to attach and want to help and want to do these things, we welcome you. We welcome you. We have room at the table for anyone that wants to do what is right.
Okay, look at I have a couple of people made comments, and one comment says, so you guys want to vote for a newbie who just got her JD 5 years ago and is only an associate lawyer at Rich Firm to run the largest county in Georgia. Come on, be wiser than that, serpent. Than the serpent, sorry.
Well, you can sit in the same place that you're in and keep on having young men being sent away. Just this past week, 4 have life sentences. They have just a gang charge.
And they took plea deals.
Yeah, they're all pleas. By tactic.
But they don't even know, a lot of people don't even know about this stuff that's happening in the courthouse.
So do you want an experienced person that will deal with things however she will see fit? Or do you want someone that really cares about delivering that backlog of all the ones that are sitting in there that don't even, in the jail, that don't even know if they got a charge coming? They're still sitting there for months. They're still wondering, what am I charged with? What am I going to get charged with? So do you want to stay where it's at? What interception is happening other than a bolstering of your chest out to say, I put this many people away? Well, you did it underhandedly because your evidence wasn't there.
Okay, this person says, Wigs and Wine says, how did Fannie have anything to do with unaliving person, and what does DJ boyfriend have to do with that? Okay, I don't think you guys caught what
I don't think that's a proper question they would have to rewatch and catch that, because that's
y'all missed something.
Yeah, that's not even a connection that we made in that way. So they definitely are missing some information there.
You're not following the timeline is what it is.
Exactly.
So if you re-review and you identify the correlation, then you can connect it all together. That's why we have Unjust in the courthouse right now, because it's all intertwined. You just have to make sure you can decipher it however you may see fit for yourself and tie those connections.
And not only tie those connections, we the people have questions. These are all questions that should be answered. These are things that have been testified to on the stand. This is a relationship that was testified to on the stand
by her father.
A relation. Okay. There's quite a few of them saying they don't get the connection. Okay.
Okay, so
that time sheet thing again.
So you have the administrative coordinator of the courthouse. That is your safekeeper. He's also your college friend. So not just your coworker since the early 2001 and 2. He's also your friend. He's also your college mate who later in life became your lover. This same lover worked with you by day, and by night he was a DJ and a producer. He did a festival with Think It's a Game Records. He's done mixing for Think It's a Game Records, where we were able to pull his name off of those things. Where is the person that is at the heart of the YSL trial that was unalived, that is deceased? What label is he from?
Where he was connected to.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Well, he ran part of it. Mm-hmm. So what label is he from? Think It's a Game. There is your connection. So as your personal interest lover, a long day of work, he's got to go in and do his secondary work that he does on the side. What about the festival that they did together in tandem? Mr. Williams wasn't a performer for that month. But the following month, he did Rock the Vote. He was invited to that. But why wasn't he invited to the other festival that they had music artists coming to? Because that's where it was ran from. And it was confirmed that no, he didn't have an invite. He was not invited to that. And then we found out who the promoters were. And we have that. So is that a little bit easier for you guys to see the connection now? I can't see the comments, Sylvia, so you're going to have to kind of be the eyes for that.
Danny says, I don't see how making personal connection be your attacking point of corruption. There has to be tangible thing, which I do find that there are plenty based on your argument on those. It says, if Lucci and Quan got an issue with anyone with YSL, who has got at that point? I don't know.
But would there be an issue for Rich Homie Quan?
Somebody said,
what was that?
Somebody said, be more convincing.
I don't think I have to be convincing. I feel like all of the documents we have and what the higher ups are seeing, that's where it needs to be convincing. The people should be able to see it through. I don't think them themselves or whoever made that comment. Would you want to be sitting facing a life term in front of individuals that are connected inside of work, outside of work, and in the bed? I just want you to answer that honestly. And you tell me if you have a fair shot. If you have someone that has the ability to put you away for life, that is connected with others, that have an inside connection, and they're not only connected inside that work, but at night and through bed, are you going to sit there with a fair shot? And if you know that person has to have some groundbreaking things to convince we the people that you are fit for a second term. But in Mrs. Willis's own words, she says in her Atlanta Voice interview that he was not fit for the job. due to the corruption, due to sleeping with staff, and due to taking from inner youth children. It's called power of the tongue. So everything that she did to run her campaign to win it the first time around was based off of the accusations that she put onto her boss that mentored her, that she spoke highly of on many podiums, and then decided to bring a lawsuit, a federal one that was going to take them all the way out the game 2 weeks before election. It's a dirty game. It is a politician game, and that's what it's about. So what are they trying to protect? That's what you guys are thinking. What are they trying to protect? What is the big deal about a Democrat versus a Republican? Why does that have to deal with the court? Why? Why does that make sense? Because there's a heart of an issue that Atlanta has been wrapped in for many, many years. It is the airport. That airport is at the rule of all evil. Republicans want it. The state wants to take it over. The state wants to take it over, and it is owned by the city of Atlanta. Busiest airport in the U.S. It is top 3 and made the #1 spot many times. FAA, it is a major hub. Major hub. Major revenue, major dollars that is being poured into Atlanta from this airport. So you have to understand and, get out of the box and be able to know what all the issues are out there, because you, the people, deserve it. You guys deserve to know what relationships are had, what connections are had. You guys will be able to see. That is why you see Mr. Lucci getting endorsed, falsified, falsely endorsed. You know him, and you know him personally. But why would you make it that obvious and hold these gentlemen with no bonds?
And then you gave him, Lucci, bond with the same type of charge, and he even had a murder on his charge.
He had an assault as well.
Yeah.
A robbery. He had a
But-
robbery. He had a murder.
And he was on bond, and then he violated his bond thing, and they pulled him back. But he was on bond, and Jeffrey never got bond. Jeffrey never got a bond. Never.
No, he's been denied every single time. Every single time. And you say, well, why? Why is it so different? This young man over here is on a same trial. He doesn't have a robbery. He doesn't have a murder. He doesn't have that attached. So it's to open the eyes of the people to say, look, there's a
Lamar, you're incorrect. I was at the hearing each time. He was on bond, and they came and got him because he violated his bond condition. I was there.
Absolutely.
I was there.
We have a video of when he walked out, and it has the date on there and the exact time, and he has the ankle bracelet right around, and he was in the parking lot filming, and yeah, it's there. And his footage made social media when he was wheeled out on a stretcher when he was stabbed. So all of that is there. So it does show that it was falsified. Him getting caught with contraband, a shank, that was there. All of this stuff has made the media and the headlines. So knowing that happened, and to endorse on top of that and say he's had no sanctions and everything that he's had is reachable. And he'll be back out very, very, because based off of Georgia law, they're not contesting anything, and he didn't get any way, shape, or form any type of life sentence or anything. The other thing I have for you guys is what does it say on there, Sylvia? Said there was another question that they had on the.
Say it again.
There was another question that you said it was right after that. After you said, no, I was there. There was something else you were going into.
No, I wasn't going into anything else. I didn't have anything else.
Okay. And then, so Sylvia, what do you think about the 191
Indictment, overacts.
That
What?
that 190 don't apply.
No, but they get ready to put the other two that have happened in the court. I mean, while they've been in jail, they're trying to put those in there as well.
Yeah, I did hear when she says that.
Yeah, and that's that I went and pulled up the actual the what do you call it, the charges on that. It would just still haven't been indicted yet. It's out of Cobb County.
Yeah, then that was they're also housing in Cobb County and paying almost $12 million to house their extra inmates there.
Okay, the title of this live is YSL trial. Is it corruption? This has nothing to do with my channel being demonetized. So has nothing because they keep asking me about my channel being
because Sylvia is a target, and that's the thing. Sylvia is a target. She's going in the courtroom and she's going live with you guys in the evening, and she's going into different places. She's going into the studio, podcasts, and things like that. So you have to understand she has eyes on her, and there's people that's going to be upset with her for what she does. And so people are reporting and doing things to her that are not fair. But she is working through those currently, and she'll be back up in no time, and everything will be all right for her. But this is what happens when you speak out and you speak the truth. Because truth and politics don't go hand in hand, unfortunately. And it's sad. So then also, so Ms. Sylvia, I needed you to confirm that. How many of the speedy trial requests were there?
There was, I know for a fact, 2. And then the other ones it was more, well, originally it was more that was submitted, but only 2 went through because the other ones was during the time where there was an order placed because of the COVID situation that they didn't recognize speedy trial until after I think January 1st, 2023. So
okay. Yeah. And from what I hear is I heard she's very personable though in real life.
Love?
Mrs. Willis and Mrs. Love. I heard that their behaviors right now are out of character for the both of them, is what I heard. So this is everything is allegedly. Everything is allegedly, because you have to put that out there. But I heard that they're very personable in real life, that this is out of character for them. So I just want to know, anybody in the chat, have you ever had a personal relationship of either of the two to vouch to say, yes, this is out of character for them? What you see, Sylvia?
They want me to drop the link because they want to talk.
Okay. Go ahead. You can drop it.
You want
You
to
got
talk?
it right.
Okay.
Yeah, we can bring them up.
One at a time, guys.
I think mine can have, give them my link. So they're on the back of my StreamYard.
So you want, okay, I need to go back into yours and get yours.
Because I have I have it set up for them, so it will ping them and they will auto get the links. I set it up through the settings. That's what was taking me so long to go live today on our channel. Our channel is new for Candy and I. And it's just to spread awareness. We also have 2 other cases that we're working on that we're going to bring to you guys.
Okay, Cooper said this wasn't helpful.
Oh, we have a lot. We're not even, we're just getting in the touch. So it's very helpful. It's very helpful. It's done a lot of things already. Do you have it up there for him, Sylvia?
I put it in. I put it in already. You should see some of them coming to your back channel. Tanya said prove it. Tanya said prove it.
Okay, Uptown. I see okay. Our channel is new for Candy and I. And it's just to spread awareness.
He has to turn down his thing in the background.
Hi, Uptown Marty. Can you just mute your background so we could be able to hear you?
My bad. Can y'all hear me?
Yep,
Yeah.
you sound good now.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Sylvia,
afternoon.
sorry. Yeah, afternoon. I'm sorry.
It's afternoon where I'm at.
Where we at on this beautiful
Good morning.
planet? Yeah, I'm so sorry what happened to your account, Miss Sylvia. That's corny. I know we all have our disagreements about some things, but what we all agree on is the state is, they're not playing fair. And this has been happening, especially to young black successful men, a lot. And it's like it feel like there's no way out because even when you're successful, this feel like they're coming at you more. And we definitely need to get out and vote and do what we need to do. But I just had a question about this candidate that y'all was speaking about. What's her name?
Courtney Kramer is
Courtney
the
Kramer.
candidate that is running against Willis. That is the only candidate.
That's the only candidate. Is there no other Democrat candidate?
There is not.
The Democrats say they already had their primary, and Willis is the one that won that primary.
Okay. I was just wondering because, I know Kramer's a Republican and they got the Trump thing going on. And is she like pandering to us just so she can, free him and then go back to the same politics and not worse? So I was just wondering, like, how can we be sure?
They all pander, if you ask me.
What was that? How can you make sure what?
I mean, just like how if we vote in Kramer, how can we be sure that she'll really, do the things that Fannie couldn't and do the things that she promised, and she's not just saying this to get our people riled up.
Well, that's
so
what
she can
that's
free
the
Trump.
That's the risk that everyone takes on every single vote they cast, right? We really don't know what they're going to do when they get into seat. Isn't that true?
Facts.
I mean, if you look back at the previous election in Fulton County, you had a gentleman, Mr. Howard, that had been in seat for years. Since I believe it was 2007, he had been in the seat. And he was unseated due to the corruption, the chaos that was outed from Mrs. Willis and the campaign, and then the lawsuit that came forward. And so now we're seeing all those same things right now. And
Right.
and what his standpoint was, he was taken back. It was personal to him because he mentored her and she came up underneath him. And so that is the whole point of, there's nothing that has changed within that department because the same people are there in a higher seat now.
I think the same thing. If I could chime in on that, because I was listening to what's her name, Ashley Merchant this morning, because Miss Sylvia hadn't had nothing up because we was going through technical difficulties. So I forgot this guy that I was watching it. Ashley Merchant was one of his guests, and Ashley Merchant was explaining the same thing that you're explaining right now, is that how much of the corruption had been going on and how deep rooted it is within the system of Fulton County, even to the point where her and her family had to move out of Fulton and move to Cobb County because, you know, some things was happening. Their house was getting broke in and cars, and they would call the cops and they would try to get prosecuted, but nothing would happen. And she made mention this morning about the guy Paul Howard and how Fanny was up under him. It's just like
Mhm.
almost Daniel's son trying to take Mr. Miyagi's spot.
That's
First of all,
exactly.
right. First of all, you don't know enough to really come in and really try to take your Mr. Miyagi spot because you haven't sat long enough to learn, first and foremost. Second of all, I think that, like you said, I I think the fact that when she came in, like Paul Howard said, he was not going to prosecute this case because he needed credible witnesses. And unfortunately,
Absolutely.
like Fonnie come in and we're gonna be captive save a hero and we're gonna prosecute to the fullest. And then now it's looking like a S show, like every platformer has been saying. This is just a circus.
But
And
absolutely. But what you have to look and zero in on is, why did she choose this? This was a cold case. Why did
right.
she choose this? Because that promise was made
Mm-hmm.
to the mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that getting justice for a mother is wrong, because let me tell you, I that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there was a whole team that was hired strictly for this. There was this was the poster board that was supposed to help for the second seat.
And you're so right with that because even she mentioned that about the people that was there left when she came in. So you're
Correct.
absolutely. I'm just actually confirming what you're saying that Ashley Merchant said out of her mouth.
I
You know,
appreciate you. That
everybody
means
that
you're
was
following.
on that case, right? Everybody that was on that YSL case before when Fonnis came in, they left because they was in agreements with Paul Howard that we can't do this. We can't just take the taxpayers' dollars and waste them like this here when we don't have credible evidence or credible witnesses to prosecute this case.
And not
And
only that, you got to think of the people. You got to think of the taxpayers. You got to think of, they're already in such a huge um inflation.
can I
So
say one more thing and then I'll get out of here because I know it's a lot of people that want to speak. I'm just saying, I just don't want, I just want our people to do the research, and I just don't want another Republican candidate coming up and saying something and dangle this Young Thug case in front of us like candy just to have an ulterior motive and to let other people free that shouldn't be free, including Trump. But I just want every, it's not just Democrat and Republican. I just want everyone to look at these politicians on a case by case basis and not be fooled just because one says, I'm gonna get your uncle out of jail.
absolutely.
And then you vote for him, and you know the rest of it goes to hell. But that's it. Thank y'all for having me up. Y'all have a
Hey,
beautiful day.
can I speak on to
I
you before you
appreciate
leave?
I
And
appreciate you, Marty, but just to answer you, because that's very valuable. Antonia, I'll give it to you right
okay.
after. It's very valuable because that's very right. A lot of people are scared to vote because they don't know the candidate, right? A lot of people are afraid because they don't know what they're going to do to get into seat. But what you do know is that what is happening right now is not okay. And what you do know is that there's a lot of people that are being targeted and that their lives are at stake for a poster board to be able to have these groundbreaking things under your belt. And that's not okay. If you have superiors and the feds say absolutely not, the only person that you have that is going to have to tie this case is an individual that is not trustworthy.
And to also speak. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
No,
done.
so what would be the other motive of that to say, nope, I'm doing this. I'm going forward. You needed it for your belt. And you went with it and you went hard and then you had a promise. But I don't want the city of Fulton to forget about what about the other 136 deceased? Why didn't they matter in that same aspect? Why didn't they have 50 extra employees sent just to work their case? Why didn't they have all the extra resources? Why didn't they have all the extra funding? Why didn't they have all of those things? Why didn't they matter? Why did just this one matter? Is what the people need to be asking.
Wow.
Why do their family not deserve justice?
And I totally understand. Antonio, you had something to say to me?
Yeah, I wanted to and this is like this here. I just believe even when I shout out to Sadie Nash, because that's where I first seen that documented of this late what's her new name? I can't think of her name, that's running against Fonnie Willis, Christy
Kramer.
something. Frank Kramer, right?
Courtney Kramer.
Courtney. Okay. What was so refreshing to me when I read her public declaration or whatever it was that she was saying is that her what she said to me, not just as I don't even live in Georgia, but if I was a citizen there, what stuck out to me the most about what she was saying, and this is just to talk to you, Marty, as far as giving her the shot, because like you say, we don't know one way or the other. But I listen to what a person don't say more than what they do say. And the things that she was saying about, all these backdate logs, these cases that are backdated, these rape cases, all these other cases that are backlogged. Like Ashley Merchant was saying that Fulton County is paying Cobb County so much money to house people because they don't have nowhere to house these people.
I said that today, but they also have over 1,000 people that are still over their numbers there.
Yes.
That are not charged.
Right. So
what
better way not to get some fresh blood in there? Even if it's I'd rather let somebody come in and show their hand and give it a shot than to keep sitting here looking at the same people run the same circus and run the same play over and over and over and over and over again. Like Merchant said this morning, who deals in cash? So funny say, oh, I do everything in cash. I don't have no woman. That's called no traceable.
That's not traceable.
That's called corruption at its best. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
to you, Marty, I just feel like, I'd rather for somebody else I'd rather invest in another person giving a shot than to keep watching these same ones throw a brick.
Me too. I'm just saying, no matter who it is, let's just keep holding their feet to the fire after they get elected.
Right.
And
I'm with you with that.
Not let us be pawns and whatever we're trying to accomplish.
And
but
I agree.
I definitely agree with what you said as well. I don't live in Georgia, but I would be happy to see some type of change. But I don't want us to take our foot off the gas, once we get somebody in office.
But the great thing is you guys are not there, right? But your voice still matters. Your count still matters. Your petition matters. joining for the call of action outside of the courthouse, where everyone is going to gather out there and demand justice. We're going to be at the polls. Several groups are being organized to be at the polls so that way they can understand and have all this. Just so you guys know that everything that we obtained is out there. It is public. It is public record and access. Every single one of you guys have access to it.
And,
Every single one of you guys.
And I want to say something to Marty. Marty's focusing on the thing about Trump. Do you think that she's really going to get Trump? No, I don't think so. And so who's being unjustly done is those 6 guys, the way this trial is going.
Well, absolutely. But no matter who is on that bench, you don't have a lot of people are I don't know how, but in this case, somehow, some way, everyone has strictly been focused on love in Glanville. What I need everyone to understand is that they go back to Mrs. Willis.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She gives them the orders on how to handle this case.
Yep.
She is the person to say no, yes, keep pushing, fight on this, try to get this in.
She had to sign off on Lil Woody immunity.
Absolutely. And how all that unfolded out, and what I wanted to see from the attorneys is it was very unfair for the judge to say that they forfeited their right to speak on it because it was announced in court. To be very fair, if they go back and play that end of the video, there was no one in earshot of that remark of we need an ex parte. We may need an ex parte. But the court reporter in Glanville, you had one attorney already on the phone. They were already recessing for the day. You had one packing up. You had one helping an inmate that had a coat stuck on a chair. Way too much going on to say this was an announcement. This was not an open court announcement on how it was projected. But why was it said like that? These are all things. What I need the people to know is she literally quieted the uproar by holding those motions for all of that time and kept pushing ahead on the trial. If you noticed, her focus coming in was to push the trial ahead and kept those motions off on the side. So it had everybody speculating, thinking a mistrial was coming. That was purposely and intentfully done. That is to quiet the uproar of what occurred. And she did it successfully because everybody followed along and they held on to words of hope by I hope, or if there's a mistrial, they'll hold on to the if word. We may, or this may not be able to come in, and then the following week it comes in. So that speaks to a lot of it as well.
Okay, I'm gonna follow.
Sign the petition.
Yeah, what other things that Kramer has in plan if she gets elected, and see if we're aligned in other places as well. But I just do want the best for Jeff, of course.
Absolutely. Well, you want to see justice. You want to see justice for all of them sitting there. And you want to be able to have some faith restored in the judicial process, which we, the people, are not feeling that anything has been restored. And all we're seeing is a repeat of what just came off of the bench.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a beautiful day.
All right, Marty, you too. Thank you for coming up. Sandy, how you doing today, Sandy? Thank you for being patient. Can you hear us, Sandy?
Sandy's not here.
Okay, Sandy just went back down. Oh, putting him back on. Okay. He just went out, accidentally clicked off and clicked back on. Sandy,
Yes, can you hear me?
we can hear you now. You thank you for being patient while the two gentlemen were speaking. So what would you like to say today?
What I like to say is, like, you don't have to live in Atlanta to see the corruption that's going on over there. One thing you guys have to think about is it doesn't matter who you elect somebody new. If there's no collaboration to fix the corruption, how y'all gonna put this person? It doesn't matter what her experience is to fix this like right away. That's a question you guys have to think about.
Mm-hmm.
The corruption in Atlanta is corruption like that in every other state. People that live in Atlanta might be more aware. Fanny, I know I'm repeating myself, just she was here in Boston not too long ago with Hilton. They gave her some check. I'm trying to find out how much money it is. Now, whatever money they gave her, she's going to use for this trial. She's going to use maybe for the sheriff's department. We don't know that. Only people in Atlanta will know this. But my point is this: corruption there in Atlanta, just by you electing this lady Kramer, and I'm not saying nothing wrong about her, she's not going to be able to fix all this corruption like this. There needs to be collaboration between everybody in there that wants to fix it. If they don't want to fix it, that's not going to be fixed right now. So that's what I got to say.
You have to. You're very accurate in it. It has to be a collaborated effort. But what we do know is that the fight is present. The fight is getting, the call of action, and all the people, we the people, rounded up to fight for this change. I think that they have done a tremendous job by keeping the people kind of quiet and pushing things off and trying to push the trial ahead. And that is where we, the people, have to go one step further. And we have to show up. We have to be present. And we have to go to the places that matter. And that's exactly what we do. That is exactly what we do. When we see these type of injustices, we fight, and we fight hard.
And then, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I just want to say something. So again, with the fight, you have to make sure you hold people accountable. It appears that a lot of people, when they're speaking, they're not speaking from the intelligence outside of emotional. So people have to put aside their emotions.
Yes.
And understand emotional intelligence. You have to learn how to fight.
Yes, I agree with that because, like, I'm going to be honest with you. People, oh, I don't know whose phone that is, but anyways, people fall in love with emotion too much. Like, and I'm not going to bring this person up, but there was a lawyer that was in here, and people just fell in love with her. And I just felt like she wasn't competent. Something was going to happen to her. They were going to take advantage of her if they bring an open court. I said this for the past 3 weeks, and it exactly happened to her. And she's a lawyer in Atlanta. I'm not going to mention her name because people are in love with her. They emotionally attached to her, and they don't want to separate them. And they need to be careful with her because she's in hot seat right now with the DA and stuff like that. And now what's going to happen is now
Are you referring to Sandy? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I don't want to say her name because people get emotional. They emotionally attached to her.
Right.
Oh,
I don't think it's more
is.
so emotional. I think it's more so people speak from their passion.
That's
Because
emotional.
you have to really think about emotionalism. A person would do or go to a very extreme to show their, how they feel about a certain thing. But when you're speaking from a place of passion, because sometimes the two lines can intersect. Because I'm a passionate speaker, no matter
Me too.
what
Yeah.
I
I can
speak
see
on.
that.
Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
very passionate. I'm very animated when I speak. Even my wife said all the time, like, yo, dude, calm down. Hold on. It's not that serious. But I'm so passionate because when you come from a place of dealing with being in that seat where Jeff and all those guys have been, or been in a place where your life or your life has been taken for you for a certain amount of time because of somebody saying something that wasn't there or trying to get over, or or you've been crapped on all your life, sometimes your experience will have you speak from a place of passion and not so much emotional. So I think the lines is a very blurred line between emotion and passion. But I just wanted to put that out there because I agree with what the young lady was saying about a lot of people speak from emotions, but I just wanted to put that in differences of, a passionate speaker.
And I
And I am.
agree with you as well. It's just that you
Uh-huh.
have to know how to insert that and turn
Mhm.
it off and on when you are a public speaker.
Right.
Yes.
Gotcha.
You can't wear your emotions on your sleeves because you're going to be attacked from all
Mhm.
directions.
And that
If you're
Gotcha.
going to
and
lead,
and that's
you
what
have to
happened.
lead
That's what
with
happened to this
conviction.
lawyer. That's what happened to his lawyer. She's an officer of the court. She was speaking out emotionally on YouTube, whatever. And people was like, oh man, she has a nice body. I like her. She's this and this and that. She went in a court and she pooped on herself. So it's just like, and then people was mad at me. Oh no, I'm not gonna for people that are incompetent like that, that brought some animosity to the case because love took advantage of that. You understand? But let me get away from that. There's going to be collateral damage. The collateral damage is Thug and these defendants. They might get life for 20 years or whatever. Because if you guys heard, whatever Copeland gets convicted with, that's going to go on them too.
Yeah,
Steele said it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
you're correct.
Right. It
So
is a reflection, and I agree with that. I agree with that. I understand that what you say, like the emotional connection for her, but what I want to keep in mind is have a little bit of grace as well, because she is newer to this world and she's dealing with seasoned veterans, right? And they are underhandedly have they have a personal attack on making sure that this is seen all the way through. They are throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. And having a new attorney come in that is newer to that world where she hasn't been practicing for 20 plus years like the others, it's a little bit harder because she doesn't have all of that experience under her belt. So it's very easy for her to be a target as well. Yes, we probably wanted to see her deal with the courts first before YouTube on filing. And we wanted to see more on the professional side of that, but you really can't fault her too much because you have to go off of she's growing and she's learning and she's up against a widespread of corruption and she is up against seasoned veterans that are all locked in her hands, tied together. So when you do have someone coming out as her, as a whistleblower, excuse me, to say, this is not accurate and this wasn't, yes, we wanted to probably see that come through as emotion, but we also have to lead with some type of grace because she has displayed that she's in it for the fight.
and she has, and she never lied. Like they try to say that she lied. I was like, she never lied. Like the other people are, she never lied. It's just the way she brought everything up. I think somebody should have guided her, and
Yes.
I knew that was going to happen to her. I was saying it in this group chat for the past 3 weeks. I said, if she goes this with doing that, love is going to eat her apart. The judge is not going to give her no Rule 22. Everything I said happened to her. I think nobody guided her, but she
Because
knows the corruption.
I think that we're looking at it from a professional standpoint, right? We wanted to see it
Correct.
happen through motions. We wanted to see that standing strong and firm on that. But you have to remember, it is a very different world when you sit in that seat up there.
It is, but
Okay.
she's familiar, and I'm not putting the blame on. I'm just saying.
No. You have to remember, she's not familiar
Right.
with sitting in a seat as a witness.
She's familiar with being in a courtroom.
representation.
She's familiar with being in a courtroom.
Correct, but it is very different when you are sitting on the opposite side and you're in that box and you're giving testimony.
Yes, I do agree with that.
So some people freeze up, during that. And that's why I say I'm not making excuses for her.
No,
I'm
you're not. You're not.
to
But
give grace.
it was confusing to people seeing a lawyer officer of the court being questioned and she can't recall, but she could recall everything on YouTube. That was just kind of fishy. People need to understand that you can't tell me, oh, you're wrong for saying that. No, this is what I see, is my opinions.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
she was more factual in her YouTube comments than in the courtroom.
And,
She
and
said
so
more.
that may go to show that, you know, people freeze up on that other side, or it
Yes,
may go to show that, you know, she was so nervous, because on that side, it's different when you're speaking at the podium, looking at the judge, and you have all the people amongst you on your backside. It is very
correct.
different when they're all staring at you and the judge takes over the questioning.
And
And that
but
is
not
what
only that,
happened. Huh?
she was speaking from frustration.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she was
So
frustrated
you have
because
to, right. You have
she
to
was
take
already,
that
yeah,
time and breathe.
she was already given love. Like when she left the stain, whatever, she had an intention to
Yeah.
show off with love, and she did it. When she had that dress on, I don't know, the gray dress or whatever, she went and looked at love, like not very professional. You understand? Don't you think the
So
judge
for
sees
the
all of that?
smell test,
Excuse
not
me?
passing this, the part where not passing the smell test.
Yeah, and then she even made that comment. Even that comment, the judge didn't like that. And then when she finished talking, she went looking at love, all kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's up now? You
Yeah,
understand? That wasn't professional. So it's just like, you know, it is what it is. I think she had some intentions when she was in that courtroom, but
absolutely. I felt like
you
she
know,
would have delivered a very strong testimony if she had an experienced veteran to guide her a little bit better.
yes, and
Um,
that was yes,
and it's going to come with more experience. I mean, she's
right.
just getting her feet wet into that world, and that's why I just say give a little bit of grace, because everybody that starts out in any career, regardless if it's law, if it's medical, you're never the best in the beginning, but it's
Nope.
how you finish your race and how you grow and how you learn from it. And I can't speak for her, but I'm pretty sure she's learned some valuable lessons along this way of what she will and won't do going forward. And I think that, you know, the people just wanted to see a strong stance of professionalism and go, you know, straight forward, as we're seeing from the attorneys that are present right now. But she'll get there. She'll get there. But we just have to focus on to make sure that going forward, everyone is interlocked and conjoined. This fight can only happen and it can only win together. It can't be separate. And everybody joining in from all different states that are offering to help, offering to go to DC, offering to go when we speak and do all these things. We're grateful. And the petition that Mr. Williams made, that's up. I mean, he's fighting for his son's life. His mother's fighting for his son's life. All the other defendants that are there, their family. Imagine them knowing my child could be disposable off of a billboard corruption to win a second seat and to make sure that this conviction is under her belt. And it's sad. It's so many people that get lost and they get thrown into the system for the rest of their lives off of statements. This is a bragging statement piece. There was nothing foundational about this case. This is why it was declined by her former boss. This is why it was declined by the feds. This is why, because we're actually seeing it, but we're seeing all the taxpayer dollars be spent on this. Why are the taxpayers not totally outraged? And now they are. Now they're getting outraged. Now they're seeing it. Now they're coming up. Unfortunately, when primary ran for election, nobody was aware. But now a lot more people are, where there's actual professionals coming forward and saying, we will join your fight.
And
We
I
have
agree with
a
that.
lot of head people that are willing to join the call of action.
And it seemed like it's unfortunate that a lot of people are just now coming out, because it had taken something to happen with Trump to bring Miss Willis into it and then shine the spotlight on, unfortunately, Fulton County.
I mean, look at all of the residents that are affected with the housing, situation. I feel terrible for the citizens within Atlanta, because they are the ones that are suffering all the prices. They suffer the increase, and they pay it out. So absolutely, they should be the first one at the polls.
Absolutely.
They should be the very first one at the polls. A lot of people don't realize that these big trials like that, when you have a name, that is a big piece. That is a big piece. And however, statistically, it doesn't match. She said they had seen one of the worst years that year because of this death. And actually, all three numbers were lowered. Actually, all 7 to be exact. And so, that's what the people didn't know in May. They didn't know that in May. They didn't know that what the campaign is now is not even accurate. They didn't know that. They didn't know exactly how their money was spent. They didn't know that. But now there's so many people that are coming forward to say, no, this is wrong. Where do I start to fight? Where do we start? And so that's where we inform them. Mr. Williams has this petition. We have made it go live. It is available for the world now, and we want the world to share it. We want the world to fight and see this all the way through. Because speaking on YouTube is only a small sliver that really doesn't even, it just touches the people on the YouTube world. But you got to remember, there's so many people out there that don't do this YouTube thing every day. So it's important for us to have the call of action right there to the courthouse. It's important for us to go to all of the buildings that matter, that they report to, that where their funding comes from. It's important that these things are uncovered because these things are unjust. Where have you ever seen in America where you've seen seasoned veteran prosecutors not even be candid with the court on multiple occasions and not be sanctioned? Where have you ever seen it at? Who followed the Baldwin case? One report not turned over, dismissed that day instantly. The judge didn't even need a second thought. Here we're seeing, oh, well, you got it now. It's not Brady anymore. Unfortunately, the law doesn't say that. The law doesn't say, well, if you give it to him whenever you feel like it, it's no longer considered Brady. That's not what it says. Maya, I want you to be able to get in, and the other.
Hi.
Maya, can you hear us?
Oh, I can hear you guys. I didn't know you guys were calling me. So I just have a quick statement. When you were saying where can we start, I think the best place to start, honestly, is the Department of Justice Public Integrity Unit. I mean, if from the slide that you showed, you guys have all this information about public corruption, they would be the perfect unit to jump on all of this. And all the signatures and all the petitions, I think we need to give it all to the Department of Justice and say, hey, we literally have evidence of corruption. You guys need to step in and do an investigation and also prosecute if necessary, because the Department of Justice can come in and shut this whole entire thing down. So
DOJ is involved.
Yeah.
DOJ is involved. Yep. So we need to be able to have it circulated.
And my next one was as far as I know we were talking about love and saying that Fani Willis is pulling all the strings. As an attorney, you still have to be upheld through the code of conduct. So I feel as though and Fani is telling them to do these things, but they know that when they took that bar license that you have certain things you simply just can't do. So I feel they have to take that accountability for themselves and not just say, well, my boss told me to do it or my boss gave me the okay. Your boss can't tell you to go in there and do something that is illegal and you do it. They're held to a different standard.
Absolutely.
So, I feel as though Love and Hilton, the Bar Association needs to be investigated. They need to pull their bar license because, as the person who works with these attorneys, there's just certain things you just can't do. and they crossed all boundaries. And as far as the judge is concerned, I remember saying when Sylvia first talked about her, when we mentioned that she was a prosecutor, I said, listen, former prosecutors usually stick with the prosecution. And I still hold to that, because if you have a seasoned DA and you made her watch a video on Brady, like, to me, that's not even considered a slap on the wrist. That's just you trying to appease the public, because you usually hand out like this disciplinary action according to how long the lawyers have been licensed, or how long they've been licensed, and how bad the severity of situation is. And for you
Well,
to
why
tell them,
wasn't the same sanction used? You had a lawyer that was handcuffed and taken to jail.
right,
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what this judge did, I can't remember her name, Whitaker. By Whitaker telling them only to watch a video, I feel as though it aligns with what I first said when I first heard that she was on the case. She's a former prosecutor, and she's not going to go against her fellow prosecutors, because there's no way that you can justify telling a veteran of that long who's been in the field, because you can be a lawyer and not be in that field, but for her to have been a prosecutor for all those years, and Whitaker just slaps her on the wrist, you're clearly aligning with the DA. I mean, that's just, to me, it's like she's different. Only difference is what her and Glanville is. Glanville was blatant, and I think Whitaker's not being blatant, but I still think she is, being biased towards the defense. There's no way in the world they didn't get a mistrial for all the crap that they have done. I just don't think that's possible. So I think she's still being biased.
Well,
She's
then,
just not-
even handcuffing the court to say what they can cross-examine on.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem. I think the public, and I know you said the DOJ was involved, and I don't know to what extent, but I will say this, that from my experience, when the DOJ is usually involved, these public officials, they move differently. And all I'm saying is that because they're still moving the way that they're moving, for me, I'm just like, how involved are you guys? Because as soon as they get a letter of investigation, they should start doing stuff that's different. And that's just from me.
No,
and again,
it doesn't work like that. So when they are put on notice and they open their investigation, they spend a little bit of time in the woods before they come out and make their self known.
Yes, it's fact checking.
Correct.
To do.
And that is exactly what is going on. They're able to see what is occurring day to day. You have lawyers, you have other judges. I've had several. I've had already judges that have reached out to say I'm in support of the movement, and that's tremendous right there. I mean, there are tons of attorneys. We have CEOs. We also have a former president that will appear that is for the cause. There is a lot of people that are joining in to be able to make sure that this call of action, that they're heard. And then, you got to go on to the second point, and then you have to fight for the law, and you have to fight for the enforcement of the law. Just always remember, what doesn't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse.
Comes out in the rinse. Yeah. I just have one more thing. I know you were talking about finding their funding sources, and I just know that one of the things we did in Philly when we had a problem was we looked at, usually when they give funding, we look at like the rules and the guidelines to what their funding was, and we found violations with that, and we kind of said to the funding sources, like, hey, they're in violation of these particular rules that you gave them funds for, and you need to pull these funds back. So that was just something that we had done. I just wanted to put that out there.
And the commissioner is very aware. He has been very open to hear what is happening within the county, and he knows the investigations that are open and launched. He knows that there are 3 big ones, and he does know that, and he does know that the sheriff's office is also wrapped up in that. So these are all things that just go to show that now it's coming out. We haven't really seen too much pushback. If you think of we the people, right? We are the people. We haven't really seen too much pushback other than YouTube coverages. There's been no real actions. And so that is one thing that we had to make sure that we put in place. So we will be there with the call of action next month. It will be displayed on our channel for everyone knowing when to meet. We have people messaging us on what they're willing to help with. We're trying to have little stations set up for like hydration, also like some food and stuff. So that way we're going to be out there for many hours. And that goes to show. And then at all the polls, setting groups up to make sure that we're polling and we're getting the messages out, and we're having all of the stuff displayed where they can look at it. It's all public information. There's nothing that we don't have that didn't come from a records request or strictly just finding it in the areas, and some of it filed away. So, you know, the fight is there. It is to have everybody. Mr. Williams said it best when we talked on the phone. He said, this fight is so deep and so big that everyone has to join hand in hand because it's that deep seated. So he's well aware of the fight and what it exactly is going to take to make sure that that happens. But once they see the people outraged and coming by hundreds, it makes a difference. When you go to Washington and you show those petitions of how many people are outraged, and you have the people alongside of you that are of professional status, that are outraged, that want to see this different, it makes a tremendous difference. And then you help change the law. So that way there is more oversight where RICOs just can't be handed the way that they have been.
I just have one more comment and then I'm done. I know someone said like what can be done with if a new DA is in there. Well, in Philadelphia we had corruption like that, and they got a new DA in. He used to be a criminal defense attorney, and when he came, he literally fired, I want to say about 70% of the staff. He fired everybody. He just got rid of them. And
who did?
Even though it kind of hurt a little bit because I feel like he didn't have other DAs to replace. With the right plan, and you come in and you get rid of everybody, I think that does take care of the corruption part to the higher level because they're all just fired. And that's one of the things that he did. So that I yield. Thank everybody.
Absolutely. And then you want to make sure that, you know, the people are fully aware and following along, because a lot of the people didn't know, you know, half of these things. And we haven't even gotten through half of it. We just made a couple of connections. I mean, we still have pages on top of pages. You have to remember, we did a 24-year comparison study on every single aspect of voting. Because we had to make sure that we had statistically we were spot on. We had to make sure that what we were pulling previous cases, what their sentencing was, and what they're dealing with right now and what their sentencing is. Not just the gentlemen that are sitting there, but these individual gentlemen that are going in are being sent away for extremely large amount of times. Where one gentleman, 18 years old, got caught with a gun, and he has to do 16 years. 16 years. So you look at all these, you know, she has said from the very beginning that she will do this, but you have to make sure that you do it correctly. And you have to make sure that whatever crime it is that you are prosecuting, you have to know 100% that that is the correct evidence. You can't make up things along the way. You can't fill in. That's why we're seeing so much speculation. Keys, thank you for being patient. I want you to be able to get on. What do you have today, Keys?
Hello. So, hey, good afternoon to everybody. I just want to make this kind of quick.
Sure.
I am a mother of 4, 3 boys, 1 girl, and the picture on my screen is my unalived son.
Oh,
So,
I'm sorry.
2021, April 21st, my mother had passed, and in that picture, we had just buried my mom, and then May 21st, my son was unalived. So,
Wow.
long story short, some points I just wanted to hit on that you guys spoke on was number one, you do have to take your emotions out when you're advocating, even though you're passionate. I was very passionate. It's my son. So, and that was getting justice for my son. A year later, somebody was arrested. And in that process, I learned a lot about the court system, is what made me interested in this case. So
Wow.
the reason I was interested in this case because I wanted justice for my son, but I did not want the wrong person to go to jail.
Right.
And I learned the insides of the prosecution. So, and I learned where I feel like us as Black people have to be more aware of who the prosecutors and the DA are, because I had people in my community. My mom was a advocate for the community, passed it on to me. I do it with the church. My pastor, he's, real big in the community and makes lots of connections. So that gave me access to the DA. But when I had that meeting with her, when they wanted to dismiss the charges, I'm just skipping over a lot of stuff, but just getting to the basics. But because I was fighting for the charges not to be dismissed. And in that meeting, I learned it was a lot more based on uh, political things and who they want in position. And in learning some things, like we had at the time when my son was unalived, the rate was real high. And it was like 200 cases sitting on the desk of the prosecution. So they were picking and choosing what they were going to prosecute. If it was high profile, your case gets pushed back. We need a DNA process. I had to show up for civic association meetings, different things like that, where the police would be and make different contacts to get my son's stuff processed, because of other high profile cases were pushing other cases back. So my point is, I believe in this show you guys are doing today because people need to take their emotions out of it and pay attention to, because we don't normally get to see inside the courtroom. So I feel like this is a view where you can see and understand certain things and get knowledge of. And that being said, so you can go and vote who you want in your, who you want. If God forbid something happens to a family member or whoever, however, that you are able to go communicate with this person. And then another thing, people need to be culturally aware of cases that they are taking on. You can't just take a case if you don't have any understanding of this culture.
Absolutely.
So I just
Absolutely.
feel like it's a great job what you guys are doing. I just wanted to drop that little bit of information. I'm speaking from the seat of, and the charges are dismissed in my son's case right now, but I'd rather for them to get it right versus wasting taxpayers' money and not getting the right person. I want justice for sure, but as a person, you don't want to be dragged in court for you don't want to be used or your child used, no
Absolutely.
matter where they came from, no matter what they did. And I think that's also getting mixed up in there too. It's victims in this on both sides. And I'm saying that from a mother of having 3 boys, you know, and that could be them on trial. And speaking from a point of my child is unalived. So I'm saying that from both sides.
And that really makes a difference, and that goes to show how fair you are at heart and mind. And that shows a lot right there. And that is exactly why I said, you know, Fulton seen in 2015 138 murders. What about the family of the 137?
Absolutely. And that's what justice looks like, blind justice, because you're trying to get balance on both sides.
And you have to, the key word, the key word that you said, Keys, was you wanted to make sure they got it right. And that is so important, because as a parent, I'm a mother, and I have sons as well. And I have also daughters, 2 boys, 2 girls, and they're all grown. But I look at it from the standpoint, it could be one of mine, on either side, and I'd fight the same exact way, because this is not about left and right. It's about right and wrong. And I think that it's time for the people to understand that regardless what seat is in, right is right and wrong is wrong. We are all one trying to change these things, and it's very hard, and you're unwrapping certain things and bringing it to the people. And I can tell you that the amount of time that we have fought just digging into the history and where it's at now, you know, it makes you question if Atlanta residents even know that over the past 2 years, their community is actually doubled. They should be feeling it. They should be seeing it. And to see how many police reports went out and how many things weren't solved. What was this one thing that was different to get into seat? And this was the very first thing that you promised to do. This was the very first thing that you focused on. This was the very thing that you had put extra positions for and extra funding for on top of the taxpayer dollars. So you have to look at it from that standpoint and say, why wasn't that backlog of current people in interest? Why wasn't the jail condition the first interest? Why wasn't all of these charges that are sitting on the desk for all of these rapes and 137 other murders there, 284 rapes, 3,224 robberies, 4,253 aggravated assaults, 6,849 motor vehicle theft. Let's really talk about it. Why were these things of no substance, but a cold case was?
From 2015.
And statutorily, they have to say 190 of these things don't even apply anymore.
Yeah.
But the RICO.
So I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank you guys. I don't want to keep y'all. I just wanted to share that with you guys. But and also just follow the money. That's the best way to get to the bottom of it, is always what I was told. Follow the money.
And you are exactly right, because that's what led us to most of the information that we hold. This is only a little tidbit that we gave. We have a part 2, we got a part 3. We have so much information to uncover that it is just a little bit. When I tell you we've been working diligently, daily and nightly to ensure, and once we seen for sure that this is electoral poster board, this is where everyone has to get involved, higher and the people, because the people are what seats the individuals. And you coming from that standpoint is a big statement, because you lost a child. So you can sympathize with that side.
Oh, definitely. And like you said, somebody said, you have to put your emotions to the side And, like 2 years straight, that's all what, I was in meetings, if I had to have a meeting or whatever, you have to go in that meeting and put all, because things are said and they don't really care about, because it's about the money and who's going to be in position. But thank you, Miss Sylvia, for, this platform, for even, allowing us to get on here. And I appreciate for just sharing a little bit of my story.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you need any, I know you said that there was some charges that were, dismissed. They had the wrong individual in there. But if there's anything that is ongoing with your son and you want our assistance on anything, feel free to send us an email, and we can definitely put your son onto the other ones that we are fighting for now.
Oh, definitely, I will.
And
I
we're
sure will.
going live.
And I'm gonna be following anyway, because my other son is stationed in Georgia. So I'm gonna make sure he gets to get the petition and, follow a couple
Absolutely.
things he can do in person.
Yep, it's just a share. As I let everybody know, change.org ask, people for donations. It does not have to be given. You just say, no, you're donating by a share. And all you have to do is
Okay.
just text the petition to someone, and, that's all. It really
Okay.
makes a difference. And invite your son down to the call of action. We're going to be uploading the date and the time. We're going to have several of those leading all the way up into the election. And we're going to be out there with the polls. So anything that you need on your son's behalf, my team and I would be more than welcome to help get justice for your son, so you as a mother have closure.
I appreciate that so much.
No worries. You can email it anytime. This is a newer channel my partner and I created. We were not going to do the YouTube thing, but we did recognize that a lot of people do need a lot of the information that we worked on and are continuously to work on. So that way they can follow along. And, the family is in 100% support. He created the petition and we're going to fight for it.
Why don't you give your
Alrighty.
channel? So, because they don't know, because everybody's not on your channel right now. So,
Can you drop the link on yours?
I don't have it up. That's why I was asking.
Let
Put it
me.
in the chat so I can put it in the link. Because what you send me is the what do you call it? StreamYard. I need the link for your channel.
It's gonna be in the chat.
You got it in the chat?
No, that was
I'm asking, or y'all gonna put it in the chat?
As soon as she put it out, I want to put it in the chat for you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
You're
Thank
so
you.
welcome, and thank you for sharing your story. And again, our condolences.
Thank
with
you,
your son.
and no problem.
We're truly passionate about what we do.
Absolutely.
And
I
had
believe
several.
that this was a good show.
I appreciate it. And we have so much more information to drop. We're going to go live again this evening on our channel. We're going to share a little bit more of what we have and put up some more slides. But we're going to, the slide thing was a little bit iffy because we were just getting on to use that. So we're going to get a little bit more prepared for this evening. So it'll be easy just to flip through some of these documents that we have and really be able to explain to the people of, what does this exactly mean? We have so many files that we have put out there.
Well, I'll be in touch.
Yeah, Candy, could you drop the link so I can put it in the chat before?
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
The other thing,
Because I'm about to, because I had to get myself out of here. I have an appointment.
okay,
Got it?
we're still going.
I just want to put the link in there so you guys can have it.
I'm trying. I can't exit out of. I'm on the back end, so that's how I'm trying to. Oh, let me go to your comments this way.
Hold on, let me see if I can find you guys. Hold on. Let's see. I don't have it here. I don't have it up here.
Let me see.
And they would like that QR code again up on the screen.
Yeah, let me put that up for you guys now. You guys see it? Can you see it, Sylvia?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you able to grab it from the one I gave you, Sylvia?
You put it in there now? Let me see.
Yeah, the one that I had.
No, I don't have it. I need it in the chat so I can in your chat so I can copy it in the private chat.
Got it. Hold on one second. One minute, guys. Do you still see the QR code right now?
Yeah, we still see that.
Okay. I'm just copying it. Just one second. I'm getting it for you guys. That one, Sylvia?
I don't see it. You didn't put it in. You put it in the. Oh, it's on. See, I can't pull those. You got to put it in the private. It doesn't let me pull it there. I have to pick it up in the
Oh, I
private.
thought I did do it private. Sorry. Okay. Now it should be there. I can remove the other one.
Yeah. I don't see the private.
It's there.
It's in the private.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. I see. Let me. This one, right?
Yep. Thank you. I can pull it off now and copy it.
You want the HTTP one?
I mean, I'm
Because you know we're not really used to this YouTube thing, so that's why we're going to get it all together to put some more documents up. I want to go over one of the bills. I want to go over, we have some communication letters that went back and forth from the resignation letters to letters. We want to share the music festival stuff that we have up in a file. So what we're going to do is work and put them all in one file so we can just go slide by slide. So they would be able to see those things as well.
okay, y'all. There it is right there. So she's going to be.
Candy and I are going to keep continuing on. We just have two more things before we go live tonight that we wanted to share. I know you have an appointment, so I know you have to stop streaming on your side. So they're welcome to come over and hear the rest. And then are you coming on with us this evening, Sylvia?
I have to see because Dallas want me to do something with her, so I have to see.
Okay, well, just call me. Like always, we'll be on, and then we're going to continue ours right now.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay. All right, Can. Okay. So what we can pull up for everyone, and we can have them be able to see it. A couple more things that I want to make sure that they get every little nook and cranny. So we're going to keep on going live on this channel and give it all to them, and really allow them to join in. I kind of almost feel like we're going to end up with some employees that we're going to have to hire because some of them are so good at what they're doing and how they want to contribute. So that's a good thing. One thing the last speaker brought up that was very, very good was the funding. She said you trace the money, and that's where you find out a lot of information. And I am telling you guys, it is quite a bit of information that has been. A couple of different things that we have found on here. It was very surprising, the green light situation where all the judges have to come together and do a vote. So I really wanted to get the people's reaction on what they felt about that voting process and how that works. Oh, wait, it says, Dee says she didn't say nothing about who took her page. Let's see, coming over from Sylvia, here from Sylvia. Welcome, Dee. Dee, I always see you on all the comments everywhere. Come talk on here because you always have like a lot of good info that I see that you're always on here with. So come up, Dee, and really talk about it because this is what it's about. We lay it all down here. We're not interested in what they wear. We're not interested in what they're looking like. We're interested at their actions and what they do and what we find. She said she can't find the petition. Miss Ward, it's right up on the page. I have it. I have it on here. Let me drop a link for you guys. Can you do the QR code? Are you able to see the QR code? Here, let me give you the direct link. Can you guys see that up there? All right, let's see if they can see it here. Can you guys see that?
No.
It should be, you should see the change.org, and I can, let me put the link in here. All right, let me give you another one. All right, let me drop it in the link for them. Yep, Dee, I'm dropping it in the link for you guys now, so you guys can just go straight to it. All right, Candy, do you want to cover a topic really quick while I work on this? Do you want to give them the whichever one you have while I work on? Dee, let me know when you see it right there. Okay, I got it. Got it. It was called User Error, folks. All right, that is your exact direct link that will get you directly to it if you cannot use the link that is on the screen. And then I did post it at the bottom for you guys, so that way you guys could have it there as well. Dee, are you coming up? Come on up. You always have a lot of good comments. I see that you try to basically let others know like exactly what is happening, what is going on. How many of you guys in the chat here are from Atlanta? You guys are Atlanta natives. All right, we're going to drop the StreamYard link so you guys can have that and then be able to come up and say, because we're going to go ahead and display another portion for you folks. Okay. This is the StreamYard link. And you guys can come up at any time while we're going over some of this information. I'm going to pull up the video portion. Have you guys seen the interview with Atlanta Voice? Have any of you guys seen it? Okay. Tam, thank you. All right, Dee, thanks for logging in now. Taking forever, Dee, and you got all this good information all the time. So a couple comments I want to share with you guys with neighboring district attorneys that are in seat. And they are from Georgia. They are right there. And they said DAs in, exact quote, DAs in that county is staining Georgia as a state for prosecutors. That in Georgia, they hope that this does not affect them because they are in it for the right reasons and are not doing anything undercover. So they feel as if there's something that is happening that they can see, but they do not want this directly affecting them. Thank you, Bama. Said sign petition. Slick So Famous TV. Oh, joining the infamous Sylvia from Chicago area. Janelle, I used to live in Chicago. I stayed on the South Side for a little bit of time. My first daughter I had there. Not had there, but she was a baby there. So also we want to talk on the juror hardship claims. Were you guys aware that the jurors were putting in hardship claims? Have any of you guys seen those come out in the court while this has been going on? we're seeing so many things. It's kind of hard to put it all together and just know that the fight. I do want to share a letter that we have. Oh, here we go, Dee.
Hey, how you doing, Queen?
How you doing, Dee? Thank you for joining us. I always see your messages, and you always have so much to say.
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
really
I like
have a lot of good information, and it was stuff that we were working on. So talk
you.
to us.
I always see your channel, but it's always in the background. I don't never see your specific channel, but I see your name and your information floats around and stuff like that. I like your I like your background insight because the war is usually fought when it's election time and all that mess. Now I tune in for stuff like this because I personally I have never voted, so my input is more so from a standpoint as a black man actually living it. You know what I'm saying? So y'all might have the more information on who we should vote for, what they believe in, why they're doing this, their old tactics and all this stuff. So I like the fact that because my thing about you is you shed a lot of insight about Fannie Lewis. A lot of people got on her bandwagon because she went after Trump. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people use the common narrative or the common fight of the black folks to get the black folks. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean by that. So a
Right,
lot of
right.
people were after, and you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, because like, I have never voted, but I will. I'm bold enough to say that if I did vote, it would be for Trump. And it's not because of, I don't agree with some of his antics, and I know he'd say a lot of stuff, but out of the side of his neck. But I'm one of those people, I like to see the demon that I'm fighting rather than they have, you know what I'm saying, different intentions behind the scenes and they just showing me what I want to see. If you get what I mean by that. And Trump is that.
Yeah,
And
so what
so go
we
go ahead, go ahead.
dig, we dig. We want,
Mhm.
why, how did it get here?
Right,
And why
right,
was
right.
this a primary interest? And not only was it a primary interest because of the underhand connection that had a daytime and nighttime connection and a bedroom connection, it's a whole different side that why would these things be fair now? Why would these things be fair now? This is everything that was touched and tackled on when she came in to see. These are exact quotes that she said in her interview. And it's everything that is at fruition right now. And I really call that power of the tongue. Because who would have guessed by watching all of that? Everybody watched that election. Everybody watched Mr. Howard lose the seat after so many years. And people with voting were ready for a change. And if you have a person coming in, giving them everything that they want to hear and how they want to hear it, they're going to go for that vote.
That's a
They're
fact.
going to go for that vote.
I think a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, because you aren't from Atlanta, right?
I am not. I am not an
See,
Atlanta native, but
but
I
to
am
be
opening an office there
so
that
to
will
be in,
come up this month.
so to be informed about Atlanta, you don't have to be from Atlanta. You just have to know your research. You know what I'm saying? And they say to hide something from the black man, just put it in a book. So a lot of people are
Absolutely.
being misinformed just because they don't like the delivery or they're not used to doing the actual research. So I was in the bushes on in your last interview or whatever, but I didn't understand why y'all didn't. It would have been much more informative and much more simpler to do it on your actual channel so that this information gets relayed and you can actually be transparent with what people are saying. And you know what I'm saying? It's just that's why the information it doesn't get to the masses because we
Yeah,
get the
because of what I do and what we do. And Mrs. Sylvia's page is directed at recording in the courthouse, the trial.
right,
And, she wants to weigh from both sides.
right.
Our interest is why is it here? And what do we need to do to uncover the issue and get down to the heart of the issue on why they're being held in that courtroom? That no matter what takes place, prosecutorial misconduct, Brady, ex partes. It does not matter. These are all of like the worst instances in cases, right? Across America. If you have Brady, if you have prosecutorial misconduct, if you have a veteran chief that is not candid with the court on numerous occasions, you want to look at all of those things and you want to say, why is that allowed? Why is that tolerated? But why is that tolerated from the bench?
And it appears to be tolerated because they're trying to hold this litigation out until election.
And so this case is not a poster board. This is not a poster board case. It is a very weak case.
And are you speaking about YSL when you say it's a weak case?
I say every RICO that has been in there has been weak.
Right.
So
Every RICO that has been brought in the past 2 years has been weak.
So is your main, because what I took from a lot of what you were saying is that they've allowed somebody to basically create the system to where anybody can be involved in a RICO, even if you just did one simple minor crime. You're involved with something you didn't even know you were a part of. You know what I'm saying? As far as the RICO. Like,
Well, here in this case, D, as you've seen, there's people that are attached to this RICO that they don't even know each other.
Correct. I was
Where
just
have you
about to
seen
say
that?
that. I was just
Where have you
about to
seen
say
that? There's
that.
no connection.
Thug doesn't know a lot of these people that he's on the RICO with.
And from what I've gotten from it, hey, Cabell, what I've gotten from it and being able to do 24 years of research and looking at the different funding that has come along the way, she has demanded those funds, and she has demanded minimal oversight of those funds. And there is an interview with, have you guys watched the interview with the county commissioner who actually placed the blame? Would you guys like to see that?
I'm sure a lot of people haven't done that, like that much research behind the scenes. They only know one from Fannie Lewis on down. So it goes from Fannie Lewis probably at the top of
Willis.
I don't know why I call her Lewis. I always call her Lewis. I've been doing that forever since it's probably Willis. I'm gonna just call her Willis. I ain't even gonna call her Fannie no more, so I'll remember. Willis. She's at the top of the tree. And I think it go from Love and Hilton and on down, and that's where that's the span how much we know about what's going on with the corruption behind specifically the YSL trial. See, you giving everybody a broader look at what's really going on in the formula that's been at play, but we don't know nothing about like the commissioner and what he done said about it.
And I'm going to show you guys something that's going to open you guys up to give you more of an insight on the jail here. Let me play this for you guys really quick. It's really important to get these sides of it. Let me put this up for you guys.
And I heard you say something about Georgia peaches. I don't think the men go by anything. I would hope.
I know. I said that. Don't do that to me. I did say that. I'm like, oh my God. Let me not group the men.
Just trying to help you out. I know they was trying to throw you under the bus a little bit.
I know, and I'm like, okay, I gotta put the wording right.
Right,
okay.
proper.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get it. Let me get it going for you guys here. All right, let me present this screen and show you guys what. I'll play this for you guys really quick. I want you guys to see this.
Before she was
throw out some numbers to you, and I'd love to get your reaction to. According to
administration through a public records request. There were about 1,232 individuals at the jail as of August of this year who had not been indicted. Commissioner Ellis just 2 days ago talked about the unindicted at the jail, and he referenced 521 inmates at the jail that have been there more than 90 days who are unindicted. 60 of them have been there more than a year. And he said, quote, "If that's not pretty disturbing data, I don't know what is." What's your reaction to that?
That Commissioner Ellis is not a supporter of criminal justice, is ignorant, doesn't know what he's talking about most days, and is just not really trying to make himself informed of the issues or the progress. That would be my reaction to that statement. People have to be realistic about what was here when we arrived, what the crime rates were just post-pandemic, and then realistic about the resources it will take to deal with the issues. And so typically I don't rely that heavily on the data they give. I do get data from the clerk, as you have done, to make sure that we're always accurate on what the data is, how we're moving forward, and what the progress is. But that would be my general reaction. I hope we're going to talk about it in more detail, though.
So what is the accurate number? Is according to the court administration, it's 1,200.
So the last time that I looked at the data, it was right around 1,200 for unindicted defendants in jail. About 800
Unindicted,
of
yeah.
defendants were 90 days or less, right? So that would put you at about 400 doing basic math that are more than 90 days. But first of all, you have to understand what's the relevance of that. There's not
Over
relevance to that
1,800
in
currently
terms of
today.
they want to give you a false narrative. And the false narrative they want to give you is that if someone is unindicted, that means they don't have access to bond or to freedom. That's not correct. And so we have to deal with that. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? The commissioners have tried to paint this picture that somehow incarceration and indictment tie hand in hand, and they don't. The only thing 90 days does is say by law, at 90 days, if one is not indicted, they're entitled to a bond. So it's really counterintuitive, the argument that they're making in general. You have to deal with what it was when we got here. We got here on January the 1st of 2021. When we got here on January the 1st of 2021, there were more than 18,000 cases unindicted, more than 18,000. Very well documented. Don't have to rely on me. You can rely on the clerk for that particular number. That's January 1st of 2021, 18,000 cases unindicted. Those cases went back to the year of 2012, really. But even if you dealt with back to 2014, because that's the
Mind you
number that
guys,
they have the
everybody's been
data
there
is
for
active
16
today,
years.
2014 to 2021. So you had unindicted cases going back for 7 years not dealt with. Some of it was caused by the pandemic, right? In 2020, cases could not be indicted. There was no grand jury here, although there could have been investigations done. They weren't. Really, the ship was just abandoned in 2020. Since that historical time, we have cut the backlog by about 5,000 cases. Now, I don't want you to think that means we only did those 18,000 cases. The first number I want you to—
So I want to make sure the 18,000 you're talking about is, as of last year, it was unindicted, 18,000 unindicted.
So let's make sure
I
we're
wanna make sure,
talking.
yeah.
So we get here January 1st, 2021. So from January, from 2014 to January the 1st of 2021, 18,000 unindicted. So December 31st, 2020, we'll say, right?
Okay.
So from 2014 to 2020, in excess of 18,000 cases unindicted. That had occurred over that 6-7 year period, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, December 31st of 2020. As you sit here right now, there are none of those cases unindicted, 0. So that entire backlog
guys,
was cleared.
We got a report.
It was cleared either by indicting a case, accusing a case, or declining a case for want of prosecution, for there not being enough evidence. The other thing is, in the old administration, they would take whatever the police faxed over and they would simply end it. There was no investigation to it. We changed completely the way we did business, meaning that prior to someone being indicted, we had to actually have the evidence. That sounds novice to people, but they were not doing that. So a drug case could get indicted and you didn't have a drug lab to prove the drugs that the police had alleged. Anyone could be indicted of anything just based on a fact statement. That no longer happens. All
heard that?
18,000 of those cases were cleared.
No fact
So
statements.
all
are
those
taken.
18,000 were cleared, but there's still 12,000.
What is
Well,
the
we need to
star
talk about
witness?
Yeah.
the real numbers, okay? Then you have all of the cases that happened in 21, all of the cases that happened in 22, and all of the cases that happened in 23. So we have historically cleared that out while cutting the overall backlog down to, and we're at about 11,700 right now of cases unindicted. Now you asked me about cases in the jail, which is 1,200 cases in the jail, give or take a number. 800 of them are within the last 90 days. The rest are more than 90 days. Sometimes cases take more than investigation than others. Sometimes we have not
Why you
had
think she
all the
want Young
resources
Thug
we
so
needed
bad?
to actually get to the case.
How many did you say were
For poster.
within the past 90 days? I'm
What?
sorry,
About 800.
about
Right,
800.
just shy. I just counted it about 2
She
days
said
ago.
800.
The numbers that the commission reported on
Just
just
said they were
yesterday
all
were
cleared. Now
there
it's
were
800, but it's 800.
521 90 days plus 60 waiting more than a year.
So their numbers are wrong. As we sit here today, I can't speak of August, the numbers that they gave you, but what I'm telling you is I have reports pulled regularly, and as I pulled the report, I hand counted how many of these are less than 90 days, and we were just shy of 800.
Do you have any that have been waiting longer than 90 days?
Absolutely. If you
Okay.
do the math, if
Yeah.
you say there's 800
Yeah.
that are 90 days,
Any
you
mo-
certainly have some that are over 90 days. Yes.
Any longer than a year?
There probably were a couple that were longer than a
Yes.
year.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
A smaller number, of course,
A
a
bigger
smaller
number.
subset, but yes.
Let's switch gears and table the unindicted for a second, and let's talk about just individuals in the jail that have been waiting for their trial date, waiting for their day in court. According to the numbers that the sheriff provided me just last week, there were 19 people that have been in the jail 5 years or longer, 142 3 years or longer. Why is it taking so long to get to trial?
So your information also is not complete, but you could have easily pulled it. The 19 defendants, and that was the list that I wanted to look at that you provided that had been in there for those long amounts of times, all, not some, 100% of them have competency issues. And so when you say they're in the jail, that's actually somewhat of a misnomer. They are certainly in custody, but they are in custody at Georgia Regional. I'm going to use initials so we don't talk about those defendants. One of the defendants you gave me was defendant DL.
Yes,
You'll be able to look at
Marcy,
your list
defendant.
and
Mr.
figure out, Low, I think.
13 years.
Correct. He had murdered someone,
You know,
was given a voluntary manslaughter sentence, was let out of jail. Guess what he did? He murdered someone else, and he has not been able to remain competent. And so there have been times that he has come up to Fulton County Jail because Georgia Regional has gotten him competent. He has always decompensated and gone back to a state of
Wait, Biggs
incompetency.
and Wine. We got
Who
the
determines competency is
judge's
not the district
interview coming
attorney.
up next.
It's actually not even the judge. It is
You're
a
going to see the
doctor.
3 interviews.
That means he is not competent to stay in trial. He's also clearly a very violent individual. In this murder that we have now, he was caught standing over the person with a knife. And so he is one of the 19 individuals,
she
but that is
corrupt.
100% true
I
for
don't think
all
nobody
19
likes her.
individuals that you asked. Each of them either has a homicide or a rape or some of them both. One of the fact patterns I looked at from the defendants is a 60-year-old woman they helped to move and then they came back, raped and murdered her, but they have not been competent since the time of that heinous crime.
Is she the
Therefore,
one taking
most of their
Sylvia
time
Page
that you're
down?
referring to as in custody, because they are in custody, has been at Georgia Regional. Every now and then, throughout periods of that time in custody, the doctors have gotten them competent. They've come back up to the court, tried to get on trial, and before they could be brought to trial, they would decompensate because they're truly incompetent individuals,
This is what
meaning
they
that they have
did with another
competency issues.
case of
This is a
gentleman
larger problem
died
in
in the jail.
society. And I don't know what the exact solution is when you
Forced
have people that are
discompetency.
so severely mentally ill, extremely violent, not someone you want on the street, not someone your neighbor wants on the street. And so they've been held in custody, but not custody as in Rice Street. They've actually been at Georgia Regional. That was true for every single one of the 19 you gave me.
I think
How long is this
D'Anthony
interview?
Tolbert also
Tolbert
played
was-
a part in
What
that
he-
as well. So I'm going to skip him
Mhm.
because I'm imagining your answer is going to be similar of why it took almost 10 years to get the trial. Because it was multiple competency issues. Is that correct?
Yes, there was only one person on your list that you asked about, and it seems like it's that name. So I want to make sure we're not
Sure.
mixing it. It took 4 years for them to get to trial.
I'm so
They
sorry. Yeah,
were-
I
and I
flipped the
think that-
names. I flipped the names. D'Anthony Tolbert was in
that one.
jail. He was just found not guilty
He
by a
was-
jury.
Yes, that was a co-defendant murder.
Right.
They were both charged with murder. Each of them multiple times fired counsel, had to keep getting new counsel, which was one reason of the delays. His co-defendant was found guilty of all the trial charges. He was cleared. And it wasn't just him that was firing counsel, him and his co-defendant. So that case got continued on and on. It also happened right through the pandemic. But that was the only one of those cases you had given me that it was not a competency issue. So any other one of those defendants that we won't say their names, but by initials, all of them were competency issues. And you don't have to rely on me for this. This is all in the court records that they multiple times were incompetent. Some of them have just stayed incompetent. Quite frankly, I think some of them will remain incompetent. They've remained incompetent for 13 years.
So how do you get them through the system if a judge is constantly identifying them as incompetent?
It's not a judge, it's a
Or,
doctor.
excuse me, a
Are we
judge.
gonna listen to
or
her
A
the
talk the
doctor,
whole
but the
time? I
judge
hate
has
listening to
to
her.
sign off on it, right?
So what happens is
What was that?
every 6 months,
I
they're
said, how long is
evaluated.
this
Every
interview? I
year
hate
by
listening
law,
to
they
her
have to be
talk.
brought back before
This
the
is
court.
just
and
a
that
few
determines-
minutes. And actually,
Yeah,
we got hers. So you hear what she's saying, right?
right. We all agree that she's
You
corrupt.
got what she's saying. And here is
Why do you think she's after Young Thug so much then? Like why does what do you think her personal interest behind that is?
she has to. This one is 15 minutes, but only the first 5 is important that you guys got to hear about how much funding he's released. How much funding he has released is insane.
So are your personal interests towards like Free and Young Thug, you just more so want Fanny out of office, right?
No, so what we do and what we want justice for every single one affected.
Okay.
We want justice for every single one because what everyone needs to understand, you will only get as much justice as you can afford. And those are facts.
Okay.
What about the ones that are sitting in there with a public defender?
So do you guys believe that Young Thug is innocent, or do you just do not like the way that the charges were brought?
Well, I think everyone in America can see the wrong people are sitting in those seats.
Right.
For agreeing to do
Let
this.
me say this
Yeah.
now before we
Yeah,
get
yeah.
my take on all this is
Listen to
probably a little different. I'm an outlier.
This
I've been
is
around a long
funding,
time, so
guys.
you can.
This is
No,
what's
Yeah,
funding.
well,
okay.
that's why I'm
Okay.
sitting down
Yeah,
with you
yeah,
because
yeah.
you've seen it.
And
This-
I'm the messenger in this case. Now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, let's talk about. I'd
The
love to get your
messenger.
reaction to some numbers that I have dug up
Okay,
to
okay,
get your reaction. According to the Superior Court clerk, she pulled some current backlog numbers of cases. Right now, there are a total of 23,000 unindicted and indicted cases that are simply waiting to go to trial. That's a 5,000 increase since just December. In jail, individuals at jail, considering this is the focus of our story, how did we get here? There were a total of 12,000 individuals who were detained at the jail. 1,200 individuals who were detained at the jail just 2 months ago that were simply waiting to be indicted. These are
Those
individuals
numbers
that have
very
not been
different
charged yet.
from what was reported.
What's your reaction to these numbers?
Well, I'm no expert in the numbers, but I've been around a long time, and there's a lot of finger pointing going on, and the public is very focused on this issue. And here's what elected officials say privately. Here's what the public will tell you and me and the public privately and to each other. That first and foremost, there are around a third of the
inmates in our jail shouldn't be there in the first place, meaning they're there for misdemeanors, spitting on the street, small amounts of marijuana, misdemeanors. That's just factual. The criminal justice people, the DA, the solicitor, the judges will say that, well, their latest arrest may just be a misdemeanor, but behind the misdemeanors, they've committed other crimes. That's the reason. Now, I disagree with that.
Well, the numbers that I just got talking about the misdemeanor numbers, according to the sheriff just last week, of the 3,000 or so individuals detained or in his custody, I think only less than 200 of them were actually charged with misdemeanors.
That's not what I'm told. I mean, when I talk, well, you said, well, separate misdemeanors and those who are there who just not had their day in court. That's that number that I'm talking about, 800, 1,200. They point fingers at each other all the time. We, the board, we get caught in the middle. We have to try to massage the numbers. Whatever the number is, it's too many. There shouldn't be anyone in that facility who has not been charged. Now, we're talking about building a new jail to solve an overcrowding problem, which is nonsense. If the jail is overcrowded,
that
why
was
is
the
it
solution,
overcrowded?
folks. That's
the
was
question that you
asked.
answered. That needs to be answered.
And I think this story, or at least the data that I have, shows that one of the contributing factors is the backlog of cases. I'm going to throw out some other numbers to get your reaction.
I understand the backlog issue. We have given millions of dollars to the criminal justice system to solve the backlog problem. Pre-COVID and during COVID, and we've done a good job with that money and reducing the number of cases. Done a magnificent job. But crime is alive and well. The problem still is with the justice system. It's not the conditions in the jail. The reason for the jail being overcrowded, if we're honest, is that those who are responsible for processing those in jail through the system are not doing their jobs.
Are you talking about the DA and the judges?
I'm talking about the DA, I'm talking about the solicitor, and I'm talking about the judges. And I'm the messenger here. I'm friends with all of them, but you've asked me a direct question, and I told you I was going to be very direct. I'm not saying anything to you that I haven't said to them, and I have not said publicly. The DA needs to indict. She has her priorities. We don't control what the DA does. We don't interfere with what she does, but it's just a fact. There are thousands in that jail who should be processed out of our jail. Same thing for the solicitor. He will have his reasons why. Then the judges. We track, we monitor what the judges do. Some work, some do not. Some come to work at 10 o'clock in the morning, go to lunch at 12 and play golf. We monitor this. The judges who are working come to my office and tell me which ones are working, which ones are not working. And the reason is they can do what they choose to do because the public doesn't care. The public doesn't give a damn. It's the public's fault for when is the last time a judge has been defeated?
So you're saying, what I hear you saying is that the reason why you're blaming the public is because they keep re-electing these individuals.
The same individuals over and over.
So which judges are we
again.
talking about?
Well, I can give you a list of them. What I've tried to get my colleagues here to do and our county manager, and we post it on our website. But how many people look at a website to look at what a judge? I propose, let's take an ad in the AJC on a weekly basis, a full-page ad, and list what judges are working and which ones are not. Now, they go nuts every time I say that. Why do they go nuts? Because that way, people would look for, instead of going to the sports page, they would go to see what the judges are doing. That's the only way to resolve this problem. We have this thing called a constitutional officers, and that means that's some extent that's the DA, the sheriff, Superior Court, a few others. They believe, and the words, legal words, probably support them, that no one can tell them what to do except the voters. We, the board, we're not the bosses. We're not the DA's boss. We're not the sheriff's boss. We're not the solicitor's boss. We certainly aren't the judge's boss. Only the people can tell them what to do. We provide the funds for them, and we've been more than generous with the criminal justice system. In fact, probably one of the worst things that happened was when we, Fulton County, received $206 million of that federal money, ARPA money, we call it. And of that money, we gave $75 million of that to the justice system to address this exact problem that you're talking about. And yesterday at our meeting, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis said, and I agree, that in spite of all of that, there's been some progress with some of the pre-COVID caseload backlog. But if you measure what they've done, there has been no measurable
I'm going to pause it here, guys,
increase.
because I want to hear from the panel for what has already come up. So I want more people to come up on the panel. And
can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
So yeah, let me help you out with some of because it's a lot of confusion in the chat. Because when we heard from you earlier, a lot of people thought they were getting the reason of why Sylvia's channel was not monetized, and then they got like a lot of information from you. So they thought you were giving the reason why Sylvia wasn't monetized anymore. So there was a lot of disconnect with what was going on. So I don't think
okay.
So a lot of people they didn't even know who you were or the information you were providing. So that's why a lot of people didn't know what you were talking about. They thought you were giving the reason.
So they're confused. Like, what does that have to do with monetization?
Right. And a lot of people over here are still confused on what's going on. So she got demonetized and nobody knows why. And it's a lot of people speculating of why. But I have my own reasons of why I think she's demonetized. But I think they thought you were giving the answer.
No, so what I'm doing is giving what we're doing now. We're connected. I don't know if she wanted to be able to put out the information on her platform too, but she feels that this case is the reason why her page is being attacked from people reporting the page. And so I think that is where she tied it into. This was our scheduled live that we were doing to out information that we have had, that we have gathered, and we're going to keep on giving it out over the next couple days. So that way, because you, the people, you guys have not been notified that there's a petition up there. You guys have not been notified that, you know, the family is truly, fighting to do it the right way and to make sure that it is being a community effort. It's got to be a worldwide effort, really, because of what we're seeing. And that's exactly what we're getting. We have a lot of people coming through that are just like, you know what, count me in. What do you need? What do you need from me? I would like to speak. I would like to go there. I would like to be able to say something. I've had a child that was killed, and they didn't handle that case right, and I want to be able to fight for that. There's a lot of different people. There was a judge that came forward say that in his 35 years of being a professional judge, he has never seen something like this. That he had never seen the connections that are hand in hand the way that they're seeing now. And this is why all of these investigations are open right now, because there is a serious backlog. I don't know how many viewers we have that have family that are incarcerated there on Rice Street, but it is not a good place to be. It is not.
So with you saying that, do you are you familiar with the trial and what's been going on? Like, how,
Yes, from day
how,
one.
how do you feel about, with that perspective, how do you feel about Woody?
So let me my page is a little bit different, guys, with my partner and I. She had to run. She's listening in, but she's not able to talk yet for a few minutes, and then she'll be back on. It's disheartening, okay? I'm going to start with that first. It's disheartening because here you have a situation of an individual that was spinning them every type of way, okay? Made it very clear then that he's a liar. Made it very clear now that he's a liar. Made it very clear during the process of every time you hear him say they came to get me. Anytime anything went on, they came to arrest me. They came to pick me up, and they, were pressuring me, and there was things that were said. Basically, there was no case without these interrogations, right? Even with these interrogations, it wasn't even enough for the former DA or the feds to say, this is not a credible guy here. So I view it the same way. I view it the exact same way. You got what you got, and you knew what you were getting from the beginning. And now you have to deal with that. That is their issue. That is their issue. They have to deal with the ramification of what his actions are on that stand. Now, he does not have the power of the case, as I think he kind of sees fit that, okay, well, I have the ability to correct my lies at this time. But unfortunately, sir, you don't. Because this is higher than you. You were a token to assist what they were doing. So there's no power within that, if that makes sense.
Right. Because I don't know if you're a lawyer or not, but you kind of give like your perspective as a like an attorney or something like that. How do you feel about people fraternizing with the witnesses and, you know what I'm saying, embracing them and stuff like that and being a part of the trial, like the Caleb Bumpus and all of that stuff?
Well, she was his representation at one time. So she, was a stand-in, but from what she stated was she's represented him in the past. And I think, I really put that out there as a professional. And I know she's young. I know she's younger, and I know she's young in the law game. And one thing that she was up against is seasoned veterans. And when you're up against seasoned veterans and you're up against a seasoned judge and you're up against hands that are tied through, that they want this to see through all the way to sentencing, they are going to discredit her any type of way. And I think the people wanted to see more of a firm display from a professional standpoint. When you were able to find these inaccuracies, it would have served very well to file the motions and do the whistleblowing through paperwork.
Well, and that's what it sounds like what you're doing. You guys are both doing the whistleblowing.
So absolutely. And we just chose to go live today, guys. This is our very first live.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
And this is the reason why we're having so many little technical difficulties. We put out a justice video the other day just to see if the channel was working, and the justice video went viral that day. So it just goes to show that the platform will follow when you don't hold anything back.
Right.
And one thing I don't want to do, I don't want to hold anything back from the people, because you guys deserve to know what is happening inside, outside, and around the corner, because you are the voters.
Do you guys just have a passion for this, or you guys want to get paid and keep it going on, or like what's the real intention?
Oh, we have a business.
Okay.
We have a firm. We have a
Okay.
firm, and we work off of our firm. And we have all different contracts that we take. We have all different things that we do, that we assist with. I have already been successful in having laws put into place. I have assisted rewriting laws, and I take a lot of pride in that.
Okay.
I have a lot of good connections that I have had over the past 25 years, and I'm grateful for those, because if you do right by people, they do right by you.
That's a fact, and I'm a
And
definitely
if you don't
subscribe.
lead people in the dark, they'll follow with you as long as you're showing them the light and you're
That's a
giving them
fact.
everything that we have to offer.
That's a fact.
We're not interested in the little semantics of, oh, well, her dress ain't cute today. We want
Right,
to
right.
fight. We want to fight that fight. We're going on the front line.
Okay.
Okay. And we're bringing the people with us.
I love that. Well, I'm gonna subscribe. I'm gonna always tune in whenever you guys go live and drop information. Because this trial has been crazy, and your information probably has, you know what I'm saying, it was sprinkled on me by the YSL trial, because that's what I'm mostly specifically invested in. Because I'm not from Atlanta. I'm in Memphis. So, you know, I'm more, you know what I'm saying. I've been watching all the crazy stuff going on with Fanny and what happened with her and that trial, and you know.
America is tuned in, D.
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody.
America is tuned in.
So why? So that brings me to why? What do you? Because this will be my last thing. This is your show. I want you to keep doing your thing. What do you like when people are taking Woody places and making it personal with him? And he's famous now. He's going to church with people. Like, I know that's not your lane that you're in, but as far as like true justice and the ultimate goal is to free YSL and
The
because you
ultimate goal is to free those that are deprived of true justice,
okay.
because it's not just YSL.
Okay,
It's
so
not
would you
just
take Woody?
YSL,
Would you
because
take Woody to church?
no.
Why not?
Because for me, and this is me, and this is
Yeah, just you. Yeah, just I
I'm
just want your
gonna talk.
perspective.
I'm gonna talk for me and our group.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, this is not for money. We are not paid. We have not asked the family for $1.
Okay.
We
Perfect.
have not asked the public for $1. We are doing this off of our funding. So it makes a difference because a lot of people are just in it for the dollar or covering it for fame. Just so that didn't happen or didn't apply here. I don't even put myself on the camera, but you'll see me in Washington.
Right.
You'll see me at the call of action.
Yeah.
You're going to see me where it counts.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not here to monetize. This is not a paid channel. This is not a monetized channel. And I'm okay with that because
Okay.
the people are here.
Right.
And I think that makes a difference. But I have to draw a line between professionalism and outside duties. So if I'm going to church with the family for the day, that is going to be my outside duty off of my time. I'm not going to combine anything with work onto that other side, if that makes sense.
I agree
We
with
just
you.
don't go hand in hand. And if you are leading true justice, you have to uncover even the things that you don't want to.
Okay.
You have to be very transparent. So what we did first, before we came to YouTube, we've been working on this for a very long time. And the only reason why we went live now is because now it's time for the petition. And now it's time for the people. And now it's time for your guys' voices to be able to beat us there.
Well,
And
I think you said a lot of stuff that people needed to hear about what's going on, because you were just thrown on to everybody with a lot of information just earlier today. And so nobody knew you were. It was a lot of bad energy and all of this stuff. So you saying everything you just said probably shed a lot of light and hit home with a lot of people who
well, you
don't
have to, because
Yeah.
you right now, when you have a high, well, you have to think of it as a high profile case, D.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime there's a high profile case, a lot of individuals will think, well, this is our way, our claim to fame. And this is no, when you're in a high profile case, those are minutes of fame. There's no real highlight of that, because when the case is done, your job is done. And that is not what we do. We keep fighting for the laws. We keep fighting to change the laws. So we don't just stop when the trial stops or when they go home, or if it will go to verdict or whatever the case is. You don't stop there. You have to see it all the way through. And we just weren't interested in going on our channel. We weren't interested in creating a channel. We weren't interested in any of that while we were doing our research, because one thing we had to do was stay focused. I was invited onto Mrs. Sylvia's platform several times. I got to meet a lot of people, and I was able to help her with her channel during that time, just give her some business tips and be able to build that relationship there. And that is what had her interested in to come to our live. We didn't even unleash everything. We just unleashed a little snippet today. That is it. A
And
little
I'm glad you did, because that's something we needed, because what drew me over here was because you sounded genuine and you made a lot of sense, and it was a lot of information we didn't know. It just wasn't getting over to the masses because I think it was unprofessional how it was done. Like I said, everyone thought because she's unmonetized, you were giving just the sole reason of why she wasn't monetized anymore and who did it and what. But you have you guys, not just you, but you and your business partner have a whole different perspective, and I don't want that. I don't want your mission to be stepped on by, you know what I'm saying, by the.
Yeah, no, we have an entire firm, and we're in different states.
Perfect.
So we're in different states. So we come where you are. Where we lay our head has no barrier on where we go. We go anywhere that we're called to. And that is just what it is. And we made sure. So that is what had us interested in opening an Atlanta office, because what I did see was Atlanta was really deprived. And it kind of seems like the ones that are hurting the most are the ones that are sitting within that system. And the residents that are sitting in there that can't keep anything safe. And you got all of America watching. Our judicial system has lost all of the core things that people fought so hard to put into law. And so that is why I always made sure that when I was on the platform and I spoke on Mrs. Sylvia's platform, I was respectful of her platform. I know she does not do politics, and I respect that. Right. And so we stay respectful. We don't want to be disrespectful to anyone. We want to be respectful. We want to do it the right way. We want to it just was not the time earlier for us to do so, because how would it look if my firm, I just have one partner that is a speaker on this with myself. If we would have came forward without the 24-year study, without the records, without the funding, without the paperwork and all of that, you would say, well, what else do you have to offer to us then? Like, what's different? I'm just not here for the fame of it, and that's the reason.
That you sound even more genuine saying that, because stepping into Atlanta, people like you and your business and all that, and your guys' mission is needed in specifically Atlanta, especially where I'm at too, in Memphis and down south period, because a lot of people are doing these things for clout and monetary gains and money, and you know what I'm saying, like you said, the fame. So taking Woody to church and the outside antics and stuff like that. That's why I wanted you to do all this on your channel and it be in your chat to where you.
And this is our first live, guys, so it's not all the way together. So I do apologize for that.
You're gonna grow faster than what you think because of your intention. So
I was literally trying to figure it out with you guys on, and we were trying, and we have so much more that the file we need to put up this evening for you guys. We just want to keep making sure, because there's another side to it that everybody has to see. Slick, you may come up. I did drop this StreamYard link, or you can put your question in the bottom, or you're welcome to. It says Slick So Famous TV. It says I have a question. I'm not ignoring anyone in the chat. If I don't see it because I'm talking, just feel free to come on up, and I'll have you guys come up. Your guys' voices is everything when you do stuff like this, because you have to have the people, and you have to know what is what and what is going on, and you have to have the ins, the outs. You have to know the truth. So it says, how do you, sorry, I just want to read this question from Mr. Slick, because he was very respectful waiting for this. How do you feel about white people profiting off Black culture in this YouTube space, Cuff Boys, Catnut Williams, people like that? So what I say for that is, I always want to stay respectful, right? I always want to stay respectful, but I want them to join the fight. I want them to join the fight. So if you're going to stream it all day, every day, that is great. That is fine. But help me help the family. Help me help the family, because that's where it counts. That's where it matters. Because no action can be done by just watching a video. No action can be done if you don't vote. No action can be done if you're not at Washington. No action can be done if you're not outside that senator's office, that attorney general's office, writing up to the state bar, all of those things. All of those things.
The actual work.
So what we've been doing is just putting our feet on the ground and digging. And when I mean we've been working day in, day out, I mean day in, day out.
Is it just women?
No.
Okay.
Nope. We have a variety of men and women, and you would be so surprised how many people have come forward to say, what can I do? What can I help with? I want to help with the call of action when you guys are there on the ground. And we welcome that, because it's your voice. It's your voice that matters.
Okay.
Nobody else's voice. I'm not interested in streaming the trial. I think the trial is streamed everywhere big enough. I think everyone gets the corruption part of it. I just want the boots. I want the ones that want to fight it out. I want the ones that want to hear it. I want the ones that want to stand there on the front line and really fight for the injustices. Because you have to think, you also have everyone is kind of getting fame off of this trial, right?
Everybody.
I mean, everyone is kind of getting fame off of this trial. But in order for us to fight the right way as a team, we have to be respectful, and we have to look at every single side. And what I say about this is, let me put something into your thought process. What if the DAs that are sitting in that courtroom don't agree with what they're doing day to day? But their boss is saying, you must go in there and you got to do that because I told you so. We don't know the other side of the table. We can only hold the person that is ordering accountable, if that makes sense.
Okay. So
the ethical issues that are coming out with the lack of candor to the court and holding those things, all of those things come accountable at the appropriate time. And if we do it the right way, and we do it flawlessly, and we do it with the people, you win.
Facts. That's a fact.
You win. But you can't, we're not interested to bash anybody. That's not our interest. Our interest is to solely bring you facts, to bring you statistics, to show you paperwork, to show you, you heard the commissioner. $206 million was granted. They off 75 million of that to the office. Why is there even a backlog? Because I could have cleared that backlog with 3 million. And then you know what? I would have had 72 million to be able to do resources and fix that jail. I did an entire proposal of what it will take to fix that jail, and it is nowhere in the numbers that has already been contributed. And I have contacted master electricians, master plumbers, and carpenters. And what they're seeing in there, I could have that fixed in a portion of the price. So it's bringing reality and truth to the other side of justice. And that's where you make a difference, because you can't just give the people everything they want
Someone
and
in the
everything
chat,
they want to hear.
someone in the chat said Sylvia didn't introduce you as far as your company is concerned. Are you going to tell us about the company and your firm and what you do? You did that, but I think you and your partner should do a sole live about what you guys actually do, because hearing you talk about it more now, it gives it's making me more interested, because of course we can go watch interviews all day, but hearing you talk and kind of water the interviews down and bring it home to us, you know what I'm saying? That's like it's shedding more light to where I want to be interested. Because if I just had to listen to him talk, I wouldn't hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just boring. But hearing you talk about it is now I'm resonating with what he said. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said all the numbers, I just heard him say all those numbers, but I wasn't gonna remember it until you just said it in the form you did, like in the
Yeah, I
conversation.
mean, 75 million to a
Yeah,
backlog. And
yeah.
now, there has been already a request for more funding. So I would sit in the commissioner's same spot and say, why are we needing more funding? And I'm going to need a detailed report on what has been fixed, what is due to be fixed, and what is a timeline. And I need to see receipts of what has been spent,
Mhm,
because receipts don't lie.
mhm.
You can do whatever you want to do, but receipts don't lie. And that is the biggest part of it. Is I don't knock any of the YouTubers. I'm just not a YouTuber. I'm probably doing horrible at this right now. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not. I'm a fighter. I'm a researcher, and I do all that work. But I said, we have to incorporate the people and give it to them, because I know that I do look at the channels, and I have to watch, the trial and see what's happening for that day. And I kind of take the notes and kind of just apply it to where our statistics are, our reports that we have ran, and what is different. I respect their hustle. I respect everyone's hustle. Everybody has a family to support. And if that is their way, more power to you. I'm not going to knock anyone of what they do. But all I say is join the fight. Join the fight, because it matters, and it makes the difference. Who else is going to go on that front line? You shouldn't have his parents on that front lines. They're dealing emotionally with the whole aspect. Can you imagine, as a parent, seeing your child sit there and you know that they're being turned every which way but loose? And you know that it is at seat of to have this RICO under your belt so it could be broadcasted for electoral campaigns. And it's where are the people getting justice at? I don't want to parade around with anyone. I want to parade with them at the call of action. I want to be able to join hands with them at the call of action on those steps. That's where it matters at. I could do it all day online, but what ruckus is that putting for the office there? If everyone is contained to a video and just speaking about someone rolling their eyes or their skirt being tight, or
What shoes they got on today, or
their top of their hair, their ceiling is missing.
what type of cake they brought.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you have to be passionate about what you do. You got to love what you do, and you got to be able to do it the right way. And the right way is to have the people on that front line. We the people. And that is the difference, and that is what makes the difference, is when we are seeing that and where we have that. Do you think it's going to send a message when everyone shows up in there by the hundreds and thousands?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Huge difference. So then you think it makes a difference when you're finally in front of the Congress, then you say, look, this is what we have. This is everything that we have. And you have all the documents in hand, and you bring them through that timeline. what else can they do but to enforce action? And that is our exact point, is we just don't want to zero in on things that are going to have no substance, and it's not going to help true justice. And the true justice does not come out in a verdict. It happens before you even get in that courtroom. And we do know here that all of that was demolished before they even walked in there.
Well, speaking on that, as I go back in the chat with the people, I hope you keep doing the work, grounds on the boots. I mean, boots on the ground, because you know what I'm saying, clicks and views, they are easy. All this cloud chasing and stuff like that, that's easy to do from, you know what I'm saying, at home and all that. What y'all are doing is something different, and a lot of people ain't willing to do it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even educated enough on it to do it. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm
Well,
always
I mean,
tuning in.
you had I've watched some of your comments, and I why it stood out is because you have that little squiggly thing, like
The
right
M
out.
for Memphis, yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what that it was. So I noticed that some of, like, a lot of your information is that you have put out, that you have been doing some type of research. And that's why it's important for ones like you to have those boots on the ground. So, you know, when we have the date, we are going to do the boots on ground 2 days after Senate. So, you know, there's going to be signs, there's going to be everything, you know, that's going to be there, a water tent so people aren't dehydrated. Some can be out of the sun, all of that. But we have people that are going to fly in and come and be a part of it. If any of you guys that are in the chat want some part of that day and the coming days, let me know. Shoot me an email, and we can make that happen.
Oh, that's in Atlanta?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're gonna.
Yeah. Slick. It's a lot of people in here from Atlanta. Yeah, a lot of my friends are from Atlanta. So
So the ones that are not Atlanta natives, I do have something special for you guys to be able to be present. I do have discounted airfare. And I have a hotel that will block to keep everyone in the same location. And then we also have looked at the charting buses that will get you to and from. And it's at a discount price, a very cheap price. We are only paying 10% of the tickets.
Oh,
I have a personal card that is a lifetime for how many years of dedication I've put in when I did work with the FAA. I have credentials for that for a lifetime. So I am able to do mass amounts of flights at discount prices, and we are going to use it for the call of action. I have a lot of people on the West Coast, a lot of people on the East Coast that are interested to be there and to support.
Well, you have me interested. I'm gonna be tuning in, getting more information and more insight.
Are you coming?
I'm not gonna hold you. Don't hold me to that. But I'm gonna make sure. Right now, I know Slick is going. If Slick end up, you know what I'm saying, we work something out. We both go out there. But I know a lot of people out there in Atlanta that is involved in this trial. Mel, Eno, it's a lot of people out there in Atlanta, and so we for sure are gonna support you in ways to where it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, physical touch. You know what I'm saying, like boots on the ground, like you. So. I just thank you for letting me come up. Thank you for your information. Just keep going, and don't let people, like, everything. When you go on these other people channels, make sure we know how to find you, because we couldn't find you until it was time for them to go. So I was trying to look
that
for you the
is
whole
what
time.
and I don't know if it's because it's a new channel, and that is the reason. I'm trying to figure out like why that is. But
I learned at the end I shouldn't have put spaces in your name. So if I would have made it all one word, I probably would have found you sooner. But next time, just drop your link on your own somehow, because a lot of people were looking for your information, the firm name, and nobody dropped it over there at Sylvia's channel. So we just heard a voice and knew nothing about you. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. Everyone's channel is so different.
Right.
And I know that, like, everyone's channel is so different. I just tried to
present facts.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just try to do
Hey,
the
you
right.
sold me. You sold me. I'm from Memphis. I'm a blunt person, and that's why a lot like I don't get paid from YouTube. I don't want to ever get paid from YouTube. This is not an energy that I mean. This is not a safe space to depend on money and genuine information. So you have to pick a side, kind of in my shoes. So, but I'm tuned in. I'm watching.
There's not. That's the whole thing. There's not a
Hmm.
whole bunch of sides, right?
Right. Right.
It's one fight.
Hmm.
It's one fight. So it's you're either on the train of fighting, or you're off the train and
For fame.
just you're on the side.
War, or
Yep.
they're just trying to capitalize off of someone's life. And
Facts.
I'm not about that.
I'm not about that either. You would never see me going to church with a state witness. But I
Man,
Do you
appreciate.
hear my
Look,
partner? She's
so I'm very
the
quiet.
rowdy.
I sit
She's
back
the
and I
quiet and the
listen.
rowdy. And I'm gonna give everybody a chance, and I tried to help everybody. As everybody knows, I've been on Mrs. Sylvia's platform several times, and I have
Mhm.
assisted her, and I've assisted all of her mods, and tried to do the right thing by everybody I come across. And the reason why I do that, because I want them to give me the same grace. And
Right.
so my partner, on the other hand, she's
I can
feisty.
tell she off the leash. She don't really give.
She's
She don't really.
feisty.
Yeah, I love that. So y'all balance each other out. I'm promising.
We are yin and yang.
Yeah, look, I love it. I'm in the chat, but I promise y'all, I'm gonna support y'all. I love what y'all doing. Keep going.
And see, that's the whole thing. I know I had somebody that asked me earlier, and it was really I was offended at first, but I'm like, why are you offended? Because like literally they don't know. Was like, well, all you're gonna do is make a whole bunch of money off this. I'm like, no, we're not in it for monetization, and we haven't been in it for monetization for a very long time. We don't even have super chats we don't have super chats, we don't have anything. And I don't want to say this is the broke page, because we have definite valuable information, but I'm just saying we're the free ladies that are doing it the right way. And, and we are strictly doing it for justice, because
And we have Black boys. Like I will fight to the death to make sure they are, if so be it, happen to be tied up in the legal system, will get a fair trial. And so that's the thing. We're fighting for justice for everyone.
Yeah, and not only that, how many of you guys have family members that needs help? I have somebody in the chat stating that they are unable to see the flyer somehow, that they're not able to see it. Can you guys see it? I'm going to put the link there, and then I'm also going to. Is that better for you guys? I can't see who asked for it. Wigs and Wine. Are you able to see that now? I missed a whole bunch on Wigs and Wine's comments because I was on the back end of the studio. So I just want to make sure that we, Wigs and Wine, I have the code up there for it. We did post it, and then it is posted on the community wall. I think what I'll do is attach it. It is on the YouTube page. If you go under post, I do have it there as well. And then I'll repost it again now. So real time, yes, QR code takes you to change petition. It is housed at change.org. It has to be housed there because they will put it into legal format when we go in front of Senator and when we go to DC. So that's exactly how that's supposed to be. But let me try to give you, you should just be able to scan that, take a picture, and it should pop right up. And maybe Slick says it's probably easier to post it to
Community wall.
the wall. And I guess that's probably something. Let me see here. I'm going to drop the link for you guys right on the chat, and you guys can click that link. That will probably be a lot easier for you guys. Let me know if you guys see it. I put it up on the screen, and then I also dropped it. And then I also will paste it to the YouTube page so that way you see it. Going back, Robin, yes, about the jury. So the jury has had several hardship claims that they have submitted that has not been addressed. They filed that this trial had been a hardship to them, and it has yet to be addressed. It was filed under Glanville, and right now it's called juror hardship claims, and that's exactly what we're interested in as well. The code up there for it, we did post it, and then it is posted on the community wall. Dublin? I think what I'll do is attach it. Probably unmute. It is on the YouTube page. Mute your mic. Oh, and then I'll repost playing, and they can hear it on there. So real time, yes. QR code takes you to change petition. Can you guys hear? Hello, Dublin? Dublin?
Yes, hi.
Senator, when we go to DC. So that's exactly how that's supposed background. To be. Let me try to give you.
Oh, yeah,
you should just be able to scan that, take a picture.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, the YouTube was still on. Like, this is the first time I've ever done this.
Oh, no. Hey, we are with you. We are with you. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Still
I came in about.
Can you turn it down?
Huh?
Turn it down. Can you turn yours down?
Turn my volume down. Can you hear me good now, or?
Are you on two platforms? Like you have your video on and your phone on?
Let me swipe this off. Okay, now I'm just on the StreamYard, I guess.
That's all you should see.
That's
all you should see when you're talking.
Yeah. No, I came in about halfway through when you were on, like I was on Sylvia's. So can you tell me, so I'll go back and watch it from the beginning later, but what is your organization, you two?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is your organization?
Oh, we have a firm. JLT firm.
Uh-huh.
Why is it echoing for you?
I don't know. We just turn it down?
Let me see. Okay, I think it's on. No. Can you guys hear the
Do you have me, or? Well, I just wanted to say I'm glad it's like, I couldn't believe when I looked on the petition that it, only had like 70, 60, so I shared it. And basically, like, I know in Atlanta, it's all over their news, but other than people who are searching for it, who are on YouTube, who are looking for it, and it is not just in America, it's worldwide. Last week, there's a guy, he's a YouTuber. He came all the way from Sweden and sat in court for one day and talked to some of the lawyers. And so, but what I'm saying is like what you're doing to try to get it more out there, like that's what it's needed to bring the light. Do you know what I mean? Because they're doing all these things which have been going on for years, right? Behind the scenes. But what am I trying to say? Like, do you know what I'm saying? It needs more publicity to because
Yeah.
even though all the lawyers are and it's just like, yeah, I heard what you said but denied, I heard what you said but denied, wait till they're convicted and then go ahead with your appeals. So, and it's not just, it's starting from the bottom up, and it doesn't stop with, like the other caller said, with like the DA's office and stuff. No, the judges are complicit because everybody's out for themselves. So instead of doing what was right, you know, after Glanville's recused and she's on there, like you're just choosing not to do what you should do because you're worried about your career and you're worried about your aspirations. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
So I gotta mute you really quick because for some reason you're echoing when you came up. So I'll unmute you in a second, but very much. So it is hard to find. We just put the petition out, even though we housed it there. We just hadn't sent it out. So you'll see that it's been there for a couple of days, no signatures. We didn't go live with it because we wanted to make sure that we had everything done before we introduced it to you guys. And then we are newer on YouTube getting this out. So we're kind of doing a different take on this. So we are doing strictly our fight. Yes, we're going to be watching the trial, and yes, we're going to be doing all of that, but we're just coming from a different space, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. You're doing like the deep dive and into the corruption and all the facts because, the conditions in the jails and how things are brought about. Like when he was talking about how do you feel about Woody, you know what? It doesn't matter what's happened before, what's happened now. He's plainly said, I don't want to be responsible for messing up somebody else's life. This is what I said then. This is what I'm saying now. But they haven't proven anything. They haven't really gave us any evidence. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. But I heard from you guys the first time that this is that you were saying that jurors were trying to hardships because it's been a long time. And they might end up losing jurors, if it continues to go on. But I don't know. I just think that it's playing a lot of fast and loose with what the rules should be. And I'm glad to see that you're going to try to bring some more light to it because, after Glanville has been recused and Whitaker's in there, they thought that they might, and so she's done more by the book. But the thing is, they're holding their I'm talking about the defense lawyers, they don't want to scream and yell. They want to try to do what's right. And it's like you're fighting an uphill battle. So
can they scream and yell?
No, because they have to act appropriately. They can't be, do you know what I'm saying? They have to act appropriately.
Can I have you do me a quick favor? Can you go out and come back in so your audio can fix?
Yep. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
One thing I do want to say is I do feel like Whitaker is being complicit with the DA, as well as it's seeming to be that this justice system is now turning into a corrupted corporation until election season may be over. But who's to say this litigation may carry on, and hopefully whoever you guys go vote for, Kramer, she states that she wants to put an end to this YSL trial.
Well, she's looked at those taxpayer dollars.
Absolutely.
And she knows that at this point, it is considered robbery at this point because of how much has been spent. And those are the people's funds that, they have to pay. And they're already suffering huge inflation.
Now, where should the RICO really be addressed to? The RICO conspiracy. It needs to be placed upon the judges and the DA.
Yeah. And you have to remember, like, the people, from what I was getting, looking at different people's channels and stuff like that, they really had high hopes for Whitaker. They really had high hopes. I noticed that they were holding on to certain, oh, she said, if there's a continuing of the trial, she said, if there's a mistrial, and everybody was holding on to those words. And I said, that is a great tactic that a judge uses when there is a lot of issues that are coming to fruition that are being unraveled, ex partes, transcripts, lawyers getting arrested, and all of these things playing in. You have all of that tied up.
Mhm.
They
It's
can't
those
full
cliffhanger
force.
words and the semantics. They love word games. I know love word games.
Those are plain semantics with words.
Absolutely. So they're trying to be in
And
that
the
technical stance to
And
see
it was enough to quiet the people, though.
absolutely.
It was
yeah,
enough
and the
to
judge did.
quiet the people.
She did that towards both sides. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then just like yesterday, when she first came in, because we went back and looked, she first came in and she told him that the defense that they could they'd be able to question what about this, and then yesterday she went back on her words.
Mhm.
I never had any hopes in her from the beginning. I saw her for what she was when she first came in. And I mean, you've got to play that political game, right? He's your boss. You're trying to advance your career. I mean, you could have some balls and you could go in there and you could do what was right. You'd be an outcast. But do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If she cared about the
absolutely.
law, if she cared about the law, she would have done what was right. And
And I
yeah,
think that is where America gravitated to, right? They're like, okay, well,
yeah,
there's a new judge, there's a new seat. It's the same building. It is the same chamber,
yeah,
and it is the same team. So that's what I
yeah.
always reminded everyone. It is the same people, the same team, and the same
And
judges.
if you're on that scale, judges lean a little more towards the state than they do the defendant. They just do.
Would you, in every state, I feel like that is the, but in this case, they're seeing the discrepancies. Can you imagine how Attorney Hilton and Attorney Love felt when Mr. Steele was addressing, like, this court shouldn't handcuff my cross-examination because that is what the prior judge had done. And
Yeah.
the wording changed drastically after that. And she said, well, you can bring up whatever you want to with Hilton, and you could bring up whatever you want to with Love, but just not Glanville.
Yeah,
And
she's
so
protecting him.
you have
And the
mhm.
the judge that basically recused Glanville, in her wording, she's like, well, and the both of them, they're like, well, and so I feel like every time that they make a motion, that they put something in, she, combs over it with her legal mind to come up with, well, okay, but this. And no, it's really not like that. And she's just doing it with that laugh and then trying to use the law and say, well, it's really not like, so, and that's why when they first put in to have anybody in, Fulton County in this courthouse when they were recusing him, they didn't want that because they knew that this was going to happen, and they're just trying their best. Do you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But
Well,
she's part of the problem because she's,
she's going to
not
hold that
from an
back.
out.
She's going to hold that
Yeah,
back. She's going to hold
she
that back.
doesn't.
But me as an individual, if I knew, and I was in that, I was the prosecutor, I was the head prosecutor in there, or I was the chief prosecutor, or I was an ADA prosecutor, and I know that they are zeroing in, and there's several investigations launched, not just from the Department of Justice, but there's other investigations that are launched. You would think that immediately there is going to be a turn of events. They're going to say, you know what? We have way too many people zeroing in. Like, we have to do what's right here. And unfortunately, the person that we had hold this case is not gonna, the job is not done. He didn't do the job.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so you guys have to live with that. That is the choice that you guys made. But I have never seen a case where almost every witness that a state has called that they have impeached.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. They're witness. Okay. Besides the
And then the inappropriate
investigator.
laughing,
Yeah.
the inappropriate
Yeah. I mean,
laughing at
that
different times is very offensive, because these
it's
young men
offensive
are
too.
fighting for their life. There is nothing
Yeah.
funny
It's,
in that courtroom.
I'm
if I was
hoping
a
her
juror,
laughter is from a nervous habit, because
I
I
just think
don't
it's
want
part,
to
it's
state
part
that
of her.
maybe, right. I'm hoping it's a nervous tick and she can't control it.
Y- Yeah. But
Well,
it
then
still is
you got
very
to get
I'm
off-putting.
emotional
being
support dogs,
optimistic
just
here.
like the prior.
I'm being
Yeah, but it's still
optimistic.
off-putting, and it's off-putting
Absolutely.
for the jury too. Yeah. But
Absolutely.
yeah, and there's a lot of, like, it's just like when they wouldn't let the lawyers in when Sharp, and then Sylvia or somebody said that, all those empty spaces in the middle, that's security.
Well, the sheriffs lied
But
that
like,
day. The
yeah,
sheriffs
they
lied.
lied, and
They
yeah,
told
they
the
lied, and they
strike
said, "Oh no,
force,
we're not going to go through that."
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
not
They,
charging them anymore, so you guys can go. There's nothing to see here. And so you look at
yeah,
that and you say, you know what? This is a way bigger issue here. This is a way bigger
yeah,
problem here. Like, something's not right
yeah.
with it. How would your
Fulton
sheriff
County.
be that openly able to lie?
And you,
And say, oh, nothing's happening. This is a closed courtroom, and you look around, the jury box is open, there's 10 benches open, and you say there's nowhere for them to sit. Well,
and he
at that point,
he
as an
literally
attorney,
said, "I don't want him." Yeah, he
yeah,
literally said, "I don't want him in my jury box." But
yeah.
there's all this room. It's a big courtroom.
And
Yeah.
I would have then at that point to say, well, they don't have to sit on your bench. They can stand up against the wall. We're fine with holding the wall. I'm fine with sitting on the floor. I'm never too good for that.
Right.
I will do what I have to do to be able to be heard in a room that you're being put out of.
Yeah. Answer me this, okay? Because I know Sylvia, was covering it way, way back, and so I saw some tapes where, the co-conspirators, right? Other guys that took plea deals. They were literally there saying, "I don't want this plea deal. I'm not going to do this plea deal." And then if you watch Glanville, he sits, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" Kind of just like the ex parte meeting, right?
Yeah.
And both of them turned and took these plea deals, which, they're like 15 years of probation. And then, probation in itself is hard to even comply with all those restrictions, right? So the guy's thinking, well, yeah, I can get out now because I've already been in here for so long, and they're going to say this is time served. But now I've got 15 years. Okay, run a stoplight, and now you're back in, and now you've got to serve all this time. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, and then there, just like he brought out Friday, I guess, also, like, their stipulations were, yeah, you got to come and you're going to be on the stand and you're going to say, yeah, YSL's gang, yeah, I'm part of the gang, yeah, yeah, yeah. So this is where they're getting their Woody tapes. And then this, people that they've said, do you want to stay in Fulton forever, or do you want to sign here, swear this on this? So
And say,
it's all
and then
it's all
say, this is
coercion.
the gang,
That's
and this is
coercion
to
and
say,
intimidation.
yeah, you have to sign, this is a gang. You have to sign that you're
Yeah,
a part of a gang. So that way, when
yeah,
you're brought back, they're able to dispose of you. Because a
yeah,
lot of people, and I'm going to tell you, especially where I come from, it's very small. Crime was very high. And they would try to get you to plead out, because trial, nobody wants to go to trial. Let's be
yeah,
really honest. Nobody wants to take it to trial because the I would say the pregame before that comes, there is some intimidation. Well, if you take it to trial, you're going to get this amount of time. If you take it to trial, they're going to do this. If you take it to trial, you're going to do that, when really the evidence isn't supportive to begin with, but you need them on paper. So when you spin the block and you see them again, you have them by the collar.
Absolutely.
And
that's
a problem.
And that's why, and that's why people who are still in there, right, who are indicted, or they're waiting, or they don't even have lawyers yet, and not just these guys, but people in general, right? And they also, like, the state is so powerful and so has so much money behind it, and like what the one defendant, I don't know his name, he sits in the front, and he has that public defender. And, she had to, and then she's applying to get more funding, right? And I think she got like a second person to help her. But they came in, they had a whole hearing, and and the state was like, no, we don't have any money for this. And then they gave her a little bit more, But like things, not just, hey, Fulton County corruption, like also they need to fund, because the only reason that.
Well, they are getting the funding. That's proven.
She is. Right.
The
and some of these
defense there, but the ethical and the judicial is not.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is the only reason that Jeffrey and some of his defendants, the ones that don't, that have lawyers that they're paying for, have a chance is because they have the funding. So there's going to be a YSL co-conspirator who's in jail, who has to get a public defender, and will still get railroaded because, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like they're not going to have the investigators and the thing, they're not going to have all of the things that Steele has, and all of the people, just like, OJ had 12 lawyers.
Well, you have to think of, you're only going to get as much justice as you can afford. And
right. And that's America.
And that has been America.
Yeah.
And the problem
is
that there's not enough public defenders. They're underpaid, so they underfight, and they're overworked, so they're not able to put the due diligence into the case because they have 150 more that they need to represent, and they have 7 cases the same day that they're trying to catch up with. And so the point is, if the money's not there, so where some funding needs to go is to the public defender's office. That has always passed by skim.
Yeah.
They have always skimmed the bottom to try to scrape to make it. And sometimes within those public defender offices, you can find a really good attorney that has that it factor that will take it to trial and do what needs to be done, but they are overworked, underpaid, and not funded properly. And that is what you fight for, because there are so many low-income families that are stuck with a public defender because they simply can't afford it. And that is not what we're seeing here. We're seeing, yes, Mr. Williams is wealthy, but his wealth hasn't changed the situation.
Hasn't helped with
his
wealth, the corruption.
Only been put on a poster board for election to put it under someone's belt. This is a personal gratification satisfaction. And you just
for Fannie to increase her and that's why, like, when that woman talked on the stand about the investigator basically trying to date her and this and that, and then she lost her job. That other guy, I forget his name, it's another bald guy, kind of looks like Woody but not, and he lost his job. They're like harassing,
because they're demanded, you must come here,
they're witnesses, right
now. And then if the investigator, tries to get some later on from you, that's your own problem. And that's
but nobody's investigating. And nobody's investigating that. And nobody's all the things that came out on the stand.
It's just
investigating. Okay,
not just
we'll see how that goes.
Being done internally. There's outside investigations that are open that is looking at all of
federal
those things. Correct.
And federal ones that But then it's just like when cops get on the stand and say, but I erased my body camera. And I'm like, Shark, I want to know where Huh?
You hold them accountable.
Yeah.
I'm going to make this very, very clear so people can understand too, is your personal profession does not help you bypass the law. Does not matter what you do. You could be a sheriff, you could be a judge, you could be a prosecutor. Facts are, and I'm going to spill out a little couple facts here because a lot of people have it misconstrued. You know, usually what the process is in a district attorney's office when they have a case that comes in is they have to look at the charges and they have to look at the reports that come along with it to see if the evidence and the investigation that was completed and the charges that are recommended go hand in hand. That is what they're supposed to do and bring forth the charges if they can.
Right.
DAs cannot arrest anyone. They don't statutorily, they do not have that ability. Then they can't investigate. That is why they have investigators within their office that has to do the investigation. That is not what we've seen here. We've seen a chief prosecutor that was questioning their own witness on the stand that said, when I met you at this parking lot, what did you tell me this day? When I met you this time, what did you tell me this day?
Right.
So when have you ever seen prosecutors that are the investigators on the case that have interjected themselves as investigators? I have never seen this, and I've seen many cases.
And not only that, when they are doing their so-called investigating tactics, no one's keeping record.
Yeah, when she met that person at the cafe and then nobody wrote anything down. Yeah, I'm sure it's on her phone. I'm sure it's audio on her phone. But didn't the last DA say there's not enough here and refuse to even bring this to trial? And I think she's just RICO happy. RICO with this, RICO with the school thing.
Because you
RICO
have
with
to
Trump.
understand, RICO is the easiest way to combine numbers. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to think of it for electoral wise. Okay. RICO brings numbers. She has 27, 28 on this case. She's got 30 on this case. She has additional what she's looking at for another 18 to come in. You add up all those numbers. And then when you come down to your campaign, I successfully have put away this
many people.
XYZ of
these many charges.
Correct. And these are people that you don't want on the street is what you're going to be told. You're going to be told that they're dangerous. You're going to be told that they are not contributing to the city. You're going to see that they're terrorizing the city. And unfortunately, that's not what the statistics show. And if you look at this, all of those gentlemen that are sitting in that courtroom pay some high taxes to that area.
Yeah.
They make a lot of money.
And they also, like all of those conditions that in his last, when she came in and everybody said, hey, can we get bond, right? All those conditions he had already put in for the last 3 times, with Glanville and got denied. Glanville will sit there and listen to you. She sits there and listens to you. Yeah, but I'm going to deny that. Yeah. And it's just like, aren't they trying to do RICO on the Cop City people? Because I'll call them tree huggers. Aren't there people in jail that they're still, and they're going to use that as a RICO for like environmentalists and people who don't want Cop City?
I haven't.
They're sitting in jail. Okay.
There's a lot of people sitting in jail that shouldn't be sitting in jail.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And one thing,
but I think they're trying to use that as a RICO also.
Is honest.
And they're
not going to sugarcoat
more.
it.
Yeah, and more than 3. Anybody more than 3 people, you're gonna. But there's 3 of us sitting here now. Now that's RICO because we're conspiring. It's just ridiculous. Like I understood, like in the 70s, and you're bringing RICO and it's Hell's Angels or something, and then you've got stuff to back it up. They don't know who killed Nutt. And if they do, they're not telling anybody.
We know.
Yeah.
We heard.
Allegedly.
They do.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Paul Howard put it on record. Paul Howard put it on
Okay.
record.
Oh,
All people have to do is there's an Open Records Act. There's
Okay.
an Open
Wow.
Records Act. Anybody is able to get their own information. And where we as the people go wrong is we will go for anything and we will go for whatever is said. That's why we put up the papers, the statistics of what the
Yeah.
numbers are, because you guys have to see that these things aren't okay and these things are not going to be okay. And so we're not discrediting anyone, and I said that from the very beginning. We're not discrediting anyone and what they do on their platforms. We respect if they're covering the trial. They're shedding light to what is happening, and we thank them for that part of it, because on the back end, it helps us to be able to fight that much harder, is because way more people are aware. And you have to remember,
Yeah.
like going back several years ago, I didn't have that opportunity to have social media for it to be spread that way. Unfortunately, we had to knock on
Mm-hmm.
doors. We had to go person to person. We had to ask them. We had to put up flyers. We had to put up our information so that way people can hear and get in contact and everything else. So
Yeah.
I know that, there was a lot of confusion about what we were supposed to do today about demonetization or whatever. And I just want to make that clear. She's having an issue. Mrs. Sylvia is having an issue with her page, and she feels as if she's being attacked due to that.
Yeah.
And because
I
she
I
was
think.
scheduled to come on our live with us today,
Mhm.
she was scheduled to come on our live, but she had put the stream through hers to come over. So we really couldn't see your guys' comments to engage with you guys. And so now we're able to engage and be able to see while I'm trying to assist her to get her page back up and functioning. This is a very new page. We have not went
Yeah.
live on it. This is our first live on it.
Mhm.
And we really don't know all these functions. I have a whole bunch of functions in front of me. I don't even want to
I
push
don't
it.
know
I don't
either.
know what is about to happen.
Yeah.
And I know I have a lot
Yeah.
of information on here that I don't know what's going to pop up next. And so that's one thing I have
Yeah.
to get ready for before our live this evening, to be able to have, all of that in a row, because we have a lot of files. We have a lot of paperwork. I'm going to scan everything in, but I think I have like 3,900 sheets of paper at this point. That is just ridiculous.
Okay.
And it's just
Yeah.
all basic information that is out there,
Mhm.
not basic. I shouldn't say basic. It's all information that is available to all the public. If you sit down and actually, do your research, you do your homework and know exactly what the problem is, and you know exactly how to fix the problem and how to get people engaged. And you
Yeah.
don't do it by downing anyone, but you do it by joining
Yeah.
hands and putting the truth out there and leaving all the small talk at the wayside.
Yeah.
Because
And that's the thing. Like there's a whole like YouTube community and LawTube community. And I know that locally in Atlanta, it's on their news. It's on their news. But like, the regular, ABC, CNN, all that, it's like, yeah. And it's a tidbit here, tidbit there when something happens, something big happens. But it's not, talked about in the mainstream. It's really not.
and why? But, well, I know for Mrs. Sylvia's page, I've been a
Mhm.
speaker on her platform several times. I've read some motions for her, and everything. She
Mhm.
hates politics. So
Yeah.
politics with her page just does not work. And she has
Yeah.
let us know that she's not a politicker. She doesn't like it. That's not her
Mhm.
thing. She likes to cover trials, and we respect that because it's the transparency.
Yeah.
And
I'm just
we
saying that.
just don't want to be streaming the courtroom or what's we're not interested in that. We're interested in the fight. We're interested in
Yeah.
the field of action. We're interested in bringing people there that can stand up and fight the right way. We do not have a Cash App, guys. I know a couple
Mhm.
private messages I just got says, "What is your Cash App?" We don't have one. Maybe that's something my partner and I will discuss tonight. If you guys want to send us coffee or something, that's fine. But we
Tea.
don't
I
ask
don't
for
drink
anything.
coffee, Jen.
Not you. You're a tea.
You can get hot chocolate.
She's tea, water, whatever. But unfortunately, I do apologize, guys. We do not have anything monetary set up to our page, so I do apologize for that. I don't know. Maybe
You could later for fun. You could do it later for fundraising and make it be, for fundraising strictly to.
I just don't want to benefit off of someone's life because I just want to say,
but make it into a nonprofit kind of,
I mean,
I don't know.
I don't. Yeah, I'm just interested to change the law and to be able to release ones that are sitting affected so bad everywhere. I have family members that are affected.
Not only that, Jen, yes, we want to provide justice for those that needs to be released, but also those that are housed in the situation in the jails.
Yeah.
It's unethical.
Yeah. It's inhumane.
It is very inhumane. So we want to make this holistic.
I mean,
all across
people are dying there. You're held. You don't have bond. You can't even get a lawyer because there's no lawyers available for you, and you're just thrown away. And then you're in deplorable conditions, and people are dying there. The one guy that died from the bites of the bed bugs, or whatever, and then there's a kid.
Well, I mean, did you see the photo?
No, I didn't see anything. That's just what I've heard.
And then we have photos. We have photos of.
I wouldn't.
And I'm gonna tell you something. It takes a very long time for your skin to have all of that on it, and the condition, and the breakage, and things like that. So that didn't just happen. We respect. We have the pictures. I'm going to show them. I'm just waiting on the family to let me know that it's okay. And I'm going to post them. And I have a lot of jail pictures that show the condition. And I have a lot that, no, it's not meeting any standard. It is not up to code. It's not. You can't have it in that condition. I see a lot of people in the chat right now kind of going back and forth about Miss Sylvia's page or whatever. I'm not sure what's happening in the chat. If somebody can let me know. Yes, her page is affected right now. Yes, her page is affected.
Her one page is off, and she had like a backup page, like a page she had used before. But then, so when this happened, she just went to her old page.
Okay. Yeah. So she knew we were going live today for the very first time, and she wanted to come on with us to be able to go live. And we, invite her all the time. We don't have anything bad to say about anyone. I've supported her on going to that courtroom every single day and doing what she's doing. She is showing you guys the trial part of it. And we're just going to ask her for her to show us in our fight. And that's, that's enough for shaking hands and be able to meet everybody in the middle, because what we do and how we do it and how we go about doing it is not by crossing everybody out. It's by bringing everybody in.
Yeah.
And
so
getting them on a different page, getting them on a different plateau, because let's be real honest here. Not everybody is comfortable with releasing these things. Not everybody is comfortable introducing stuff that hasn't been laid out there. Not everybody goes and does 24 years of digging like we have in our firm. But we had to make sure that, when we come correct. We have been quiet for several months on just working and doing what we're supposed to do. We didn't feel it was the right time to come to YouTube with it, and we didn't feel that it was appropriate time. We had to make sure everything was in a row. All of our letters went out, and our petition is live, and we had to make sure that we had everything. So, you know, we
And
have to do things in real time.
Are you filing things, or are you just trying to give information for everybody, or are you filing things in court?
We're not information people. Well, yes and no. We're giving you what we're doing, but you are going to see the fight. And yes, there's going to be a lot of good filings, but you're going to see them on a higher level.
Okay.
It is not going to be within that courthouse.
Right.
Yeah, like federal.
Our fight is not there. And so what a lot of people have to understand is when you think you can go right in there and you can fight, you can make a complaint, what they'll do is bounce you in a circle. You can go complain to this person, it's going to go to this department. It's really not going to do too much. But when the people come out and the people call for action and they go to those footsteps of those doors and they rally for change and they rally outside of those polls, oh yes, it does make a difference. And you have to do it. You got to do it consistently, and you got to start it now because November is right there, and you got to keep going. And you just have to, you know, be decent, you know, with everyone and be able to do it. And that's what we meant by we're not interested to be stuck on appearance or outfits of the day or any of that, because I'm gonna tell you when I'm doing my groundwork, y'all might think I'm homeless. But then when y'all see me in front of a podium, I'm dressed up and I'm in a business suit.
Right.
But when I'm doing my research, no, I definitely would not be camera ready. And that is, you know, that is just those are facts. Oh, I see she sent the message. No, I'm sorry. See, I do not have a Cash App. I'm sorry. No, I do not. I don't know. Me and my partner would talk about that. I don't have one. I'm sorry. But I do like coffee. If anybody cares.
No.
And so that is, you know, that is the main point of it. And then, you know, going over the numbers, I can't imagine how Mr. Howard feels. And I just want to kind of touch a little bit on his shoes and how, you know, he would feel. I can't imagine mentoring someone and taking someone under my wing to strengthen them and make them great. And that is the same person that comes out and fights and alleges corruption, alleges deep-rooted theft and all of these things and bring lawsuits and file all of these things. Like, I couldn't imagine the hurt on that. And not only that, your last year in seat, you got the record lowest number for that county in years.
Yeah.
So whatever you were doing was contributing, and it was being seen in the community. And we have that with your statistics. But we're not campaign busters. I mean, we're not. We're just seeking the right thing, and we're seeking the justice, because all it takes, this is how easy it is. And this is what folks don't understand. It's as easy as her to wake up and go into work on Monday morning, and she can tell her prosecutors, you need to pull the plug on this.
Yeah,
that is
just do the right thing.
To dismiss it.
And I'm hoping she's not going to say, you know what, let's do a mistrial, because that'll just give the states time to get their facts in order if they can. But I'm just hoping
to redo.
Absolutely.
Well, they had 10 years.
Well, I know. But if they go in
and they're
say,
still not ready.
Exactly. But if they say, you know what, we're just going to call it mistrial and reconvene at a later date. No, mistrial with prejudice. That's what Whitaker needs to do, and let's end it.
Yeah. Then, if she, because when you're saying people are investigating, they're investigating Fulton County, you would think she would want to give the mistrial with prejudice and be on the right side of history, and then her career would advance anyways. She might, lose some friends, but she would be doing the right thing. But she obviously wants to just play that game. So, and then when you said,
I don't think it would be losing friends, but it would be
gaining the right kinds of friends, showing who you are.
The right supporters and doing the right things. But as I said, power of the tongue is very powerful, because she sat right in that seat at this very same time frame right before the elections, when she was going to get her first seat that she's sitting in right now. She said all of these things. These are things that she quoted, that she said that they deserved better, that Fulton County deserves better. And that was, her exact words, that, if
she said she didn't want to mirror with her, and I'm not using her exact quotes, but to do the same actions that Paul Howard had done, which was corruption and sleeping with staff. Fast forward to now,
that was
allegedly. Okay. Yeah. However, but she's still displaying those actions that she said that she didn't want to mimic. Allegedly.
Well, see, she hasn't gotten the blunt end effect of the trial, because everyone is focused on Glanville, Hilton, and Love. And that is where we're going wrong at. That is where, yes, it is their actions. They will be held accountable, but she is the prosecutor. These orders are hers. They are only doing what they are told to do, and that is facts. So that doesn't go away or dismiss that. So, now that it's being pushed in that direction and showing how much was received, how much the campaign is not accurate in the numbers, and actually going to the person at heart of the situation that has the ability to pull the plug on the situation and has the ability to stop this when she knows that it is not traditionally fit. It is not a fit case. The evidence is not there. And your star witness has proven you guys to be of dealing with him through bullying tactics and harassing tactics or whatever else. Are they going to take that as face value? It's going to be hard because of the history with him. So what they're doing right now is picking and choosing between his lies. This part we believe is the truth, and this part we believe is a lie. But the catch-22 is neither of it is.
Yeah, but you know what? After the ex parte, and then when he said, I take the fifth, and they put him in jail, then they moved him to another jail, left him alone, didn't feed him, kept him so he couldn't contact his family. Like, that can all be proven. And then when they tried to say something, she's like, oh, no, you should have brought it up in this motion. But they didn't know about it. They didn't know about it till he did an interview. They didn't know about it till Woody started to say. I mean, he made some like, oh, you did this to me. But that was a couple of weeks ago. Now he's saying, no, you did this and this and this. And now it's out there. Now they, it's just, but it's like, it's almost like it's fruitless. They keep making motions. They keep trying to put things in. And then she'll listen. She acts like she's listening a little more than Glanville did. And then she goes, oh, well, and here's why I'm not going to do. And then she just spins it around. And do you know what I'm saying? It's just like when it's the older guy that works with Shart, when he said the same thing that Glanville did to him, when he's like, well, why didn't you tell me? And he's like, I told Steele. When he said, you didn't tell me that you heard this about the ex parte. The same thing she did to Kayla on the stand, but you didn't come to me. And Kayla's like, well, there was nobody to come to, but you didn't come to me. It was already out. And it was her deputy who spilled the beans. Thank God.
Those are tactics. Those are bullying tactics.
They both try. Yeah.
He's newer.
They throw it back. Yeah, they throw it back. So it's just, I don't know. And when you said that the only thing I'm worried about right now, like I know that if God forbid the jurors don't, acquit, and then they have to go to what do you call it? Like, what if now? What if, like, because when she left him, with, I guess it was Thursday, whatever day, when she was like, oh, I might go to New Year's, and here's all the days that you're not going to have off. And they're used to, you know, having things off because of Glanville, and they're upset. What if the jury starts falling off? Then it will be not a mistrial with prejudice. It will be without. And then they'll be screwed.
Yeah,
And the state will get to start again.
just been enough years, and I think the young woman that came up, Keys, she spoke from the other side of the fence where her son was actually murdered, and they had the wrong guy, and she didn't want justice because it was the wrong person, and she wanted the right person held accountable.
Of course,
And just hearing that and being able to sympathize with that, that's a whole different ballgame. I've had several of my family members that have been murdered, and they have been victims of it. So I understand that aspect as well as wanting justice.
Yeah, because you don't want to put someone away who didn't do it just to get somebody. Where
Correct.
the state might want to do that. The state might want to do that. They want to get their numbers. But you want the truth. Because your child is gone, and the last thing you want to hear is that 30 years later Barry Scheck's getting her out, because you just wasted this guy's life. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
or
not
God
only,
forbid they've been put to death or something. But
not only
so
wasting their life and all of that, but if you look at the entirety of what is happening from day one. You had someone else that was assigned to the case originally that was supposed to prosecute it, but didn't want him to prosecute it because it was he was white and it didn't look right with a white man that was going to be prosecuting 6 Black gentlemen. Or at this time, they were all wrapped together, like 28 in one case or 27. Of the original indictment or whatever. And so he had already done his groundwork. And so when they took him off, he left. Well, he took all his information with him, which, I mean, obviously it's not going to be a lot. You only have a witness. And then you just have a whole bunch of impeachments along the way because you guys are forcing people up there. And time after time, you've seen these witnesses like, no, you got it wrong. You are the ones that did this, and you said this, and you allowed your investigator to bully me. You allowed your investigator to sexual harass me. And these are all serious allegations that we were seeing before us. And I think the biggest part is when we seen the warrant was falsified. Now you got the person on the stand that had written the warrant, and they went line by line and showed that was fabricated. And then you have the judge who actually signed off on it blindly with what was wrote, because they have to go off of what is in there as facts. And of course, it looked horrible. It looked horrible how it was written. And when they went line by line, that was not the actual evidence. So, it's like those things, a lot of those things, like so many notes that have to be highlighted every single day. And my famous little line that I always say is, what doesn't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse. So no matter who's connected here, and this is what the people have to know, it does not matter who is connected. Because at the end of the day, it's all going to display itself. Because when one is arrested, they are telling on the other one. You think it's going to be different because you're of official status?
No.
You arrest one of them ladies, they are going to tell it all.
Mm-hmm.
Because
they're going to make the best deal. They're going to make the best deal they can. Yeah.
Absolutely. If you arrest one of these ladies, they're going to say where these orders come from, exactly what happens. And you have all these departments and you have all these people that have opened up these investigations. And I think to save your career, she wants 3 terms. She said that in an interview. She wants 3 terms. Everyone knows that does anything in politics knows your first term, you have to have groundbreaking things. You have to
and then
have
she's
that.
just instead of helping, you're just trying to, I can get this and I can get that and I can sensationalize this and put it on a poster. Put it on a poster for my reelection. It's
You have to
just
remember, no matter what your position is, they still have a duty and an ethical duty to be professional. At minimum.
but they're not.
At
But they're
minimum,
not.
what I have noticed is you got a jury sitting right to the left. Where the state table is at is in a crucial spot in that courtroom. And if everyone can just put in their minds for a minute what that courtroom looks like, you got the judge up front, you got your witness stand on the left of the looking forward, and on the right, you got your reporters, and off to your far left, you got your jurors, and you got your defendants right there. So
And
usually
you know
just
what?
one defendant.
Because they have that wall there, right? Like they're saying it's what do you call it? They're saying it's security, and so nobody's in the middle. But when investigators come in, cops come in, whatever, they can sit there, right? But the family, I don't even know if the jury can kind of see the family and see, the public that comes in. And then I asked, it was a guy, he's a YouTuber. He went and, went for a day. A couple of them went on the 13th and 14th. And he said, and I said, well, what about that space in between? Like, what if, because, they have that overflow room, right? If there was a bunch of people that went and wanted to go, they would still keep those empty seats, which is not what should be done. And then he said that, there was some suspicious looking characters that day. So, but that's what their excuse is. Well, all you do is you put more deputies in.
Well,
Put more
because
deputies in. You don't just have 4.
because you don't want unfamiliar faces in an area because you don't know where they come from, and you have to understand that.
Right. But what I'm saying
And
is
that's why
the
I'm
family,
not always.
it's also keeping the family further away. And the family can't look, just like we would like to, if you're allowed to be there, right? Whether you're the family or you're just the general public, you might want to, like, you're looking at everything that's happening in that room, and you might want to gauge with your own eyes how is this jury, thinking, right? But you can't if you're behind a wall. So that whole setup in the courtroom, I mean, I don't know.
Well, they do it
to
because
me.
they're protecting because of the filming. The jurors cannot be filmed, so that's a whole different.
Yeah, but they didn't build that
measure
just because they were. Right,
Yeah,
but they didn't build that
that's
just
a
because they were
different
filming.
protective, measure
Yeah.
that they do because they don't know who's coming in and where they're from and what they're, what they're there for. They're just there for public interest, or are they there because they are part of the investigations that are launched? They don't know that.
And
So the only reason you're going to be afraid of who's coming in and who's coming out is if there's something that needs to be covered. It's not a safety concern because there's plenty officers, deputies, and sheriffs that are within that courthouse that can.
But that's what they're saying. But that's what they're saying it is. That's why they're saying we're not using these seats. That's what they're saying, though.
It just has become a mockery, and that's not what we want to do, and we don't want to get into all the little tidbit things. We want to get into the real deal, hard facts of why these things are happening. What is at the community resolve this? Not in a trial.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're like going in and out. It's like breaking up.
Out and you got staticky for So I think it's, it's a really big difference, and a really big difference in the focusing, and all of the channels that are bringing the things to light and fruition and covering the trials. That is just putting more eyes on the corruption and the deep-seated issues that are happening. And
Yeah.
it's our job as we the people to say, no, this is actually incorrect, or this is not okay, this is not right. And you look at all the different things, and you look at all the numbers, and they get into seat now. And so that's a little bit scary, to know that your entire life can hang in a balance because you're the poster board.
Yeah.
You are
And
the
that's
poster
exactly.
board. So your life and your justice are not going to go hand in hand, because right now I need this win. I need this win. There's a difference when you need something and you're doing something through the pursuit of justice. When you seek a win, you have lost sight of justice. And everyone is faulting Love. Everyone is faulting Hilton. They can't pull the plug.
Yeah. Well, they could quit their job.
They can,
They
but
could quit their job. They could quit their job and move.
Who's going to take money
Hire them
out of
again.
your household?
Yeah.
Or
I know.
what
I know.
other
They're stuck.
to think of on a professional level? On a professional level, if you see one of those ladies come into your court and they have applied for a job, there's going to be a negative approach because of what is being seen. So you have worked so hard your entire life to become veteran status, not to lose it here for electoral win for your boss.
Right.
Your
But that's what's going to happen.
reputation, your entire reputation is being ruined. Do you know that they have used funding to hire a social media publicist that keeps track with the public on social media, seeing in negative light or positive light? They're able to help stream the social media out, elections and campaigns and all of that. This is the first DA that has ever had one. No DA has ever had one in all the different states. So you have to look at, why would that be your interest, to make sure that this is televised, this is public, to make sure that you did a press conference before that is totally prejudicial, because the community heard about it before they went to that courtroom. And that is detrimental. That is detrimental to clients, to the defendants, and regardless of what anyone thinks, they are innocent until proven guilty. And they have not been treated like that throughout this trial. They have been treated as if they were guilty from day one. And when you have transcripts that collude prosecution and judges together, I won't say judge, I would say judges, that's an issue. That is an issue. And what can we do about that? Where do they answer to? What do they do? That's exactly what we do. We go to where they answer to, where that funding comes from, and we want to talk about it there. So I apologize, social media wasn't our first thing, because we had real groundwork to do, because we knew the election was coming, and we knew the election was coming fast, and we knew this was a poster board. But so we had to make sure that we had our data lined up, and we had the connections lined up. And what we found is another Love connection that actually had ties in the courthouse as well. I'm telling you, I wouldn't want anyone prosecuting me that had any relationship behind closed doors. And if they have access to my records, I don't want anything to do with that area. Transfer me out to the next county. Transfer me out. Because it's not going to be within here. You can't allude and say there's corruption being done somewhere and your justice is in that same spot. They will never go hand in hand in there. So for any of the people to even have a sliver of hope for Whitaker, this is where you know, I hate to say it this way, but this is where we have to belly bust it.
Mm-hmm. It needed, when Glanville went out, they should have brought, they should have had a judge from somewhere else. They should have moved it.
No, when
There's
Glanville
too
went out,
much.
they should have just assigned it to whatever judge there was, and they should have deemed that this is it for us, folks. There's been way too many resources spent. We are not getting
Mhm.
anything. Our sworn witness has caused a lot of issues in this courtroom. There has been ex partes
Mhm.
because of this witness, all of
Right.
that. So you have to think of the prosecutorial issues and
But he knew that no one in that courthouse was going to do that. That's why Steele asked for it to be somewhere else. A
and
different judge
he was
from
absolutely correct. I respect
yeah.
Mr. Steele. I have not ever personally met him. I can say that. So there's
Mhm.
no personal ties for anybody in the bushes that are wondering. I'm
Mhm.
very transparent. I have never met Mr. Steele, but I respect him. And I
Yeah.
respect him because what I've seen as a lawyer is every
Right.
time he addressed the courts, when he stood up, he would button up his suit coat. And when he would sit down,
Mhm.
he would unbutton it. He would always say, "This honorable court, and I'll do whatever
Mhm.
this honorable court tells me to do. I will follow the law. I will do." Those are
Yeah.
all things that you want to see in the courtroom. And even when he was being detained for knowing information that he should have known, which that whole
Mhm.
situation is wild. I don't even want to get too deep into it because it is so devastating and disgusting at the same time.
Mhm.
Because out of the most respectful person there, you are the whistleblower and you get put in cuffs. And he has
Yeah.
a huge mark in that community alone for his work that he does. And that right there
Mhm.
speaks a lot. And as you guys are now seeing, even his treatment is starting to change within them courtrooms already. And it's because he's knowledgeable and he is going to make sure that he puts the fight up and he's going to make sure that he files. And one thing that you
Yeah.
can always say is he preserves that record. He
Right.
preserves that
He's
record.
he's entering every one of them. They're entering it for the record
He's
because they
honorable.
know if the
He is
jury
very honorable.
doesn't come through, yeah, if the jury doesn't come through, they all know that. Well, we know she may surprise me today, but if she doesn't, I'm putting this on the record. I'm making this motion. I'm putting this on so that they'll have it for appeal, and that's all he can do. He can hope. He can hope that she'll go like the one thing she gave. Remember when what they were going to tell the jurors when they came back, and then I don't know if she did it because she just felt like it. She did it because she was mad at the state, whatever. When he wanted to put about the previous judge or making disrespectful comments about the defense attorneys, and then she put it back in. Remember she said no, I'm not going to do that, and then she did. But she's like, the way she goes, well, maybe this, and you could maybe that, and maybe if they, and the first thing she did
That's
when she
just,
got in
I
that
mean,
courtroom was try
that's
to
just
get them to
blowing
do plea
smoke.
bargains.
It's
Yeah,
just
and it's just like
blowing smoke. And it
yeah,
holds
it's when
no
she came and she
weight.
goes, can't you make a deal? Can't you make a deal? She wanted him to go ahead and offer him a plea bargain again to see if they'll take it. And if not, I'm going to pull this. She's always, since the minute she went in there, I'm going to get this through, whether it goes whichever way. She was never going to,
Yeah, and I mean, how I just look at it is I look at how they conduct themselves as a professional.
Yeah.
I don't
They do it.
care what you got on. I don't care about your background. You could be new in it. You could be a veteran in it. I don't care. But the way you carry
Mhm.
yourself in the courtroom speaks volumes of who you are, because those are
Yeah.
characteristics. and you can't change your
And the
characteristics. And so
right.
one thing that I do want to highlight is, as I said, Mr. Steele, what I have been shown through his presentation of representing Mr. Williams is he is respectful and he keeps his honor and respect within that courtroom. I also see that from Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews
Mhm.
has been very respectful, and his son. By the way, I love that duo. I think
Their
great
outfits,
pictures will come
the
from
the
this.
beard.
I
Yeah.
love that. Yeah, you know, just the pride in that you have your son alongside of you fighting for other young men that look just like your son. And you guys
Right.
are fighting together on a high profile case. And that right there is a time capsule that you just want to capture and you want to hold. I did a lot of screenshots of them together because I
Mhm.
intended to send them to him as a finished photo so he could put it in his
Yeah.
office, because those are monumental things that we want to be able to see. I look at just, you know,
Yeah.
different stuff in the courtroom. And what I did notice was the behavior of the prosecutors. And like I said, that is ethical, but what they are displaying is characteristics. And these characteristics are very dangerous. They're dangerous to people's lives. And you
Yeah.
have to understand that the person to the left of them is the jurors. So they get all the eye rolling, they get all the when you're just flaring your nose and poking out your lips because you're getting ready to take that microphone and you're getting ready to attest to whatever is being said. You standing up, you're yelling, and then you're not being candid. And then when it's caught, then it is pauses and things like that. I look at that type of behavior because those are characteristics that have to be addressed. And if your
Right.
boss is allowing those, America has been pointing
But
this out
there's
from day one.
right. But there's outside the presence of the jury, there's stuff that we see that unless these jurors, you know, if they're not following the rules, then yeah, they're on YouTube and they've seen it, right? But a lot of when they're making arguments and stuff, the jury's not there. So when Glanville was there and Love is, which I call it, like she's throwing tantrums, she's bullying him and throwing tantrums. If I just talk it up and scream like an 8-year-old, my mother's gonna give me the candy, you know? And then she's done a lot less. Well, actually, I don't think she's done that at all since Whitaker's there, you know, and Whitaker was a little stern with her the first couple of days. And now she's like, okay, well, you didn't get your homework done. Fine, whatever. Okay, do it by Friday. Do it by next Friday. Do it by next Friday. But what I'm saying is the jury, unless they're not following, you know, what they're supposed to do, they haven't seen that. They haven't seen her throw her fits, you know, and that's
Yeah.
why, like, when Steele was upset because you know, Glanville would still, you know, yell at the prosecution sometimes, but he did it to him twice in open court to Steele, you know,
Well,
and
you have to
so with
understand
the
as a professional, that's the embarrassment piece, right? So that's purposely done. It's tactics. It throws you off your
yeah,
game.
yeah,
You're upset,
yeah.
and you still hear him bring it up now to this day. So it's troublesome to him.
And she said, what did she say? Oh, that's over now. He's not the judge anymore. I'm the judge now. Just forget about it. You know, but what I'm saying is if the
But you have
jury
to
is
understand
truly
why that part is being said, though. That it's a huge
Oh no,
part.
I know. He's putting it in the record and he's
No,
also like
no. That's
he's
not the.
he's not
That's
treating
I'm
them.
talking about the judge.
Yeah.
From what you just
Yeah.
said and why she did
Mhm.
that. What is your thought on why that was done that way?
Okay, so why Whitaker basically poo-pooed it and said you don't have to worry about that
Correct.
to
I
just
just
try to
want
blow
your
it off,
thought just on that one.
to try to save Glanville, to try to make it seem like it wasn't as bad as it was.
Absolutely not. That is not what it's
The
for.
same way that the recusal judge, the one that just decided, yeah, he's out, that she in her wording of her thing basically said, you know, she worded it so it's not that bad. No, he really didn't do this. No, he wasn't acting as, you know, part of the
It's not to
group
cover
in the
Glanville.
ex parte.
Has nothing
Yeah, it
to
was
do
all to
with
cover it.
covering Glanville. Has nothing to do with that. It has to
You
do
don't think
with
so?
quieting the people's uproar. It is
Mm.
holding off big key parts of information that would have we, the public, in an uproar.
Mhm.
And as long as she held those motions and did not address and keep pushing forward, that uproar is contained and minimized. And was it?
No, not really. I mean, we're all upset.
Where did you see an uproar from the people other than on a keyboard?
No, and that's what I've been saying. Like
So
when
that's
the
the
state
point.
tried to say,
He did a
when the state
very
tried to
good
say,
job.
right, but when the state's saying, oh, they shouldn't go on, and visit with, Kayla's channel or whoever, right? They know what to say and what not to say. And this is what I'm saying. They need to have that courthouse press conference every day, like Johnny Cochran did, within the bounds of what they can say and what they can't. But the state still went in open court and said, can't you stop them from doing anything? And then Doug hasn't been back on anywhere since then. And he was the one that was, going out and talking about it. But like, yeah, it's just
Well, it's a tactic.
hide
to
it in the
use.
dark is what they're trying to do.
It's a tactic to use to quiet a situation that can cause an outburst and uproar and have a lot of issues. And so what you do to mitigate that is you change the subject, you start working on other material, and that will quiet itself down and it will fall into place. So when I deny it, it won't be as blowing as a hard hit as it would if I did it later. She was effective.
Right.
She was tactical, and she's very smart. And the problem is you, the people, and we, the people, and the chat, the people, and YouTube, the people, and America can't go for that. That is reason why we have a call of action set to those footsteps there. We're not interested in anything else. We're interested to be there. We're interested to be front and center. And we're interested in going to every single person above that head until it is heard, it is changed, and a new law is put into place. That is when your fight gets up. When, our fight, Jeffrey's free, my fight doesn't stop there. Because now I got to fight to try to change these laws that are allowing these things to occur. The lawyers don't have time to do this type of fight. That's why they really have to depend on we, the people. We, the people, are the one that sat them in that seat at that courthouse.
Right.
We, the people, did. They didn't go on a job interview and get that job. They got there off of our vote. Let's be very clear.
And I also wondered when they went up to Boston the week that Hilton was off and they were up in Boston, they were getting the award, and then she was talking about whatever things she gave. She gave a speech on basically using the lyrics and all that, right, in trials. And so Fanny got some award. I don't know exactly what it was for. And then I know that there was federal prosecutor job fair. I'm wondering if Hilton was applying for federal prosecution, for when they were up there during that convention week or whatever it was. So trying to move up.
I get it. It's all tactics, and it's all, I know that several attorneys have went out and they have went on YouTubers page and done interviews, and they want the people, to get it across. They felt good that they had the support. And, I wanted to commend that, but it's, it's really, really hard because they can't put up that fight on the back end because sadly they have to keep preparing for the next day of court. And they are wrapped
up. Oh my God. Motions every day.
So many laws that are being broken. And I think that we're holding everybody to standards that they can't be held at because they're just not there. And it's like squeezing blood out of a turnip, and it doesn't work. And so what you have to do is when you have situations like this, you have to look at it as a whole. You have to look at it where it's coming from. Why is it coming from there? What is the underground issues? What led to that? And, what was taken along the way for them to get there? And one thing that we have seen, was they will do it at all costs, and it does not matter the cost to the community, does not matter the cost that it's going to be on any of them. If you really take a look around that courtroom, everyone is beat down. The defense
Is what?
attorneys, look, they're beat down. They are, if you look at the defense attorneys, they have aged a couple years, and that is not shade. I mean it from a sympathy standpoint.
Because not everyone is 100% evil. And so I'm sure there's a lot of people on the prosecution side that they're stuck, right? Just like, you know, Whitaker's kind of stuck, but then you have choices to make.
Stuck on that side.
Yeah,
There's
right.
no
That's why what I'm saying
about
your
it. They're stuck
morals
together.
right.
That's the problem. That's the only
But you have
stuck that
morals.
there is.
But this is like what I said before. You can quit your job. You can stay there and you can decide, I'm going to be on this side, or I'm going to, this is not morally right for me. I can't stand it. I can't sleep. I can't think anymore. And then you have to make a decision. So if you're, I mean, the decision might be, I got to pay my mortgage, so I'm stuck. Or the decision might be, I have to live with myself. Do you know what I'm saying? So, because I'm sure there's a lot of good prosecutors who want to go in there and get, you know, do what's right for victims.
You have the rest of Georgia that some of Georgia, other district attorneys that have came out and said that, no, this is not right. And they don't want this to smear Georgia. So there's a big difference. There's a big difference there, and how that is being handled. I see you guys
and the only thing
there. John, welcome. Janelle, welcome. Several of you guys that are just coming over and coming on. I'll drop the link if any of you guys want to come up and give your thought process on it and where you guys are. I welcome you guys to be able to. I know we got to probably get a moderator, a few on here to be able to help with dropping the links and putting up some of the files that we have. As you guys know, this is a newer channel that we are going live on to be able to give our 24 years of history that we have, documentation of what we put together. We have, for the new ones that are just coming in that are kind of confused in there, we have done a call of action. We are going to be at the courthouse. We have a lot of people coming, and we will also be at the polls. And we are going to do this all the way up until voting, until it's time to vote. But for the injustices that we're seeing, we are going to do a call of action right at the footsteps there. To let them know. We have a lot of people from many different states that are coming in and a lot of professionals. And we also have some judges, which is going to be fun to have them on that front line and give their first take.
I'm going to leave now. But I did want to say one thing.
Sure.
I did want to say one thing that whether Woody's lying before, lying now, none of that matters. What matters is he's not wanting to let the state make him, like, his conscience basically is saying, I said this. Yeah, now everybody knows I said this, but I'm now saying, you know, I'm not going to let you use me to railroad these guys. Do you know what I mean? So that's the only saving grace.
Yeah, that's great now, but that's great now, but I mean, that's all they had from the very beginning, and they still have them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. But him just saying, I don't want to be a part of it, because he could have came up there and said and agreed with everything they wanted him to say. And they already have it, you know, all on video, but, you know, at least he's trying to hold to that. And so I'm hoping that he doesn't say to the judge, I'm hoping that he doesn't ask her, hey, can I say something? I'm hoping he just blurts stuff out when Shart's up there saying, you know what they did to me? They did it. And then keep on talking. Like, you know, the bailiffs have to cover your mouth. Talk, get it out. See what happens, you know.
But
If you
There's
ask, can I, she's just going to cut him off. But
well, that's the whole thing, is the record is always going to try to be preserved. But
mhm.
I mean, to do the right thing, I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit different. I think I'd take those couple months and just sit down.
Yeah, he could do that.
Because
You know.
I mean, what difference is there? These gentlemen have been
Because they're going to
sitting a
come
few
after him
years now.
anyways. It was always their plan. Get him to get them, and we're going to, and he doesn't have the anything federal immunity. They're probably building, they've already been building another case on him. Who knows? So
It is
do
all.
you know what I'm saying?
If you think that they don't have him lined up on the menu for how he presented himself,
Yeah, no,
then people
he
are
is.
just as blind as they can see, because
He is.
their intention is to dispose of all of them.
Yeah.
And
And you
he's
know what?
giving them a bigger platform.
Right. And then Melnick, that his 6 month whatever, that's been sitting there for what, 3 or 4 years or something. And so that was in their back pocket. Oh, he's gonna help Woody. So let's just give him his suspension now. When before they were just, not caring about
Well, to be
the
fair, to be fair on
it takes a
that,
while.
no,
Yeah.
not only that, but the prosecution office is not the one that makes any determination or sanction. So it doesn't come from within that courthouse. So
They
that
have him,
is
it
a
came,
separate
it's just,
outside
it's,
issue that intertwined with this trial. And
but the suspicion, the timing of it,
but it's a great
like,
thing.
yeah.
So there's nothing
But
bad about
I don't know
that.
why
I mean, unfortunately, he did something wrong. He had scheduling errors back then.
Yeah.
The weight of his staffing was too low. His cases were
He
too
didn't
high.
have any
He didn't
staffing.
follow through.
Yeah.
And that is why. So I can't
And
sit
he
here
didn't,
as a professional and make excuses for that, because reading through that,
no.
he should have handled that as a professional. So with him
Yeah.
having to deal with the
And he was,
sanctions now, I can't falsely
mhm.
put that on the courthouse there, because they are not the ones the sanctions come from. And so I just want to be
Okay.
factual on that. Is,
Okay.
obviously it looks
It
like,
just
oh,
took
yeah, they
time.
had it in their back pocket. But no, everything that is an appellant, it takes years. And that is
Okay.
something that Glanville made sure that he said whenever this goes to appellate court, because they know that appellate court cases can
Takes
take
forever.
years before that it's pulled. Unfortunately, his came up. Could have been helped along. We don't know. But at the end of
Yeah.
the day, regardless, he still had something pending, and he knew that.
Yeah.
And so
And
it
it
wasn't
wasn't the
a
first
shock
time.
to him. It wasn't a
Yeah.
shock to him. He knew it was coming at some point in time. But as a
Yeah.
professional, you have to do better. You
Right.
have to do
But they
better. So I can't make
still knew about
excuses for
that. Right. But
what
they
was
still
that?
knew about that morning. And she was setting up. If I was Woody, I wouldn't have took a lawyer that you set for me. I would have either just had no one or tried to find somebody else. But they knew about it that morning. That whole morning let him testify without knowing. And,
That's all gonna come out in the wash, though.
yeah.
So I
But
really
like you said,
hope
it's going to take time.
but for everything to come out in the wash, it's not anymore, though, because there's enough departments that are looking in now. There's enough
Right.
departments looking in now, and I think that it's just time for Whitaker to do the rightful thing before she ends up in the rinse. Right
Right.
along with the team. And I think it's
Mhm.
important to be able to preserve that aspect, because regardless, it takes a long time in schooling to be able to get these credentials, and to not safeguard
Mhm.
those and see this negligence is just wild to me. It's very wild, because when you are a professional and you hold these different certifications, you safeguard those. So you
Right.
make sure what you do in your professional career, what is the first thing that people are going to safeguard? Their bread, their money,
Right. And
how
yeah.
that income is going to their family at their table. That is through that job.
Mhm.
They are going to safeguard their job. I have never watched so many professionals operate in an unprofessional manner and not even have respect of a courtroom, and not even have
Mhm.
respect for a fellow bar member. because they
Right.
teach you that's your fellow brother and sister. There is no brotherhood or sisterhood here. That was demolished through attacks that were made personally to be able to jump ahead. And that's not excusable. But as the professional, you are supposed to safeguard those things. So I
Yeah.
can't sit here and say, well, Melnick, you've been targeted. Melnick, no, you had something you had to clean up. And unfortunately, you're cleaning that up now. And they hit you with your pockets. You're not able to work
Yeah.
for 6 months, but it's okay because you've made enough that you should be okay. You should be able to have a 6-month
Mhm.
break. And I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure he does not want to be sitting in that courtroom for 2, 3,
Who
4 weeks.
does? Yeah.
You know, who wants to sit there
Mhm.
morning to evening on trying to get it right? As I said, those lawyers are beat down. You can tell from the start of the trial, and there's no offense. So, Mr. Steele, if you are watching this, I'm going to apologize in advance. But you got a few years on you
If
because
you
of
didn't
the
already
trial.
have gray hair.
It has been a
Yeah.
couple years, literally, but you can
Yeah.
tell as a whole that they have been tore down for so long in there, and they couldn't put their finger on it. I commend Weinstein. His motions are very they're written very
Eloquent.
nicely. I like
Yeah.
that. I like his word play. I think that
Mhm.
he gets it across very short, sweet, and to the point.
Mhm.
And I appreciate when there is a little bit of a confusion, he will stand up and try to fill that gap. And that's good. And everybody can pretty much count on Sharp to stand up. He's going to stand up
Yeah.
for every single one of these things. And um, I say Mr. Shart is, I'm just glad to see that he has some type of better treatment because he was treated wrongly for very many months.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys remember, but he couldn't even stand up to a
Yeah.
at one point. You know, it
Yeah.
would be sit down, you know, when he had an objection, like how do you tell him to sit down? He has to represent his
Yeah.
client. But can you just place yourself as an attorney for a moment and you have a high profile case and you go to that podium and you have to deliver this information as a lawyer on behalf of your client and you end up in handcuffs?
Mhm.
So do you imagine
Yeah.
what that does to the rest of the defense team? It
And what
handcuffs
it
their voice to be able to
eh,
truly advocate because they have
yeah.
that in the back of their mind. And
Yeah.
not just the back, but in the forefront that could what I say get me arrested. And we have never seen a courtroom run off of that type of fear. And now you're
No.
starting to see it through this judge where she is cutting them off now. She's cutting them off. Well, you forfeited your right
She
to this.
did that. She did that. I don't know if it's a black girl and she's with the tall guy with the ponytail. I forget his name. And then she was very rude to her when she brought some, points up and basically blamed the defense, and it was something that the prosecution didn't turn over that to them in time. And so she made sure that when she came back Thursday or Friday, she had, boom, 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 boom to cut the judge off because she knew she was doing to her what Glanville was doing to Sharp. You know what I'm
It's all
saying?
about preserving that
Um,
record. As long as you can get it
yeah,
on that record, you
yeah. But
you
there's
can
professional
prove that.
courtesy, and
There
and
is
she
none
was
here.
she
That
was
professional
definitely
courtesy was not given
no.
out
I'm
there.
saying she wasn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She wasn't given that professional courtesy. Do you know what I'm saying? She
And
was
she
she was
won't.
treating her. Yeah, she was treating her the way that Glanville was treating Sharp. And so, yeah. And that's another thing. When you see them trying to put your, you're telling, when you see them yelling at and saying, sit down, and, oh, we're going to, and then putting, stealing handcuffs, what is the defendants thinking? What are they thinking? They go, oh my God, okay, my lawyer's going to share my cell. Okay. So we're screwed. That's all you
And
can
then you
think is,
have to understand
wow.
what Steele will take at heart. Did I just hurt my client?
Yeah.
But I'm
And that's what
doing
he said,
I'm doing what is legally right. I'm doing what's
mhm,
morally right. I'm doing what's
yeah.
ethically right. And of course, when the first one is legally right, you look at those things and then you say they are being handcuffed. Their voices are being handcuffed because they cannot fully speak out and preserve that record. And I think that that is the real, that's the real problem. How can they fully advocate? How can they fully advocate? They
You
can't.
can't. And like you're saying, you have your call to action. And if Whitaker, if something doesn't, the light bulb doesn't go off in her head, then you hope that the jury comes through for you. And then if not, it will be overturned on appeal. But damn, should we have to wait for that? It's just
No.
It's insane. It's
No.
insane. Yeah.
And the taxpayers should have enough. You guys have paid enough. You guys have paid enough, and you guys have dealt with such huge inflation already. And Atlanta has suffered on those numbers. They have suffered on those numbers. So you feel bad for the working family, the lower class. You think of the lower class. This is who it affects. This is who it affects.
It's who it affects.
This is who it affects. Why? Because they don't have the income to get top paid attorneys. They don't have the income to go advocate the way that they want to because they have to get up and go to work. I know. I was there. I did it.
Yeah.
I did it with 4 children. I worked all day and I went to school at night. I had to make a way, and I put myself back through school 4 times to make it work. So
Right.
I get the struggle. I get the struggle. And that is why I fight as hard as I fight, is because I understand. I've been on both sides. But there is only one side to justice. It doesn't come with 2 sides. And people keep placing the blame every single where. Uncover the truth, pull reports, get statistics, learn about them, and then you will see where the deficit is. It's not there. It's not adding up. The Atlanta is a growing place. It has huge potential, has made huge potential, but the bottom line, it is born and bred stars. So you would want to uplift them, use them as a poster board to give back to the community, to bring the lower income up and show them that there's another way. Use them as a platform for change. This was their whole campaign, that it was too many young Black men in the system. But your contribution, ma'am, has exceeded those numbers of where it should be, because they are not being rehabilitated and the youth are not being gotten to the right way. Their funding was taken for this trial, for extra investigators. That was for the youth.
Yeah.
They got extra books, extra MacBooks, extra swag, extra travel, all these different things. Well, that came from the inner city youth. So how can we say that that is where it's being born and bred from, but we are stripping them?
Yeah.
One thing she
you
said,
reallocated the funds to try to.
In Fani's words, from what she said when she ran in her campaign, she says on here, she said, sometimes we will have to charge a police officer if they fail to do their job. Elected officials break the law, will get charged. If you take from little black and brown children, you are not fit to be in that seat. If you sleep with staff, you are not fit. Power of the tongue, people. Now here we are, 3 years later. And all of these things have come to fruition, and that's exactly. But you have YSL Music,
except for holding authorities
Well, she said that officials will be charged. Officials will be
Yeah,
charged. Well, there has been
but not
several.
by her.
No, not anybody else but that courthouse.
Yeah,
That
that's what I'm
courthouse is
saying.
off limits because as she stated, there's deep-seated corruption there. That was one thing she ran on, that there was corruption there. So if you look at corruption there, you're fast forwarding 3 years, you're running in another campaign. The same people are there except Mr. Howard. You have the same chief DA. You got you in there. You got Simone in there. You got Mr. York in there. They're all still within there.
And the corruption's still here.
So that's exactly why now it's even more important. Yeah, these investigations are open now. They are. And obviously, you know, what we say, and that's the title of today. What doesn't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse. But we hope for better. You never want to wish bad upon anyone that is trying to do the right thing by taking. There are people that need to go to jail and prison. So let me make that clear. There are people that should be there. There's people out there raping children that absolutely should be there. There's people out there raping men. That is a man that should be there. There is cold-blooded killers that are killing children. You got people hurting children. You got people hurting elderly. Those are ones that deserve, okay? These little misdemeanors and these little cases and these shootings back and forth that you claimed were so deadly in 2015, but somehow all of your numbers seem to go down.
Yeah, and you've done
Just have
nothing
to
about
make
it.
it make
then.
sense to the people, because what they rely on is the people don't do their research. They just watch the campaign. And that is very true. They don't do the research. So that's what we've done for you guys, to put it all up and to put it all in one. So that way, when we're on that call of action, you're not there confused. You are there knowing, and you know, and you've seen, and you've looked at the documents, and you know exactly what is going on. And whether I am on the microphone or I pass the microphone down to one of y'all, it doesn't matter. Y'all know what is going on. And that is where you make the difference, because you do better when you know better.
Right.
You can't do something that you don't know. And that will never be an expectation, I think, for anyone. But you can't sit and just watch and say, oh, man, that is so messed up. Oh, man, that lady acted a fool today. Oh, man, they're going to give them boys life. Oh, man, hurry up and tune in tomorrow, because, man, what are they going to do?
Yeah, you got to have boots on the ground.
You got to fight.
I'm not from Atlanta, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to fight. It doesn't matter if you're not from there. You are the people. You're from the United States.
Yeah.
You are the people. And that
No,
is
I'm saying
what
I
it,
can't.
yeah, that's what it comes down to. But you're able to be on those court steps. You're able to speak out. You're able to identify when things are not right. And you're able to know that these things are not okay. And these are all things that are out there that are public record. And they want you to say everything is allegedly. To protect yourself, that's what we had to say to start off the video, is everything is allegedly, because they want to protect and they want, I understand that. I get it. But documents don't lie. People do.
Right. Yes.
And the only time documents lie is when you have altered them. But somewhere during the alteration, the back end of the computer system, that modem will tell you what you altered.
Yep. Or like
and
that
if you
picture with the
think that these
metadata.
departments do not have the ability to tap in, they have every ability to tap in and know what is happening and what is going on and what has been going on. And so we just want the people to do better and know better. And when they're out there on those courthouse steps and they're demanding change and demanding justice, and they're out there at those polls, do you think it will make a difference compared to if we're just speaking about it behind a screen?
No, yeah, it's definitely going to make a difference.
We have to pull the people from the social media. It just wasn't time to do it previously because we had too much homework. Every time we came to one connection, 5 more connections came up. Every
Came up,
time we
yeah,
got that one, we
something
hit the
worse.
corner, it's way bigger than what we were just working on. And it's sad because how I look at it is minorities are long overdue for these positions. I applaud
Mhm.
every minority to take higher positions. It makes my heart happy, but not like this.
Yeah, and then you have to be ethical when you're there.
Not like this.
Yeah.
You can't allow the title, the very same fight that she fought to get into seat is the very same thing that happened to her. What do you call that?
I don't know.
Karma, revenge,
I don't think it's
power of the
revenge. It could be, yeah, something like that. Coincidence. You. I
I'm
don't
gonna tell
know.
you, it's a
You
higher
let.
power. It's a higher power. Year 2024 is the year of the truth, and it's coming out in many different forms, all the way from the White House on down. And that is
Yeah.
what it is. 2024 is the truth. Would we have all of the people that are covering this case? Are they going to be at the call of action? They're not going to be
I'm sure.
monetized for it,
Yeah.
but
Some may go. Yeah. Some
I
may
mean,
go.
they could be monetized if you live stream, but you have to do it with a passion. You can't do it for $1.
Right.
You have to do it, for the right places at heart. And that's one thing I made sure that when I came into it, I didn't ask the family for $1.
Yeah.
And that was
So you.
most important.
So you've interviewed the family? Is that what you? Because remember, I came in halfway through
Yes,
your
I
stream.
speak with, I've spoken. Yep. We have done the petition together. So that was done together. I've spoken, I've gotten a background, and I'm going to tell you the things that I heard of Mr. Williams. I can be very transparent with you guys right now. I actually had tears in my eyes hearing the big heart and generosity this man has. I don't know him personally. Of course I don't. But now, I know, the family, and obviously make connections to him to know what type of person he is. They speak of him with such high regard. He's helped so many people along the way. The first thing he did was took care of all of his siblings and his parents. And that is commendable. That is so commendable. And not only that, try to bring neighborhood friends that you've grown up with that were in poverty right with you and give you employable jobs on the team. He has legit.
Steele talked about that. Yeah, Steele talked about that, I think, in his opening. And then it's just like this. You're renting the car back at, somebody, oh, can you rent it? You have a credit card. I don't, and then now they're saying, and now they're using this against you.
Resources. But that's not a crime to rent a car.
It's not.
And it's not a crime to have someone borrow the car.
And it's no proof of anything.
Yeah. But those things aren't illegal.
I helped you out.
Those things aren't illegal. So to even have that basis is insane. But what's even more
grasping,
it is grasping because when you look at the video, the grill of the vehicle does not match.
It's different.
And that should have been the very first thing the investigator should have caught. That is the very first thing the investigator should have caught. And maybe Mr. Howard did. And I know what he said was they could not spend that type of money on a case with the only star witness being Mr. Copeland.
Please. Yeah. Okay. It's like $10 million probably a year for this case. And they can't spend money to see if if a grill matches. Yeah. But
millions on top of millions have been spent here. And they're still at the same point. But the tactics of what you heard, and if it is true, that they withheld food and water from Mr. Copeland for 3 days and then
Well,
pushed him up
he
there?
says, yeah, they put him in, I think he was at Fulton first. I'm not sure. And then he had access to a phone. He called somebody, had him, put some money on or whatever. And he thought he was going to get, jumped when he got there. And then he didn't. And he said they saw that I was too comfortable. He said this in an interview. And then they moved him to another jail, put him by himself. There was no one with him. Put him in a place that basically was a poop room, and they gave him bleach so he could clean it up, and then gave him nothing. And so when he got there, that's why he made friends with he liked the court reporter, Miss Weaver, and because she would give him Gatorade and candy.
Well, there's
And
pictures
but that
online
day,
with them together as well.
yeah, well, that was after. That was just like this week when she brought him some more. But I'm saying that day when he came back to court, and they had the ex parte, and then they wanted to, oh, let's give you some clothes. He's like, no, let's see what you did to me. But when they told him to stand up and point out, oh, I think it was Shannon or whatever, and he went back. I thought he was joking. He could have been, but he was also, when he got there, he hadn't eaten. He couldn't eat. They tried to give him food. He couldn't eat, and then the bailiffs gave him some apple juice that he had, and so she gave him Gatorade for so he have electrolytes and stuff. And he goes, and so he really liked her because she was compassionate towards him.
Well,
But
you see
yeah,
those
that's what they
type
did to
of,
him.
I mean, you see those type of things. Of course, it's not
Mhm.
that you
Yeah,
can't
people
eat.
aren't.
So when you deprive someone of food for a couple days, what physically happens is your
Happens to,
stomach
yeah.
shrinks. And
Yeah, so
unfortunately, you'll
he
get
couldn't eat.
sick if you haven't eaten
Mhm.
in a couple days, and then isolate them to make sure. I heard in one interview that they had stripped him of his clothes, and an officer had found him
Yeah,
with
that
no clothes, and then they gave him his uniform back. These are all tactics, and they're all
yeah. See, that was a
tactics to
different time, I
say,
think he said. When they stripped him naked and they put him in isolation and just left him there.
no, that was in an
I
interview. He
don't
was
know if
saying
that
that
was
they said
now. I think
occurred.
that was when he was
No, he
in
said it
jail another
was.
time.
No,
It
he
was
said
this
it
time?
was part of this one in another interview, is what he stated.
Oh,
So, regardless of
yeah.
the situation, but do they have a right to treat him like that? Because
No.
They're treating
It's
him like he's a war
it's like a
criminal.
Geneva Convention thing.
yeah,
Yeah. It's
They're
like we
treating
can
him
do it.
just like he's
We
a
can
war
lose you.
criminal.
Yeah, it's like we can lose you. There's a lot of people that are in the jail right now that are just lost. They're in there, got picked up, driving bad or something, and now you're thrown in jail. And you can't call anybody, and you haven't been able to reach a family member or a lawyer or anybody, and then you're just in there, you know. So I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing to him. Let's show him what we can do to him, you know. And she knew it was the child's birthday going to be that weekend. So they put him in. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
you
they let
know,
him know
so.
you're not going to be going to your child's birthday party at
Mhm,
all.
mhm.
And they knew that's how to get him emotionally. They were mentally breaking him down. That
Yeah,
psychological breakdown will break anyone down, knowing their lives are on the line. Not only his, but his children.
yeah.
Or does he have just one or two?
He has two. So the one that was like 6 months or going to be a year old or whatever back in 2015, that's the one whose mother has passed. And then he has another one, and they're both girls. So that woman that you saw in the interview when they went to say, "Hey, we were shot at,"
Right.
she's since passed, and that
Oh,
child is with the grandparents. And he said, they've showed him a lot of grace and whatever. And so, but I think he's with, or I don't know about the second one, but that one's younger, I guess. Had that one after he got out. So, and then I don't know if you saw in that other interview when because he was dating a cop, and
yes, I
she's
heard
lost her
that.
job. All that, yeah. So, I mean, that was her decision to keep dating him, but so it's a
That's
I don't
sad,
know.
though. I mean, when
It
you look
is.
at
It just
you,
shows you corruption is everywhere. And then he said that she was trying to protect him and hide some
Well,
evidence.
okay, so basically when they took him,
Mhm.
she had his phone, and they said that she went on his phone to try to, because she was asking him what's your password for some social media, and she was trying to erase something. So anyway, she loses her job over it. She was arrested, and I don't know where she is now, what's happening to her now, but that's what he said in that interview. So that was a real enlightening interview, but I'm sure everybody has a story.
Right.
yeah, everyone has a story. Everyone has a background, and that
Mhm.
is one thing. But what made this stand out? I look at the young gentleman too, Mr. Ryan. My heart just cries for him. He looks so young. He is young.
And he's already has life or something, right?
Yeah, and I was told, and I want somebody in the chat to correct this or give me a little bit more information on this. I do have to look more into his, but they said, I don't know if it's true, but I was told in a chat before that his actual time that he's serving right now, that it came up in this trial, he was not the person or something
I don't
along
know.
those lines. Of something that they need to bring his charges back about. Now, did
I
anybody
don't know.
hear that? I'm trying to look
I've
at the
never heard that.
messages
I
to
don't.
see. I know that they were talking about it in the chat, that there was some way he was affected of what the time he was already serving.
Hmm.
Um,
And
oh, it
he's
says
the one
yes,
that
he
has it
got it
covered.
off. They will re-review it. What do you mean, lovely day? They took that, they retracted those years already? So if he had a bond here, would he be eligible to meet the bond? I'm waiting on lovely day because had a comment about it and I was
Let's have a
very
look. Let me
curious
see.
about it. But you have to understand they have a lot of footage, and the reason why they are treating Mr. Copeland that way is because they're looking at him like, you belong to us.
Yeah.
You have been with us
Yeah.
for all these years.
And the
And
judge and Hilton lied to him that day when he looked at the judge and he said, like, can I say this? And then they basically said to him that he had this immunity that he doesn't have.
Yeah. He only
He
has
he
youth
doesn't have,
immunity.
and
He
that
doesn't have blanket
yeah,
immunity.
he has
So whatever he said
derivative use,
is from the state. Now, when the feds pick him up, that's totally
not from
different.
the federal, right? And then and they lied. He asked the judge, and she said, "Yeah, I think you do." And then she looked at Hilton, and Hilton said, "Yeah, he does." And she said, "Yeah, you do." And that was the day that Melnick wasn't there in the afternoon, and
Right.
nobody was there to protect him. And Woody then said whatever he said. I can't remember what he said now, but he's not covered. He's
No.
not covered, and I hope he knows now that he's not covered. And I'm thinking, like you said,
well, they
it
didn't
took
do a
time
good
for that to
job.
come.
They didn't do a good job explaining that either. For what she
Yeah.
said she was going to say to what was said was very different.
Mm-hmm.
Because
didn't,
she
yeah.
said that he's had 3 attorneys and someone should have informed him of what
Read it. Yeah.
it would have been the day of the ex parte. Me
And the
personally, if
thing
I
is,
would have walked in and seen that meeting, I would have knew
Mhm.
immediately. I need
stopped it.
a pen, a notepad, and I need a recorder. I'm going to
Right.
stop it so I can get the necessary things that I need, because there's not anything that I need to miss, because I see the defense is missing just from a look around the room. And then when you see
Yeah.
all the people that were in there is no private conversation here. This was a tactic. It was a force. It was several of them. And what is that? If 2 or more people
And you're
join in on
chained,
the
and there's
attack,
all these, you're
what is
chained
that?
up. There's all these deputies here. Huh?
What is that? If 2
It's
or more
coercion.
people can join together to commit an act, what is that?
Mm-hmm.
RICO.
Oh, that's the
It's a
gang.
RICO,
That's the gang.
absolutely.
That's the RICO.
RICO.
Yeah.
And
But
that's
see,
why
here's
it says
here.
they need to
And
be charged with RICO.
yeah,
RICO
and
conspiracy.
she handpicks. I've got this public defender for you. Here he is.
Right.
Okay, granted,
That
he's
was
been
the
there.
setup.
I don't think Woody trusts him. But then why doesn't he do what Mel? I don't know. Can you stop them now and go, listen? We need to fix this immunity, and we need to protect him federally. And maybe he'll give you some answers to your questions besides the ones that you told him to say. I don't recall. So is this
They
guy
just
just
need
sitting
to
there
leave.
as
They
for
need to leave
appearances?
everyone.
Right, but the judge put him there, right, to say, oh, he has a lawyer. He can stand. He'll stare at you for 5 hours and go outside when he gets a phone call and handle another case. But like, that's to make the public feel like, oh, Woody got a new lawyer. Woody doesn't have a lawyer. He doesn't have anybody he trusts. And I don't know. Someone needs to swoop in. He needs to call somebody. He's got some money on social media. He's showing his dollars. He could try to get somebody to say, hey, I don't want to say another word until we try to fix this immunity for me. I'm not protected. I don't know.
I mean, I would just come out and say, I mean, I would be, he's saying it over and over and over and over. I said whatever I needed to say to get myself out of the trouble. And unfortunately, yes, you brought tons of people into it. But the whole thing is why he's so confused is because he's like, how did you make a case out of lies? So, and you feel that you have to remember, you have his portion of the story of what he was saying in there. And if anybody really paid attention to those interrogations, he was just
they didn't believe a word he was saying.
No.
Yeah, and they didn't believe
he was spinning them. He was going from one extreme to another extreme, to adding in at one point crying, at one point checking his pulse, at one point talking, and he said, I knew the camera was on.
And nobody who's been arrested more than once, I mean, they know that they're being recorded. Everybody knows they're being recorded. So
they also tell you that, and most of the time there is a sign on the outside of the door that says this room is under video surveillance, and you should, because in my state here, every door of interrogation room has to be labeled, and every courtroom and every chambers, everything is labeled, and everybody within there. So I'm not understanding how you can just back out of that and say, okay, well, I didn't know. He didn't know he was being recorded. But I know that Mrs. Hilton is very much trying to say, well, we believe that this part was the truth. Well, you are not the determiner of that. Because at the end of the day, he's spun you and he's spun everybody else, and he's gained everybody's sympathy from you guys along the way. And he didn't perform the way that you needed him to perform. So your way is through tactics, but he thought, okay, well, I got away with it. 10 years has passed. Nothing's came from it. So you have to remember what filled in those blanks. What filled in those blanks is speculation. And that is what you guys are seeing. You guys are seeing theory-based law. You're not seeing actual law that is written, that people fought hard to pass, that people, let me tell you guys how hard it is to get a law changed into place. It is a fight. It is a fight. It is a fight. And I'm telling you, for all of these laws to be fought for and put in to just be demolished off of speculation, is you can only feel bad for all of the ones within that county. And this is just unraveling. The eyes are on Fulton right now. America's eyes are on Fulton right now. But the part of this movement is to uncover other places that are operating the exact same way. So we are trying to
And
make
it's everywhere.
we are trying to make this as a pavement paved for the people to jump on this sidewalk when you need to be able to fight. You need people to fight. You need people behind you. You have to have that. So him having adequate attorneys, to be
Counsel.
honest, the attorneys have not serviced him in any type of way because he's been testifying. So there's not really too much they can do at that point because he has this immunity, and it's forced immunity. So I don't know if you guys are really familiar, but there has been a lawsuit. There's been a lawsuit.
A loss of
When you force immunity on someone because you want them to speak. If they have told you before you force the immunity that they are pleading the fifth, in which in this case several people can testify to that he did do that.
Yeah.
It is
That
actually
that email
where there could be
the
a
night
lawsuit
before.
that can be presented.
And like
Yeah,
Still
but would it save him
said,
from the feds from anything he said?
Still was saying when Glanville was saying that we need your testimony, it's not a we.
There's no
Yeah,
we.
but it is a we.
The state needs to prove their case beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, where Whitaker went wrong is she said that he meant we as in we the people. How are
Exactly.
you the
No.
translator?
I know.
of
So
that?
now
Right.
you're
She
speaking for
doesn't
the
know.
we.
She doesn't know what he means. That's in his head. And basically, it came out. We need it. He put
Right.
himself in the group.
We
He
is
put
not
himself
the
in the
people.
ground.
He
Yeah,
is
that's not
a
what he meant.
judge. He is not the people.
Yeah.
The people sat him
She's
there.
good at twisting the words.
Absolutely.
She's good at twisting the words.
But
So
that's where I want to I want to see more for the defense on getting every nook and cranny, because I feel like there's a lot of things that can be touched on, a lot of things that could be still brought into it to be able to help them fight and not overturn that. But that is speculation. She is not in the mind of Glanville of what his intention was when he said that, and she was
then
not present.
yeah, and then she states it on the record as if it's fact. It's
Well,
not fact.
For her, it's in the past.
Yeah.
And so as long as it's in
We're
the
not gonna worry
past,
about
it
him.
doesn't matter. And that is where we go wrong as we the people.
No.
To say, no, this
Yeah.
is not acceptable. So why is it only acceptable that we can speak about it online? Why wouldn't it be acceptable that we have our boots on the ground and demand it? You demand it, and then you demand these lawmakers that are out, that are able to change this, to say, where's the governor? Where's the governor? Because this is his state. Governor, are you concerned? Are you concerned? Because you have other district attorneys in neighboring counties that are. You have America that is, and he's been very quiet. He's been very quiet.
Our other district attorneys from other counties, are they, writing things, saying things? Are they doing anything?
Yes.
Or are they just talking to each other?
Nope,
Yeah,
there
they're
was
speaking
a
out?
meeting. There's a meeting that they put on record in front of the commissioners.
Okay.
And they did put it out there, they know that the investigations are launched and they are trying to work through that. I think the most important part is to let Georgia know is their tier, their chain of command, where you go to, where when you're having a problem, if you can't go to that courthouse and you don't have trust within that courthouse, where do you go? And a lot of people don't understand, don't know where to go, because that information is not easily found. Just like the information on Fulton County website for complaints, that button was gone for a very long time and you couldn't find it. And it went to a, let me get that here.
And it's supposed to be back up now.
It went to a PO box only.
Yeah.
It went to a PO box.
Oh, I heard about that. And then it was, and yeah, and now it's just a random person's box.
Right.
Yeah. And so that's what I was talking about earlier in the chat. I don't know if you saw my chat, but there was, I guess it was about a few months ago, and it was somebody's in government, and she had a stalker, and basically the cops would go, yes, this is stalker, you know, and the guy was in jail.
And that's Miss Maynard.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. And then he was out, and then they didn't. She has the right because of, I don't know, it's a law named after a woman. Somebody was stalked. I don't know if it's Marcy's law or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so she was supposed to. He had a date in court. She wasn't told about it, and then she also, like they're supposed to. The DA is supposed to, like, you know, ask for her input about, you know, and so now he's contacting her 18-year-old child. She has like a 16-year-old, 18-year-old. He's coming after them. And this was recent, within the last 5 months. I just saw a video online about it when she was testifying somewhere with a lawyer, and they're pursuing stuff. But the protection order, he got it dismissed because he was running against her. And so they said, and then even though the cops are saying, you know, okay, yeah, we can put this in, somebody in Fulton County, somebody under Fannie, was told, yeah, don't help her. Don't go after this guy. Don't prosecute. So
that investigation has been open. She has successfully testified in front of the commissioners, and she has been before the Senate, and she is on her way up with that. That is one of the pieces. We do know that one of the other investigative pieces is through the Trump trial, and then we do know that the other is due to the misconducts and what we're seeing
of the ones that say, oh, we're not going to test, we're not going to help her. Yeah. So
and that's the whole thing. I mean, they just let it all go, let her, you know, let it run amok, let it run in circles, and just see where it's going to go. And that's not, you know, that's
how
not
it should be done.
Happens, and that's not how it should be done. So just so you guys know, for you Georgia residents here, I'm gonna just pause you for 1 second, Ms. Dublin, is just so you guys know your office. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit information. Your office of your Attorney General. I'm gonna give you some names of some people that you might want to know. Okay. Let me see here. It is right. Okay. Right here. So just so you guys know, the Attorney General Merrick Garland is for the U.S. Department of Justice. He is in Washington. Congressman Jim Jordan, he is also in Washington. You have your governor of Atlanta, that is Brian Kemp. He is within the Capitol right there in Atlanta. and Justice Andrew Pinson. He is of the Supreme Court. He is right there in Atlanta. Mayor Andrew Dickens is right there in Atlanta. Chairman Rob Pitts is the Board of Commissioners. He is right there in Atlanta. And you have the State Bar of Georgia right there in Atlanta, right on Marietta Street. And you have the Department of Justice, Office of Professional Responsibility, and they are in DC. And so when you have things that are going on and things that are there, those are, you know, they're what I hear is there's not a lot of public faith in Kemp, but just know that Kemp does report to someone, and that someone has been notified to say, hey, you know, this is going on here, and what do we need to do? So a lot of people can say, you know, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. You do when you show up in numbers and you show up with documents that we, the people, because that's what they care about. That's what hurts polls. That's what hurts elections, is when the people come out. And as long as the people are handcuffed of the truth, and as long as the people are handcuffed of what is really happening, then they don't count on you to know better. Because it takes a lot of history, a lot of open records to be able to get things, to be able to uncover these things. And so that's why I think it's very important for us to have this other side of it, to where we really don't want to cover inch for inch of the trial. We just want to cover the ethics and the prosecutorial misconducts and the laws that are being broken and all of those other things. We're not interested to stream. And we don't want to take away from any of the streamers because they're getting the word out that these things are happening. So when we are on that front line, you guys can join right on in. And that is what is important. It says Slick C76. Do you know about the Georgia prison system? Kemp hasn't done anything. Yes, we do. So Slick C76, just so you know, we have just got done really digging into the jail there. The prison system, we see that is a whole different issue that is happening. Prisons in as a whole across the United States. I have seen many of those that need assistance because of the conditions of the prisons and the type of funding that has been taken. But I know that Georgia prison system is truly, truly suffering, and the folks within it. And if you guys have like any of your loved ones that are there, and you guys have, you know, information that, you know, what they are going through there, it's important to bring it forward because we can add them to our list. You know, we're interested in all cases to be able to help, and especially ones that don't have the monetary funding to be able to fight. Those are, they are so important because, as I stated before, you only get as much justice as you can afford. Not everybody can hire a dream team.
That's right.
Not everybody has that at their footsteps. John, have you guys heard of Shane Kendall? I have. So actually, my partner and I, we were just discussing him last night. So I just dug into a little bit of Mr. Kendall's last night. There's a lot of questions that I still have to finish reading a few other things. But I'm definitely interested in more of what that is.
Yeah. Rachel,
when firearms are getting in and the gangs running the prisons, and he literally paying millions of dollars for a study that's not going to work. Wow. Yeah, firearms are getting in. I heard that they're getting in through what are those things? Dang, I wish one of the guys were up here. What is that remote thing that you use that you can fly? Oh God, what is it? Drones. Yeah, they're
oh wow.
drugs and weapons are coming in from drones, is what they said. And that is wild to me. They had a whole collection in Georgia that they had on the news that had actually crash landed and didn't successfully land, that they had possession of. And it was a huge pile of crashed drones that they had. That is crazy. Not only just the drones, but don't think for not 1 second that those officers aren't bringing anything in to give to those
Yeah.
inmates. I can say this now because he's deceased. There was an inmate that I had worked with and couldn't figure out how he kept on getting in trouble for all this contraband and all of this stuff. And I had a talk with him and I said, at some point you got to stop getting it. He said, it's kind of hard when the officers are giving it to me so I could stay alive in here. And I thought that was crazy. I did get some photos of the jail that they did blast on the news, Fulton jail, of all of the contraband that they had taken. And it was from just one floor that they had taken. And all of that contraband on there that you would say, when was the actual last time that you guys did a full sweep? And it had been months prior. And if you actually read the statutes and the standing orders, these are things that have to be checked way more frequently.
Wow.
And so you look at all of those factors and, the picture of the gentleman that was right there in Fulton County that got basically eaten alive with bed bugs. He had begged for help right before he was deceased. And his body showed that those bites didn't just occur recently. There was healing ones, fresh ones, and ones that were already scarred. And the pigment had already changed. So that lets you know that with the condition changes, that would be a difference. That would be a big difference. I do have medical background and licenses as well. I did that earlier on. I kept everything just to make sure that, when I am doing my political stuff, that if there's other areas that need to be attended to, that I'm credentialed to do so. And when I read through that and I seen the pictures, I had already knew that this was a problem that had been occurring for way longer than what was noted. And why? Why would it be to that magnitude? And the amount of contraband that just came off of one floor was so disturbing, to think that all of those sheiks were just running around everywhere. How can you truly feel safe in a place that should be the safest everywhere? Because you have all of the police. I mean, you have correction officers there, you got sheriffs there, you got everybody there. Usually people identify them as protection, not corruption.
Oh, a lot of those people are violent too, though. It's about power.
Yeah. And
you're controlling other people's lives. So
well, it's a whole different world in there. It's a whole different world there. It's killed or be killed. Kill or be killed. I mean, you have to watch every single aspect of your life in there. You don't know when someone's going to turn on you. You don't know when someone's going to get you. It's not okay. And it needs a closer look, because there are guards that are playing double-edged swords. What was the one where the guard opened the cell to allow entrance for them to go in and kill the gentleman? And that was right there in Atlanta.
Yeah. And then there's the ones that just don't see anything, like with the Shane. he's needing medical care, and they're just not helping. Actually, the guards were the ones that helped, but the medical personnel was like, "Oh, I can't bend down."
And
You
that
know,
that wouldn't have been my fight there. That
yeah,
wouldn't have been my fight, that nobody didn't help or anything like that, just because there was like a keyword in there that, they had said, oh, he was cold to the he was already cold to the touch.
mhm.
Something along those lines that was said in the report that I was reading. Um, my fight, and I'm not knocking anyone's fight. I mean, that's what they say, that somebody, one of the medical professionals couldn't because they had a bad knee. Well, honey, you shouldn't be at work. And if you are at
Yeah,
work and they have you on light duty, you should not be in the section that where you're at. Um, but the other thing that was most important was they said that the skin was already cold, and unfortunately he had hung himself on there, something along those lines.
which is the lawyer which was his lawyer and is now his father's lawyer. Because they're
What did
having
you
a
say
lawsuit.
it
They're having a
was?
lawsuit. They don't know what really happened. They don't think he hung himself.
Well, I just
Yeah.
want to, the reason why I say I would have, just did that fight a little bit different. Not only that, but if you're already cold to the touch, time
Hmm.
of death was 8
Would
to
have been a
30,
long, yeah.
8 to 36 hours. So as a professional, I have dealt with dead bodies. I have also done
Hmm.
autopsies. Um, when you're warm and flexible, we know that it's under 2 hours. When you're
Right.
warm and stiff,
Rigor mortis.
you're about 2 to 8 hours. When you're cold and stiff, you're 8 to 36 hours. When you're cold and flexible, you are over 36 hours. So
Yeah, because it's contact.
just as a differential, I look for, what they say on temperature, because temperature gives us a very big timeline in time of death and when death
Right.
would have occurred. So for the medical professional to say, when I went in there, he was cold to the touch, that lets me know right there that if he was already cold to the touch, nobody had did a walkthrough in several hours.
Right. She went in and came right back out. Like there's
And then I had read
surveillance
on one
video.
part, they said that
Show
there was a pulse. That how could you have a pulse and
so
be cold?
the stories don't
Yeah,
match up. Yeah.
it's like the reports are a little bit broken, but what I can say is, if he was, and I don't know all the facts. I do need to read more into this. So this is just a little preliminary statement. If he was truly in fact cold, he had been in there for hours.
Yeah.
And why that hadn't been caught would be a whole nother situation that I would bring to light. And then I would also do medical negligence through the staff. Because when you have someone like that, of course, you can bring an AED, but it's going to advise you not to shock, because there's going to be no electricity. So as anybody knows, and anybody in medical field, you know that when you do die, and say your heart stops beating or whatever else, and it's been 5-10 minutes or whatever else, that electrical current is still within your system. So the AED will pick that up and it will tell us to shock them immediately. And
Well,
so
they said
it
that
advised no shock.
the second medical person, not the girl, the guy, he came from a different floor or whatever. And then I think he did bring an AED with him, but whatever he was doing, I don't know if he was even using that, if he was trying to do CPR, because the guards said they were doing CPR. I don't actually believe that. And then he they said that he was like basically incompetent, and they told him like just stop, get away, so that the jail staff said to him, whatever he was doing. So
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if the CPR is not adequate, of course you want to change it out. What I did, I think I did read that, but I think that they said that they did rotate them out with someone else. So adequate CPR is
Yeah.
a must. If you see someone not doing it correctly, it is your duty as a
Yeah.
professional, if you hold
To
a
stop them.
license, to stop them because you're not doing anything. I have done internal
Yeah.
CPR and I have done external CPR. And when an AED tells you that no shock advised, that means you have lost that electrical current within your system. And that is a big piece
Right.
of information for his case, because that means if his current wasn't there, he had been deceased for a
Gone.
longer period of time of what they are stating. So there was no emergent efforts that they could do. He was already cold to the touch. There had already been hours that lapsed. There was no electrical current in their system for AED to shock. So that lets you know.
Mhm.
Also, if he's lost the current, there is it's
No way to bring them back.
it's impossible. It's
Yeah.
impossible. So even with all the measures that would take into place, so you would obviously go to you know, no rounds being performed the correct way. So
Mhm.
he was able to successfully do this and not be found until, you know, this amount of time later. Any medical
Mhm.
examiner will agree that if they were cold to the touch, that time of death is what I'm really interested in. I really want to see when they put the time of death, because I would really love
Mhm.
to help whoever it is on that to say, absolutely not. That is not how it works.
Well, the lawyer is Rachel Kaufman,
It
and she's
is,
in Atlanta. Yeah,
it's so many things wrong with that as a whole. And then you
because
have
he never should
medical,
have been. Yeah,
yeah, well, not only you
he
have
never.
medical professionals within there that are supposed to be one license, supposed to be two, they're
Mhm.
supposed to be professionals in what they do, and they're supposed to be skilled. So you are trained and ready to go. If you have anyone responsive, ABCs is the first thing they teach is airway, breathing,
Airway breathing. Yeah.
and it's just it's basic information, and it's very scary that it's operating with minimal. And for anyone to say, well, I can't do CPR, I got a bad knee, well, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be in your position, because in your position, in your capacity, you need to read your job description. And anywhere in your job description that says you must administer any emergency aid, that means you are unfit to do that job, and you should not be in that role.
Right.
And that is point blank, period. You should not be in that role. You should not have a license if you're not able to perform the task that is called upon when a person is in need. That is negligent, and they should not hold the license. So I would go to pull that first, because I would not want that person to be a person in charge of any of my family. I wouldn't even have them over my dog. They say, my knee, I'm not getting down there to do this.
Yeah.
I just don't
'Cause you
have
can't. 'Cause
the
you can't.
I don't have the professional tolerance for ignorance. And that's exactly what it is, to make sure. I'm sure there's a lot of blame that is going around, but the system as a whole needs to take that blame. The
Yeah.
system as a whole, because there's a lot of different diagnoses that were there. But unfortunately, let's be honest and have a real conversation. Mental disorders do not disqualify you from prison. I
Yeah.
had
He was born. They said he was crack addicted, and he was adopted by the people who adopted him. And so the parents were divorced, and when he was with the mother, she wasn't giving him his medication right. And so I don't know if it's a new husband or boyfriend, whatever. So a gun was left out, and then, you know,
Of
he
course
shot
it
his
was. So
mother.
he probably picked it up
Yeah.
and he probably shot someone.
Yeah.
But
Well, he shot
why
his
was
mother. He
so
shot
his
his
mother
adopted
is his
mother.
stepmother.
No, his stepmother is alive, living with the father, and they're the ones
The
that are suing.
adopted mother is deceased.
Right. because they were divorced. They were divorced. So they were
But didn't it
married.
come
They
out
had him.
later on after he was incarcerated that he had a diagnosis of autism or something along those
Yeah,
lines?
he had autism and a bunch of other things, and
But that was not
he was
diagnosed until he was incarcerated, correct?
no, it was just
Because that's what the
confirmed, I think,
reports
again,
say,
because
that the
because he was
diagnosis of autism came when he was incarcerated.
okay.
So I'm
I
just
think they knew
curious.
about it. I think they knew about it from
I
young
don't, I
age,
don't, I
and
don't, it wasn't laid out
I think it
in the
was
documents like that. It said
it
what he had at birth.
when he right, but when he went to when they got him into, they needed to say that he was qualified to stand trial or whatever, right? And so they put him, because of everything that his lawyer was saying, they put him in some health facility,
It's
which
a
then
mental health
diagnosed him
basically
with
for
that.
prison.
So now he's diagnosed by the state, and but basically she was saying that they basically trained him with cookies. They trained him how to act, how to be able to sit in court, how to, so and then once he aged, it was right before he turned 18 or something like that, or 19, they put him in jail, in regular jail, and out of that system. So but they said that, okay, they trained him how to behave, how to, so and this is what they did in front of a jury to two different times to prove that he was capable of standing trial. And then, and I don't know how a jury even decides, yeah, he's capable of standing trial. That should be something a judge does. And then so after they sent him to whatever facility, then they trained him with a cookie, and so you get a cookie if you did the right thing. And then he came back and they said, okay, he's able to stand trial. And once he turned whatever age, so they were fighting for him to try to be put in a mental facility, you know, or something like that.
Well, the
And they just
problem with
didn't. They
that
just,
is they won't, because
yeah.
the transitional program that they send them to temporarily be housed is, for one, they're looking at him
Mhm.
as a danger because he did end someone's life. Number one.
Right.
So they're looking at, there has to be some type of accountability for that.
then
Adoptive mom not giving the medication, so that lets you know he's not within his state of mind, and he's having
Right.
these issues or whatever else. But I did see that in the documents later on, the autism was diagnosed, and that was after he
Okay.
had already unalived the lady. And that is
And the
where the
father,
big fight is going to come in,
right.
whether
And the
that
father said he was
autistic is true or if it is false, if it is a true
okay.
diagnosis or
But it's
not.
diagnosed by the state. But it's diagnosed by the state. And I think that was something she was saying. And then when he was in jail, right? Not the other facility, when he got jail, um, the father was saying, like, people was stealing his commissary and stuff like that. And he was doing stuff to keep himself safe by, giving stuff to other people. And so he wasn't saying everything because he was scared, is what she's saying, is what Rachel was saying. That he was scared to tell his father, everything. And so, yeah, they've started a lawsuit. So I don't know when she
Yeah,
started it.
I'm sure. I read a little bit. Like I said, I don't have enough information to like fully go on that. I was just curious on the medical portion of that, and how
Yeah.
that is being handled. And I know that they have the little secondary program, because you have to stand competent for trial. No matter what, you
Right.
have to stand competent. So what happens with these individuals that are not competent to stand trial? They get stuck in the system because there's not really too many places for them to go. They have to hold them accountable for the crime that they committed. But then how do you hold them fully accountable when they're not within the right state of mind? And so that is where you have to fight to go along to make them a ward of the state, to be able to put them in a state mental facility that will allow them the treatment. Here, it
Mhm.
sounds like, he was found to be competent at one point. And a lot of things that they go off of too is they look at prior jail videos to see how they conduct themselves in the pods and how they conduct themselves in the cell and how they conduct themselves in population. If it is not of a big concern and they're able to conversate and get along with their peers and they're able to communicate with the deputies, then you are competent enough to be able to sit in that courtroom. So there's a lot
Well,
of different ways that they do that. And they say, well, we'll send them here, transition them, and get them competent to stand trial. And that's what they did with them. And it looks like he
right.
regressed.
And then
And
she
I
also
just touched
said,
on it briefly. So I'm just going to leave it at that because I
yeah,
don't have enough of the information to
information.
really
Yeah.
give what it is, like how we did over here on the YSL trial in Atlanta in funding and things like that. I don't have enough. I did hear about it. I did hear that Love is a person of blame, but she is not listed
Hmm.
on the lawsuit. Everyone
Well,
else,
no, because she
the
wasn't
sheriff
there.
is there and everyone
Yeah.
else is there. But
Yeah.
regardless, if you're not there and you're part of it, you should be named. If it's your
Well,
actions
she
that
means
made these things
because she was prosecuting him. That's what Rachel means by that, is because she was prosecuting him.
right. Well, she was
And she
prosecuting him. I'm pretty sure she had the hand-ins helping him to stand competent
get
and helping
yeah.
him get moved from one facility into Rice Street. So I'm pretty sure, that was there. I would have put her on there.
Mm.
I would have put her on there because she is part of
Mhm.
that problem. You can't save one hand and put the other ones on there. It is a collective deal. And if she had all the
Mhm.
facts and withheld them and did nothing, then she really disserviced that gentleman. She really
Yeah.
disserviced him and how he.
I think they said that he should have never been tried, like you're saying, in the right state of mind and whatever. So that's
You
what
have
that's
to.
what
You
they're
have to
saying.
be. You have to be.
Proven.
Absolutely. And that, so I'm gonna just end that piece there because I really don't have enough of the information. I had just seen
Information.
that it came across from someone
In chat.
yesterday
Yeah.
that had said something to me, and I was just kind of looking into it and looking at, oh, well, I would have definitely hit him with this medical synopsis. And I was thinking I would have hit him with this medical synopsis. So I was just thinking along those lines of exactly of what any physician and any medical examiner would say. And that's basically how I looked at it. And I didn't go any further into it. But what we do go far into is what we're seeing here and what we have. Everybody that is new in here that has just joined, people are kind of flipping in.
I gotta
and
go,
out
so
and out.
I'm gonna
There
say
is
bye to you now.
Okay. All right. Thank you
Okay.
for coming up, Devlin. You are appreciated. You have a wonderful day, and we look forward to you coming again. Okay.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So one of the things that we want to give you guys newcomers, just to kind of update you, we do have up on the screen there, it is the link for the petition that we have. It is a petition for Fulton. It kind of covers the RICOs that are within there, the housing department, and the courthouse. It is wrapped all up into one. That is on there. That is available to you guys. I will have it posted also on my page. You guys can get it. My partner and I, who is on, will be going live again. I know some people had a hard time trying to find us, and I found out that the name is ran all together. So we have the link there, and we'll make sure that we drop it on the channel. You can go ahead and subscribe, turn on your notifications, and you'll know when we're going live again. We are going to share a part 2 and kind of limit maybe the stage so we can roll out more information and put up more slides for you guys to be able to see and be able to have. And then I would like to put up a list of all of your lawmakers that are within your state. So that way you know who to call, who to write in, and when you are seeing these type of injustices, the type of protocol that you can use to get your voice heard and put that out there. So we just want to make sure that we invite you and that you stay informed and you stay aware, and we'll keep on sharing things as we have it. Like I said, we have a ton more to share. We just need to be able to, since this is our first live today, we just need to go ahead and put those all together. Miss Sylvia had to kind of guide us through the beginning of it because we're very new. We don't have anything set up to this page or anything other than the information that we're giving. So we're going to get it to where the slides are going to be a lot more accessible and easier to read. I will put the links in the description as well. So you guys can read them on your free time. Candy, do you have anything for them?
No, thank you guys for your time and your patience with us. We will be better at this, trust me.
Yeah, we gotta get better with how we're pulling up the documents so that way it's back to back and bringing you guys. And thank you guys for everyone who's been covering the trial and really shedding light, because it's people like us that would never have knew what was taking place without these live streams going on. And that is, very important for you guys, and very important that you guys stay informed and that you're on that front line for the call of action, and that, join the groups that we have at the polls that just want to bring Fulton back to a safe place, a place that you can raise your kids. You can watch your family grow, watch your grandchildren grow. You don't have to worry about your home being broken into, your car being broken into, and you have real fighting real crime that's happening right now in time, and not being stuck from 10 years prior and taking all of these resources and exhausting them there when there's so much that's happening right now. And their numbers are so high for the past 3 years that it has been at the highest since 2000. And that's sad. And so we know that change needs to come. We know change needs to happen, and we're here. And we're going to do our due diligence to bring all our different offices in different states together to make this happen for you guys, and be able to be right there with us fighting this fight. And I hope everyone can join us on the footsteps there. And I hope everyone can join us in Washington. We thank you for your time this evening. And we will be back on. And stay blessed, stay informed, and most importantly, stay active and vote. We the people are here for you. We thank you. Have a good night, everyone.